Yo, what's going on, gamers? I'm here. First Garth. Let's do this. Yo! Okay, let's do this. You baby ready to game, gamers? Because we're gaming. Wait, I can hear myself. Alright. Let's do it. Daily reminder, it's Subtember. Everyone sub. Yo, shout out to YouTube, by the way. YouTube in the chat right now. Commenting on YouTube in the chat. We are doing the tier list. Tier list is going to be early. We've got to do some... I'm going to do dailies, hearts, because we've got to do the hearts, guys. Then we're going direct into the tier list. It's already here. Take a look at this, guys. Behold. Tier list content. I will be rating everything except HOT. Dog shit out of 10. Dude, this song is very intense. I like this one. On the Hunt. Also, everyone, enjoy the Subpocalypse. Wait, the what? Wait, can we salvage these world bosses? Wait, guys, can we salvage this? Wait, can I leech? World boss leech. We have 9 minutes. Meta? Q? Do you guys think we can salvage this? Maybe I can get into this one. Nudge Meme gets 40 subs. Nudge Meme is trying to stave off the Subpocalypse. Will it work? Guys, I'm going to tag up. We're going to salvage this. Let's go, guys. Get in here now. Let's go. Join, 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 join. I'm putting it in the, okay, meta not full. Okay, Safari salvage run. Let's do this. We've got to get in here, guys. We've got to salvage this operation. This is going to fail without us. Get in here now. Nudge Meme gets 40 subs. Tries to counteract the Subpocalypse. How many subs is Nudge Meme up to right now? We're already on 2,600 subs. Wait, surely that's close to rank 1. We're getting close to rank 1 at this point, guys. Let's go. Join now, guys. This map needs you. If you don't get in here, this map is done. These peepos will fail. Then I'll have to complain about this on the forums, guys. Seriously, gonna have to do it. They'll log on to the forums. They will complain. The boss will get nerfed even harder. The only way we can save these bosses is by saving this map now. Get in here. Nudge Meme gifts a sub to Hoth as well. There's no escape. You know what's crazy? I'm not even sure if Subtember discounts gifted subs. I think you get... Maybe you get like a couple extra free or something. I don't know how it works. Alright, let's do this. It's time, gamers. Get into the fucking map. Wait, how is this map... How is it possible this map is full? That's not even remotely fathomable, guys. That can't be possible. You're like 2 people here. Also, Snab in the chat. Snab. Also known as the Goose. Wait, is that vendor a reference to you, by the way, Snab? Because that is a very subtle reference, if that's a reference. Let's get over there. That's crazy. The chair. The storm chair or whatever. Okay, nice. The Octavine is more important. Listen, dude. The Octavine... I mean, I will admit the Octavine is important. Gatekeeper Snab. That would actually have been a much better reference, I think. We need to have Gatekeeper Snab in there. Is this salvageable? Your map is giga full. We'll keep trying to get in, guys. Keep getting in. How are people doing on Greer? That's kind of like the question here, I think. We have damage here, but it isn't enough. 68%. You've got to get onto the map, guys. Keep getting in. We need another commander, actually, don't we? I mean, Greer is dying, actually. But the thing is, we only have 6 minutes. There's no way. There's actually no way we have enough DPS. We just have no players here. But this boss does actually scale, so theoretically it should still be fine. I don't think it always has the same amount of HP. Ah, this is completely over, actually. There's no way. This is, well, I mean, people are starting to get in. The problem is, though, like, even at the best of time, it does take a while. Boss has got a decent chunk of health. I mean, maybe. We need everyone to blast. We need to do some big DPS here. tell map chat to get into it? I mean, I guess, yeah, maybe. We need to... I mean, I guess everyone needs to get into the mix. Okay, do the world boss gamers. Defeat the Titans. Go, go. 5 minutes is a little bit of a tall order, though, if I'm being real, guys. I'm not sure if we can salvage this one. That's actually a real shame. I think if I came here 2 minutes earlier, it would have been fine. But we're just here a little bit too late. We're not going to be able to salvage this. Add an emote for me? I mean, we already have an emote for you, Jester. We have Jester. I am no longer having fun with NG Spirit feels jank. Well, that doesn't... That's not good. In fact, that's bad, I'd even say. Yeah, I mean, NG Spear's definitely not the one that I like the most. Actually, people are starting to get in, but I think it's too late. Yeah, people are getting in, but that's not enough at this point. Because we only have 5... Well, we have 4 minutes. Yeah, that's not looking good. I would go as far to say it's fucking over. Which world boss drop purple gear? Well, I mean, not directly, no, but well, you can farm materials to buy legendaries, but they're not going to drop it. Nothing really drops legendaries. It's over? Yeah, this is pretty over. It's actually a shame this boss isn't like Tequatl, where you get loot for every 25% of its health you do. That's one thing that I really wish they would fix that, actually. It's like a big problem with the reward structure in this game. Is that, it's very all or nothing, And that's one of the reasons why they have to make the content so easy. Like, the content has to be so easy because it's all or nothing. Not the best design, realistically. But that's just how it goes, guys. There's a 61k Renegade player. I mean, yeah, it's a good build. Spear on Renegade it's fairly strong. It's quite a lot of damage. I definitely recommend it right now. Surely ArenaNet will nerf it. Or maybe it's just balanced. Maybe that's how it's supposed to be. 3 minutes. It's almost a little bit close. That's the funny thing. It's almost close. The thing that's actually going to be problematic is going to be the intermission. The intermission's going to slow us down a lot. It takes a while to get through that. A good minute at least. So we might get it below 25%, but we're not going to be able to actually kill this. Unfortunate. Yeah, this is kind of like the weird thing about these bosses. Like, these bosses, they feel... I don't know, like, I feel like my health is just not moving, Look, I'm at 21k health, and I just don't take any damage. I'm honestly not even sure what kills people. Like, what even kills you here? Are they just standing in, like, every AoE, I guess? I guess that'll get you. Not a lot of pressure here in my mind. Are you so you're a firm believer in participation trophies? Well, no, you have to... Obviously, like, you get more loot the better you do. But, you wouldn't get anything if you, like, did 1% damage to the boss, right? Like, you'd only get loot if you do at least 25%. It's like... You're saying... You're calling for participation trophies, but... I'm saying, I think it would be good, like, if you had, like, a scaled grading system. So, when you go to school, right, you don't either get an F and get nothing, or you get an A, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff in between that, right? Like, there's a lot in between an A and a fail, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's not a participation trophy. In the same way that, getting a B grade or a C grade, that's not a participation trophy, Like, you've still earned that. Like, you've earned your C grade and your B grade. A or F. I mean, that's how Sneb operates his classes. Like, if you don't get it all right, you get nothing. Oh, look, the damage is really starting to ramp up now. Look, we've kind of got most of the players have actually made it here now. They've actually made it to the bosses, but I think it's a little bit, yeah, like I said, if we were here 2 minutes earlier, we could have salvaged this. So, look, guys, we can actually view this in a humorous way. This world boss literally failed because my stream starting soon screen was too long. Like, we can actually entirely blame the failure of this meta event on me doing a 30-minute stream intro. Also, spoiler alert, I am 100% doing this on April 1st. On April 1st, guys, I'm just going to do the stream starting soon screen for the entire stream. And you guys are going to help me, okay? I'm going to do the stream starting stream for the entire time, and you guys are going to help me gaslight viewers who don't know into thinking that the stream is going to start any second now. Okay, like, that's what you're going to do. It's going to be like a massive, epic gaslighting situation. It's going to be good. Such a bummer to start Subtember. I mean, well, look, we'll get it next time, you know? We'll get it next time. Definitely a bit unfortunate. What if you only stream on YouTube and it's, oh, wait. You only stream on YouTube and it's streams like soon on Twitch? Oh, what if I could actually do that? Oh, man, we fail. You hate to see it. Oh, what happens if you lose here? Wait, why didn't I die? Everyone else died, but I lived. I guess it's because I was on the mount or something. Boom. Unlucky. Fail. You hate to see it. April 1st is a long time. It absolutely is, yeah. Nice. Failed. We have indeed failed. It's over. Fat wizard trying to cut. We're not adding... No, I'm not adding any more emotes. We're not adding any more emotes, Jester. Especially not garbage like that. It's not happening. Sneb, when are you bringing back our World versus World streams, by the way, bro? Sneb, when are you going live next? I can't believe Sneb is done, you know? Nice. 7 Spear Warriors, every fight is over in 2 seconds. I mean, yeah, that's... Yeah, I mean, Spear Warrior, pretty good. Definitely a good build. Need to buy a PC. Oh, wait, are you gonna build it, Sneb? Or are you just, you getting a pre-built? You should stream building it. I might... Oh, dude. Look. I really don't want to do a PC building stream. I hate fucking building PCs. If I do a PC building stream, I'm gonna fly Jester out, and he's gonna do it for me while I just talk to the chat. Okay, like, that's what's going on. Nice. Very nice. Building PC, yeah, it's such a pain, man. I don't enjoy it at all. It is very annoying to me. I can't believe some people like that stuff. Not into it. Yeah, I built my current PC, and it was not good. I think it did turn out pretty well, to be fair, but I didn't like it. Have you seen our latest edition? Oh, we actually added this. Oh, shit. Yo. Oh, my God. Dude, look at that. Oh, shit. Yeah, you guys actually just flat out implemented it onto the website then, huh? Yo, dude, this is actually such a good feature. This one is really good. Yeah, this is like the Stormalize thing. We've just got it in here. Let's fucking go. You can add the unscheduled events. Yeah, I need to make a video about this tool. This tool is really nice, actually, I think. This one's really good. Because you can just, like, put it in and then, boom, away it goes. Hard world bosses, regular world bosses. The Anomaly is here. Eye of the North, Scarlet's Invasion. This is pretty cool. Any world versus worlding today? I'll probably do, like, some basic dailies, yeah, but I'm not going to tag up or anything. Well, not properly, anyway. Do fights. Today is the tier list, and then maybe some heroics, actually. Jester is stuck in hell trying to get his heroics done. I will join on my death night. And a weekly... Oh, dude, it is the weekly, actually. Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, the weekly is running. I guess it's nearly over. We can actually take a look at that. I might just log in and take a look. See what's going on. You got 4 tanks ready for raid? I just need 2, apparently. I will have a total of 4, but... yeah, we just need 2. I got the egg. You want the spear? Okay, well, we can sort that out. Well, I just need to spam a bunch of... I just need to spam an insane amount of dungeons anyway. I need the crests, and I just need a couple of pieces. Although I'm just going to craft most of my gear. I don't really... I'm not really super bothered about anything else. Survival. You should just play Beastmaster, bro. I guess. Look, even the most like rat-pissed specs, like you can still pug just fine. You just have to like grind the IO out, right? Like people care about IO score more than anything else, and if you've done the key before. The thing is, oh, the guild treasury is full. Oh yeah, I should go do some upgrades then, actually, shouldn't I? Yeah, I'll do that with Fungus. We'll set those upgrades going. Try and unlock the mine as quickly as possible. I'll do that after these hearts. I'd invite a 3.5k Org over a 3.6k Hunter. I feel like Org is the worst example, though, because it's basically a leech roll. I feel like you can leech... You can, like, leech title keys as Org pretty easily. Let's go. Why are you not Sylvanas? Your queen. Dark Ranger. Very nice. Augmentation Evoker. God Comp. Eternal God Comp. Also, shout out to YouTube. Nice. This heart will now be complete. I started to do mastery points on my main. I actually have kind of a lot of stuff to do on this account. Getting a little bit sick set me back, though. I wasn't able to do like big proper streams. Because I have a bunch of stuff to do in WoW as well. I have to like grind all the fucking rap, dude. There is actually such a disgusting amount of content in the War Within, man. Like, you know, it's very interesting. I really know what people say when they I know what people mean when they say that they can't keep up with WoW. It's actually because there's just so much. There's actually so much to fucking do in that game. It's ridiculous. And the season hasn't even started. Yeah, there's no raid yet. And there's still like an endless list of things I need to be doing. Alright, here we go. Good content or busy work content? Well, I mean, it depends if you're into that sort of thing, really. I would say it's the equivalent of doing collections in this game. Basically, it's like quests and stuff. Not grinding the renown champion gear until Heroic Week? No, that's a waste of time. I'm not going to go for any of the champion pieces. I'm just going to get like rank 11 in Arathi, and then that'll do. Because, I mean, look, you know, we've got M+ coming out in literally 1 week after Heroic. I don't feel very pressured to do that whatsoever. Yeah. Yes. Any world boss meta style stuff? They do have, like, world bosses and stuff, but they make them, like, deliberately very easy. It's, like, even easier than Guild Wars. It's, like... It's like mega Peepo content, like Omega Peepo content. Delve Max during Heroic Week? Yeah, I'm just saving all of like, yeah, I've got like a bunch of like the Giga keys. I'm just gonna do delves before the raid. Frugal Fighter FC tomorrow at 8? Nah, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna be. I know I'm not doing. I don't want to raid outside of Fungus really. I don't enjoy pugging. It's not for me. Dude, this heart, maybe this actually is just a... This is just a deplete moment, to be honest. Anything worthwhile in this expansion? I'd say, yeah, Jamdo was pretty good, yeah. I like it. I'm a fan. Would you get 2 models X-Spec in this model? What do you prefer, this model or the HT Path of Fire one? Well, obviously, well... I mean, it depends what you mean by that. Like, would I rather have... Would I rather have Heart of Thorns and Heart of Thorns over this? Obviously, yeah. But that's because Heart of Thorns was like easily the best Guild Wars 2 expansion. But I think this model is superior. Like the model is definitely superior to how it used to be. For sure. Would have been nice to have you know, elite specs are pretty cool, but you can't really keep them going forever. Nice. Incredible. How you liking the hearts? Yeah, I mean, these hearts, they're a little bit rough. There's no other way of putting it. These ones do not feel good. It's actually a bit annoying because I think they won't be able to fix it until quite a bit later. They're going to have to wait until the next patch. Like, if they even fix it in the next patch, guys. That's the thing, right? They might not even fix it. It'd be pretty brutal. But that is just how it goes. You know, you gotta embrace it, guys. You gotta embrace the hearts. Who's gonna spend 8K for nodes and housing? I think a lot of people are. I think people like that stuff. It's like the completionist thing, right? Like collecting all the nodes. Include a free world versus world map, because the main thing that lacks in X versus world versus world and PvP content. And I think that would be pretty cool for sure if they added, added some world versus world content, PvP content. I guess we'll have to see how the new PvP mode works, right? See how that's going to go. If it will be a success or not. Up the frequency of the events that already, yeah, that would definitely work, yeah. Or just make more of them count, like expanding the heart. Like, the radius of the heart would be pretty good, I think. Nice. I pray for the anti-DLL injection patch every day now. Yeah, I mean, the DLL thing, I do hope they address that. Saras.dll. Saras.dll, guys, has, it has run rampant for too long. And this event does get this heart done in one go, which is kind of nice, because you get all these kills. There we go. But this event isn't always up, which, it is what it is. Magras.dll. Right. Here we go. I am going over to the other heart. I'm getting this sapling as well. I like how we have like a... honestly, having this huge group is really good, isn't it? Because we're scaling up all the events, making this heart very easy to do. Pomegranates.dll. I think one of the most cancer misconceptions that people have is that it's impossible to get like a 50-player squad unless you're a streamer. I got a lot of comments about this on the like the misconceptions video, on like the first impressions video I made actually about Janthea Wilds, and it's one of the ones that really annoys me. It's like, oh yeah, T-Bot doesn't have the real experience because he actually uses a tag. It's like, imagine saying that, guys. Imagine saying that in an MMO. Oh, X player isn't having the real experience because they're making a group in an MMO, the online massively multiplayer video game, and they made a group, and therefore their opinion doesn't count. It fucking blows my mind, man. Seriously, it absolutely blows my mind. It's completely crazy. Yeah. I'm going over here. I didn't even bother replying to the comments because it's like, man, because the problem is it's a very specific type of player who says that. Like, the types of player who make comments like that are like, I will never socially interact in this game ever. And yeah, I refuse. I will not engage. It's like, well, I mean, yeah, no shit. Like, no shit, then, you can't do meta events sometimes when there's like 3 people on your map, right? Like, obviously you're not going to have people to do that then. If you like refuse to make groups or join groups, then I'll tell you. Okay, we got to do this heart now. Dude, this one sucks. This actually might be the worst one. This one is completely putrid. I don't want to use any of my tokens either, because I actually don't have that many. Oh, guys, why didn't I cloud, man? I should have just clouded 100x. Everyone who clouded is winning now, dude. Like, everyone who clouded is like, laughing at me. It was the way to go. Movement of the clouds, by the way, guys. Let's take a read of that. Clouds. June loves GW2. Thanks to Prime. Very kind of you. If you think about it, it is actually crazy that they haven't fixed this. This is like, basically, hearts are the replayable content in this expansion. And 2 of them are just absolutely fetid. You know, they're just completely disgusting. No. There's actually 0 events going on right now. Oh, that is rough, guys. That is rough. Give me an event. Any event. And this is definitely where, like, the whole, yeah, you know, kills don't give you credit really backfires, right? Because it's fine in the first one where there's a bunch of events up all the time, but when there aren't events up all the time, then this idea, like, backfires insanely hard, and you can kind of see that here. I'm going to go do this race adventure. I'm going in. Delicate Ash. I think we're up to it. Boom. Let's go. Ooh. It's time. Boom. I'm zooming. Zuma! Go, 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 go. It's kind of weird that it has this music. I really think that the soundtrack for Janthea Wilds could have actually used just a couple of extra tracks, you know? Not that much, but there's a couple of holes in the soundtrack. And this is one of them. This is weird to me. I don't like that this is playing right now. I actually think it's a relatively major complaint as well, because the music is really good and immersive for most of the expansion. It is very strange that this is playing right now. It's obviously not the end of the world, but I actually think it is worth talking about. Like, this song should not be playing now. No, oh my god! I hit the jump too soon. Actual despair. That is a fucking despair moment. I didn't get gold because of that. You hate to see it. Let's go again. That's a despair moment, guys. Yeah, yeah, exactly. They already have, like, a race music. So they could have used that. Gold is impossible here. Dude. You know... Oh, man. This is in WoW, but there is actually a mildly fucked up dragon riding race in the new expansion. I'm not gonna lie, guys, it's fucking based. What's it called? It's called, like, wait. Oh man, what's it called actually? There's like there's one in the first map that's actually fucked up, dude. And you have to be relatively precise actually on the reverse one. Nah, advanced is piss. Advanced is never, ever difficult. It's always the reverse ones that are a bit tight on timer. I don't think advanced is fucking free. Yeah. Dude, Rated saying I can't, dude. You probably have fucking bronze, dude. He probably doesn't even have gold on like the normal courses. That's the thing about Rated, dude. Yeah. Okay, nice. Easy gold. Will you do the hearts past the, past the 14 days achievement? I mean, unless there's a compelling reason to do so, definitely not. I'm only doing this to see what happens, pretty much. That is my my only purpose here. You know, the truth is, guys, is that stuff like this is unironically worse than WoW World quests. And by the way, guys, that is a grave insult. Because the thing is about WoW World quests is at least they're fucking fast, okay? Like, you get through them very, very quickly. Whereas this stuff overstays its welcome so much. I'm not gonna lie. This is brutal. Like, this stuff is actually brutal, man. It is mega brutal. Oh, man. Let's go. I don't know if heart tokens finish the whole achievement, don't I? Wait, I don't know. Do I? How many more days is it? I don't even know how many days it is. Oh, wait. Hang on. Wait. Actually. Oh, wait. I think this is the last day I need to do them. Because I need 12 each, right? Yeah, I need... Yeah, for 2 days. I have to do this day. And then I think we're free. Oh, wait. Wait. Is it 2 more days, actually? Or is it 3 more days? No, it's 3 days. So I would need... I would need 36, and I only have 26. So I think I do need to do them today. But then after today, maybe I'm free. Or maybe I can... Maybe I have to do tomorrow as well. So I might have to do... Oh, it's 1 or 2 more days. I regret not clouding, guys. I regret it. I admit this. Everyone who clouded, you guys were correct. You should have clouded. And I did not cloud, and it feels bad. It feels extremely bad that I did not cloud. Clouding felt really good. Yeah, did you guys enjoy it? You guys enjoyed clouding? 11-second cloud rate? That's fucking crazy, actually. That's high efficiency. Magrust. They need to have some instance content in the expert that gives you XP for new masteries. Otherwise, it's deplete territory, farming the same events 100th time. Well, I think convergences will give you XP. So you can probably just, like, farm convergences. And then that will kind of get it done. What is clouding? There was basically a way to get infinite of the tokens. Like the heart completion tokens. By doing the cloud adventure. I can show you. So the adventure here was bugged. It basically gave you a renown token every single time you completed it. So basically you could just go crazy, right? And get an infinite amount of them pretty much. Lilla's, yo! Oh yeah! Woo yeah, baby! Okay, I'm going for the code and cash. Here we go. Boom. Code and cash obtained while doing the adventure at the same time, guys. That is efficiency, my friends. There are no convergences on launch. That's the issue. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I didn't hate the mastery point grind. It definitely does get pretty repetitive after a while, but I didn't hate it that much. I think it could have been a lot worse. Boom. Is that gold? Wait, they haven't fixed the points thing yet. Was that silver? Oh, that wasn't, dude. It wasn't even gold, man. Because I think I missed one of the shiny ones at the start. Kind of sucks that you can't really see how many points you've got, right? It's the entire thing a bit of a fiesta. Clouds. Every mastery grind is repetitive. Yeah, it's a bit repetitive. I don't hate it that much. It's whatever. I mean, I had a lot of boosters, but I mean, boosters are pretty trivial to get, so that's fine. But yeah, oh yeah, woo yeah, baby, indeed. Love to see that. Whoa. We're fighting all these titans over here. I'm getting involved. And boom. There we go. Surely that's enough. It is. Nice. Oh, they're doing a rift. I guess we can do the rift. I'm rifting! Guys! I'm rifting! Heart of Thorns is D tier? That's actually insane. I'm sorry. Heart of Thorns is by far the best Guild Wars 2 expansion. Like, beyond S tier. We all know it, too. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The current WoW expansion is really good. My only complaint is that there's not any, like, hard content on launch that you can do. It's, like, very solo-oriented. It's basically like a solo experience so far. I don't like that. But it's still alright, you know? Like, it's the same as Guild Wars 2, really. Like, there's no group content in either of these expansions on launch. Which is a complaint that, I mean, I don't like it. I'm more annoyed about it in WoW, though, because they have all of it ready. They just haven't bothered to release it. There's, like, no mythics. There's, like, no mythic. Not even M0 is out yet, so it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, no M0, no Mythic Plus. I actually kind of like the raid being delayed, because you kind of got, like, the pre-gearing grind. It's something that I don't hate there as well. I think I would rather have it like vanilla, where the raid is just out day one and you can just get there when you get there, basically. It's actually really interesting. Like, I find the way that people engage with MMOs to be incredibly interesting. So, the way that I see it is that I see like something being released and there's like a really big grind you've got to go for. I go, this is actually insanely hype. Let's go on an adventure. But it seems that a lot of people interact with that very negatively, and they feel that they have to do it. They're like, okay, I have to grind this now. I can't chill and slow down. I have to do it, which is very interesting. I don't know. I know it's like a really weird thing to say, but don't play the game that way, right? Just don't, right? I don't play the game that way. I think this is really weird, actually, because I feel like I'm actually way more hardcore than almost everyone who has that complaint. In fact, yeah, I think I am way more hardcore than basically everyone who feels that way. And I don't play the game that way. So that's my advice. Just don't. It doesn't sound like fun to me. I don't really buy into the, like, oh, I've got to do the most efficient grind ever. Like, oh, because look, the way that I see it, I think people are very obsessed with eye level in WoW. The way I see it is that having 3 eye level at our skill level is irrelevant. The only time where eye level is actually relevant is if you are in a top 10 guild. Maybe it's kind of like an ego thing, and people don't want to accept that fact, but the difference between us, like, getting Hall of Fame, or getting Cutting Edge, or getting Heroic down the week 1, it's going to be nothing to do with eye level at our skill level. It's going to be everything to do with, like, do we get the hours in the raid, and do we play well, and do people not fucking greed and actually use health pots and health stones, right? And, like, press defenses, like, oh, I'm going to have to hold 1 GCD to use a defensive ability, right? And shit like that. Like, that's essentially going to be what is going to be the difference in us winning as a... Like, the eye level is not relevant. It's not important, realistically. Exactly, yeah. If we get 580 or 585, doesn't matter. Obviously, it's better to have 585, but it's like, I don't feel pressured to do it, you know? I don't feel a lot of pressure. And it's kind of the same thing with Guild Wars, too, as well. Like, you know, originally, I kind of wanted to go really hard on launch and kind of race for max mastery, but then I just didn't really want to do that. I was like, man, do I really want to do that? I don't think I do. So I just played the game, and we did all the world bosses, right, and all that kind of good stuff, and, you know, we farmed the world boss every 2 hours, and then we did the collections, you know. I don't know. I definitely understand that people feel the pressure to play this way, but you know, on the one hand, I kind of don't. Like, I don't understand the pressure when they don't want to play that way. Because, like, people say, oh, yeah, I hate rushing through the game. Well, then don't. I don't get it. Like, why does the game have to force you to not rush? I find that to be very weird. And I think this is actually a very popular opinion, actually, in MMOs. Not Guild Wars 2 or WoW Isolated. I think people feel this in every game, actually. They actively want time gates added to the game so that they don't feel like they're missing out. They actively want time gates. That is really weird to me. But it's not, no, it's not to keep you subbing ADX EU. It's not. No, it's absolutely not. People specifically ask for this. In World of Warcraft. People specifically want it slowed down and want it time-gated, actually. That's not true. You know, dude, as much as I would love to slam Blizzard for being greedy, that's actually not what's going on here. People specifically want it this way, actually. Tomorrow on YouTube? Yeah, it'll be on YouTube probably by tomorrow, yeah. But yeah, we're going to do it live in a moment. More time than people who are playing. Maybe they need to catch up the people who started playing at launch. You can play more hours than them. Yeah, but why? The thing is, that's not Xmandia. That's not my claim. My claim is not, I have loads of hours, so it doesn't affect me. My claim is, I don't see why these people are rushing if they don't want to. Like, what's the... Where are they losing out, right? Like, what are they missing out on, right? Like, what is the FOMO? There is... Where's the FOMO happening? Like, you don't miss out on anything. Didn't engage in the Omega grind, you'd fall behind because the upkeep's from, like, artifact power. Felt you didn't have time to smell the roses. I mean, I could understand that in, like, past WoW, I guess. But even then, not really. I mean, I don't know. I guess I didn't play those expansions, so I don't really know, but... I don't know, I guess I'm not really a FOMO kind of guy. I'll just play the fucking game. Yeah, Nudge Meme gifted hard. The Sulfur era mobs are hard, they drop nothing. Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, that area is a little bit underutilized, for sure. They feel like they can't give it with the Pug IO and eye level requirements if it's not gated. I mean... The thing is, I started playing in Season 2 halfway through the season. And it was, like, piss to get into groups. So, I don't know. The thing is that I really do feel that, I really feel that people are scared of a ghost here. I think it's wrong. Like, that's the thing. I don't think people I think they're wrong here. That's the thing. I think they're incorrect. I think people think they're missing out. But I don't think they actually are. I think it's a fantasy. It's made up. Yes. Let's go. Borrow power systems? I mean, bro, like, it's a vertical prog game. It's all borrowed power, if you want to call it that way, right? Like, it's all gone in the next expansion. That's the reality. If you don't, then eye level and IO can absolutely gatekeep. But, I mean, this is like a weird thing. I refuse to put in any effort, and therefore people don't want to play with me. Well, no shit, right? Like, that obviously that's going to be the case. Yeah, you know, if you're getting gatekept because you refuse to improve your item level and you refuse to improve your IO score, then yeah, you're not getting in, obviously, right? What do people expect, right? Like, I don't get it. Yeah. Like, yeah, no one's going to add you. It's peer pressure, one level removed. So with direct peers pressuring you, some people feel pressure to the vibe of community and they need to match that vibe. I think that's actually a good take. I think that kind of is true. I think that there's a lot of, like, trickle-down mentality from the Race to Worlds first. People see, like, Meras and Gingy, who are, like, multi-boxing, rare farming to get to, like, 18 rep or some bullshit. To get an extra 2 eye levels. So they can do their, like, 20 splits during Heroic Week. And they're like, wait, do I need to be doing that as well? I think you're right there. There is this, the atmosphere that comes from the Race to Worlds first probably doesn't help with this. But it's like, dude, you aren't in Echo, right? I don't know what to tell you. Like, what, you're not in Echo, bro. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah. Gingy was 24 rep. Wait, was there like an exploit for the spider rep? That's crazy, actually. All right, I'm out of here. Got to do the first map. If you don't have insane X item on the day of release, or you insta-declined, I have never seen that. Like, maybe that's... No, if I don't think that's the thing, actually. I've never seen anything like that, to be honest. On, like, season starts. Like, people definitely view it as a plus if you get your tier set early, but, like, I'm not gonna lie. In my experience, nobody gives a shit in, like, low-level pugs. And actually, you know... Here's a really interesting one, guys. I actually joined a couple of Echo raid groups with only 2 set on my Demon Hunter. I was in, yeah, I was in some, like, literal groups organized by Echo, because I was, like, leeching their raids, and also some of their M+ groups. I joined a couple of keys with Gingy in Season 3, right? Because they were doing some pug keys to, like, you know, get funneled gear, and they were looking for keys, certain keys. I was like, dude, fuck it, I'll join, right? And they didn't even check my gear or anything. They didn't care. Right, and these are literally the best players in the game. I don't know, like... Yeah. Yeah! Oh, that was not the button I wanted to press. Whoops. Let's face the bear. I can't believe devs have morally neutral viewpoints. Dude, honestly, I heard some of Awesomeness's debate takes, actually. That's crazy. Like, honestly, I've heard that Awesomeness has been saying some pretty troubling stuff. You know, we might have to leak that at some point. Axe 2 symbol on the Defiance chain without breaking... Inzig is fits and... Wait, is that true, actually? What the fuck? That's crazy. I'm gonna go do it. Here we go. Axe 2? Oh, I guess because it's because it's applying cripple, right? Yeah, so like the pulsing cripple is doing it. Yeah, and then do you get more? Oh, you don't get any more. Unlucky. Let's go. I'm in. Extra and Warrior similar. Yeah, I guess like it's just like detecting if you're applying anything that does the Defiance damage. Very good. Incredible. Interesting Twitch chat comment there. They think other people are the ones holding them back from being world champions. I mean, yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, that's gonna be a permaban. Goodbye. Bit of a weird one there, bro. Echo splits. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, the whole... Meanwhile, top players are confused why leaving dungeons mid-dungeon is bad or not the best attitude to trickle down. I don't know. Actually, no. I don't think... Wait, which top player has that take in World of Warcraft? No. And also, context. Leaving a dungeon halfway through because the key is obviously depleted and there's no way it's upgrading is not the same thing as leaving halfway through a heroic because right now the punishment for leaving is bugged and isn't actually applying. Like, those two things are totally different statements, by the way. Because like, I don't think any top player is going to go, like, oh yeah, like leaving after the first boss on heroic. That's a really great thing to do. That's real swell. But I think a lot of top players would say, yeah, I'm not going to lie. Like, if you're doing like a plus 14, like IO key, like leaving when the key's obviously dead. I mean, I don't tell you, right? Like, yeah, that's just the way it works. Let's go pet some Warclaws. Let's get in there. It's time. Be pet. Nice. Yeah, I'm not on board with the FOMO stuff, guys. I'm not on board with the FOMO stuff, actually. Because I now perceive that people are so afraid of FOMO that they are asking the devs to artificially hold the game's content back so that they feel like they don't have to play it yet. This, to me, I'm not sure about that one, to be honest, dude. I don't like that. What's up with that? I don't know what's going on here. It's like, yeah, we're afraid of FOMO itself rather than actual FOMO. And I'm not sure if I can really get down with that. I don't think I'm down with that, guys. XP nerf, I think that exacerbated the FOMO. Yeah, that was a pretty bad move by Blizzard. It did actually make the leveling experience way better, though, I'm not gonna lie. Leveling on my alts after the XP nerf was way more fun and way less fucking annoying after the nerf. They should have done that a lot earlier, though. I'm not gonna lie, the early access is the most peak fucking cringe ever. If they do that, oh my god. I really hope they don't do that again. It's so cringe. Yeah. Nice meme, Nike. Boom. Tie with the nerf? Yeah, the nerf, yeah, the tie with the nerf was all of the problem with it. The actual nerf itself is good. It made leveling way more fun. It didn't even make it slower, really, by the way, in my opinion. Just made it harder. I did the exact same pulls after the nerf as before. You definitely had to, yeah, I had to press a couple more buttons to live, but it was about the same speed, to be honest. Yeah. There's a piss of how Wowhead phrased it, too. I mean, look, you know, they deserve to get roasted for it a little bit. Feels good. You love to see it. They'll do it for every X-Men. I really hope they don't. That would be very disappointing. Yes. Has you done the tier list yet? I have not. I'm doing these hearts first. It's hard time. They will. I don't know. Blizzard are kind of on their redemption arc right now. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. But we'll see, I guess. We'll see. I do like I like a good redemption arc, guys. You know, I definitely do. Love a redemption arc. All big MMOs are great summers. They absolutely did, yeah. It's a good summer for MMOs. Like, every expansion has gone pretty well, I'd say, for MMOs. Cone. Blizzard's on its 7th redemption arc? I don't think it's on its 7th redemption arc, dude. I feel like this is the first redemption arc, no? I don't think it's had a redemption arc until now. OSRS is a scandal and raised sub prices. Yeah, that's definitely a rough one to deal with. And look, I think something that maybe... Do RuneScape players know this? But let's be real here, guys. Old school RuneScape is basically suckling off the loot box infested teat of RuneScape 3. People should be aware of that, right? It's not terribly surprising they're raising prices there. To be honest, because, you know, the reason OSRS exists is ultimately because of how, you know, because of RuneScape 3. Making Jagex a whole lot of money. And I guess they want, old school RuneScape to be able to kind of, like, fund its own thing. But, I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, that definitely sucks, though. Like, doesn't feel good. Early access, more money, more content. Well, you know, kind of like the weird thing is that, the weird thing is that, like, there is a lot of content in the War Within, actually. It's got a lot more content than Dragonfly, that's for sure. Alright, nice. Done. Well, no, okay, to be clear, guys, on the people leaving in Heroics, when people are leaving in Heroics, that's actually a bug right now. There's a bug where the leaver penalty is not being applied, apparently. That's according to Jester. You should, if you leave early, if you leave early in a key, you should get a 15-minute timeout, but you don't right now, apparently. That's what Jester told me. That's why people are doing that. Don't you, just get someone else if someone leaves? Yeah, but it's still annoying, isn't it? That's, you know, that's not the point. Old School is funding RS3. It's way more popular. It may well be popular, but RuneScape 3 has very aggressive monetization. It turns out that loot boxes are very, very big money. It's, yeah, like, player numbers are definitely not everything when it comes to generating revenue. And hey, that's, you don't have to take my word for it. This is actually my understanding. I watched a couple of videos, I watched a couple of videos by Jimmy, and he said the same thing, actually. Like, he said that, yeah, like, RuneScape 3 is kind of the powerhouse of Jagex when it comes to generating revenue because of all the loot boxes and stuff. You forgot about that? You're right. I think it's very funny how you went from insulting me and saying that I've got no idea what I'm talking about to agreeing with me in like 30 seconds. The internet, guys. A people where people engage with media responsibly. And that's how it goes. People or bots? Listen, look, from what I've seen on the internet these days, guys, it's fucking bots all the way down. It's bots all the way down, dude. Yeah. Let's go. Incredible. Your content is so inspiring. You always mention a smile on my face. We're working on it. That is, you know, we aim to please, guys. We aim to entertain here. What's the best way to get better gear? Level up the last few levels? You can do like the side quests and do like the little, just the random quests about the place. If you want to do, and do, you know, in the open world, do like world quests too. That's a good way to do it. Or you can just like spam dungeons. Dungeon leveling is by far the fastest way to do it. Like, you can basically go from 70 to 80 in, like, 3 hours by dungeon leveling. It gets faster each time as well. Well, yeah, I guess you didn't insult me. You said, you know, you said, what are you talking about? Lamau. Not exactly the kindest words. What's unintentionally funny persons? Well, I mean, wait, me? I'd like to think it's at least a little bit intentional. Alright, nice. Bonus chest. Huge. Let's get in there. Didn't say that either. You said, what are you talking about, Lamau? That is what you said. I'm not going to argue with this. I can see the chat log. Let's go. Fish time. Oh, it's too late. Despair. Actual despair, dude. Fish my rogue until M0s get released. It got 573. That will do for now. Feeding on to the side quest. Yeah, you got to get that rep, bro. Got to get the rep, man. It's rep time. But yeah, it definitely sucks. You know, like that. You have to give Blizzard credit for that. I think the WoW sub has never increased in price. I think, which is pretty cool. I love how the streamers always talk about WoW while playing Guild Wars 2. Well, you know, what about all the time when we're talking about Guild Wars 2 while playing WoW? And also, you know, both of those. Like WoW while playing WoW and Guild Wars 2 while playing Guild Wars. We mix it up here, guys. We talk about MMOs. And sometimes we just talk about random shit, like being eaten by a snake. There's a lot of variety, guys. A lot of variety, you know? Yeah. We talk about MMO. We talk hashtag MMO, guys. That's what we do here. Nice. Well, I'm going to expand the store options to help keep the sub V consistent. To be honest, I actually think it's the WoW token, bro. It's the WoW token, dude. It's the WoW token. People buy gold. Buying gold, man, I don't approve. Okay, buying gold. I don't like that you can buy gold in MMOs, but holy shit, does it make these companies some serious money. Wait, what is this? How do you feel about the Alpha Access costing $200 plus? I think it's like 120. I think it's actually fine as long as they're just transparent about it. Like there's nothing wrong with like paid early access in my opinion. Well, for like beta anyway. Or you know, early access that gives you progress like the WoW one, that is completely unacceptable. But like paying to get into a beta, that's whatever in my opinion. I think that's an issue. The problem with Ashes creation is entirely the optics. So the issue with Ashes is that they say stuff like, oh yeah, Steven's powering our operation because he's a very wealthy man. He's a multi-millionaire. And like, oh yeah, he's paying for it. But then they also say, buy our alpha access. So it's like, what the fuck is going on here? It just looks shady as hell. Like, the problem is not paid early access. That's not a big deal. The problem is entirely the fact that it's scuffed. What's this? Reality check for those... What is this? What do we got here?
MMOs are built off of having advantages that you work towards over time. These two things are antithetical.
Wait, what is this about?
But MMOs are built off of having advantages that you work towards over time. These two things are antithetical. You can't put them together. Guild Wars 2, nobody plays that game. It's a dead game.
You know, it's funny because oh man, I would honestly love to talk to Aslan about this stuff because I think it's so interesting. You know, the first part of this statement actually is kind of true. Guild Wars 2 is weird, and vertical progression would make Guild Wars 2 worse, but it would make the game more popular. Well, I mean, not now, but like, if Guild Wars 2 was a vertical prog game from day one, it would be more popular now, right? Like, that's almost unarguable, to be honest. In my opinion, it would make the game way worse. I don't like vertical prog at all. I think it's a shit system, in my personal opinion. But yeah, at the end of the day, he's not wrong. Yeah, that is kind of what MMOs are. Again, it doesn't mean that it's like a better or worse game. Well, I think it would be a worse game with that, but it would be more popular, yeah. I'm gonna play Guild Wars 2 if it was. For sure, no, I know what you're saying, right? I'm being very careful here because I don't want people to focus on this and have like a brain dead response to what I'm saying here. Yes, I don't want it to have vertical progression. I don't like vertical progression in any game, actually, let alone Guild Wars 2. But yeah, antithetical, it is. I'm not gonna lie, it is. When it comes to like RPGs and MMOs, yeah, people like watching the number go up. It is a little bit antithetical to the genre. I don't think it's... Guild Wars 2 shows that you can do it, 100%. You can make a really good game without it, but it kind of is... you're definitely swimming against the tide when it comes to that. I like it in ARPGs a lot, though. Yeah, I think that... I feel like with ARPGs that you almost like expect that, because like you have like the soft reset of the seasons. And that's kind of how WoW is, right? Honestly, like WoW is kind of like that. It's very... seasonal, right? It just like hard resets it. So I'd say that WoW is kind of like an ARPG right now, to be honest. Guild Wars a seasonal mode. It's the main game. I'll play the shit out of that. It could be interesting, yeah. I think they probably don't have like the resources to fit that in, but yeah, I think seasonal modes are kind of interesting, I think. Let's see what else he says.
These two things are antithetical. You can't put them together. Guild Wars 2, nobody plays that game. It's a dead game.
Is he like that? That isn't true, to be honest. I don't know why he says that, to be honest. Like it's such a because the thing is that is just incorrect, right? Like, you know, like Guild Wars is not a dead game. It's a popular game. There's a lot of people who play, right? Like it's not as big as WoW, right? And again, like, you know, it might come from just like being a little bit WoW pilled. Like if you compare Guild Wars 2 next to WoW, then yeah, then the game is pretty small. But I mean, come on, that's a pretty fucking high bar, right? You know what I mean? Like if you compare MMOs next to WoW, like every MMO is dead, right? Realistically, except maybe 14. Like every game except 14 is pretty fucking dead compared to WoW, right? If that's the standard. But that's not a very reasonable standard to have, in my opinion. I do think he is trying to piss people off there, to be honest. I think it's quite likely that he knows that the game actually has a really solid audience, and he's just saying that to fucking annoy people, but, I mean, yeah, it is what it is.
It's a dead game. Like, I'm not like, let's look at a game that has Like right now, it's had an expansion, so like I'm sure it's probably a little bit more people playing. It's a dead game. It's completely irrelevant. It's totally outside of the conversation of like game design.
Man, that is true. This is the weird thing. Yeah, that is true. Guild Wars 2 doesn't exist in the conversation when it comes to game design. And I think that sucks, by the way. There's a lot of irony there, actually, because you see a lot of these ideas actually popping up in the modern version of WoW, especially when it comes to the account-wide progression stuff with warbands, which is basically their spin on account-wide progression compared to Guild Wars 2, actually. It's a really good system, by the way, with this. You see, you know, M+, being quite similar to Fractals. But yeah, it actually is not in the conversation. Like, that statement is true. Yeah. No, he's correct, guys. Except the Wackabilly-based Dragon of Guild Wars 2. No, you didn't listen. You didn't listen to me or what Asmund said. He said that the game doesn't exist in the conversation. Correct. That statement is objectively true. Like, you don't hear about Guild Wars 2 that much. More's the pity, by the way. It's not something I'm happy about. It's a factual statement. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 has never really existed that much in the meta conversation about MMOs, which sucks. You definitely see influences in it, absolutely, in World of Warcraft and indeed other games. Because guess what? There are some great systems in Guild Wars 2. So, of course, other devs are going to be looking at it. But yeah, it is dead in the sense of the meta conversation. That statement is just accurate. Like, that's just correct. Talk about, yeah. Guys, listen to what he said. What did he say? Oh, man. It's so difficult. Guys, listen to the words. He's talking about, people talking about the game. He's talking about, social media, Twitch streams, YouTube, right? All that kind of stuff. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is massively underrepresented in these areas. Like, where people talk about MMOs, talk about games, Guild Wars 2 will come up, and people would just say, oh yeah, I heard that game's really cool, actually. Like, oh yeah, but it's not as present. The roots of ArenaNet go deep, especially at Blizzard? Oh, completely, yeah. Absolutely. Look, if you're a developer in the industry, you'd be a complete fool to not look at all of the different games that are out there, right? Like, yeah, obviously. The devs at Blizzard, they're going to be looking at Guild Wars. They're going to be looking at 14, right? They're going to be looking at ESO and RuneScape. Yeah, they'll be looking at all of these games, obviously, because they want to understand, like, how to make their own game better, right? And better compete. It goes against his argument that he hates it. Well, look. Okay, oh, dude, oh my god. Guys, I am doing something called engaging in good faith. I am not saying Asmund, okay, guys, my claim is not Asmongold is being genuine. My claim is not Asmongold is not trolling. My claim is not Asmongold is doing this to annoy people. My claim is that the statement he made corresponds to reality. Holy shit. You people are fucking in a cult, man. Holy shit. Yeah. Listen to the claim that is being made. And actually engage with the idea. Yeah. Triggered? Yeah, absolutely. Because the lack of ability to engage in an idea, even with someone who you don't particularly like, and if you don't like Asmund, that's fair enough, right? I don't know the guy. I don't honestly watch his content very much these days. But the fact that people are unwilling to actually engage is scary to me. It's really scary, yeah. Which is what, wait, he's, the game being out of the conversation, he's not, the game being dead? Yeah, but the thing is, wait, did I agree with that claim? Wait, didn't I directly repudiate that claim 30 seconds ago? Wait, is there someone else on the stream? Like, yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying, you agreed with him. Well, I mean, good. Yeah. You said true. Wait, I mean, about what part though? Like, if I said true and the game is dead, that's because I'm joking, right? Obviously. Why would I ever say that the game is dead? Guild Wars 2 is not relevant in those conversations. Mount has brought a lot of conversation to game design. MMO pop culture and the conversations around that is different. I think that is true. But yeah, so that part isn't correct. Like when it comes to like game design, that is true. People definitely talk about the systems Guild Wars 2 has. The game itself is definitely out of the conversation. Never in the conversation. Did he say never in the conversation? I mean, yeah.
The way that video games are made, totally outside of the conversation of like game design. It's not directing the way that video games are made.
Ooh,
it's
that is a really funny statement, actually. That isn't true.
A part of the video game culture.
That is true.
It's a niche game for a niche audience, and
Debatable.
It's not relevant inside of any case outside of itself.
Bro, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. That is a troll statement. Okay. Doesn't want to play Guild Wars 2, guys. That is true. Yeah. Jan 3 was expansion or not so much? Yeah, it's alright. Yeah, I definitely like the expansion. It's dog shit. Uninstall. WoW is niche. WoW, I mean, it's definitely a niche. Like MMOs and MMOs are pretty niche in general, I guess. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like it's all MMOs are niche compared to, say, like whatever fucking Zoomer game is out right now, or like mobile gaming. That is accurate. Guild Wars 2 is not in the MMO concept. Well, BDO WoW, even being talked about, I attribute that to negative publicity. I mean, wait, you mean like Guild Wars 2 has negative publicity? I think people speak pretty highly of Guild Wars 2 usually. It's just that it doesn't come up as often as it probably should. I think that Guild Wars 2 is very underrepresented in media. I think realistically. Yeah. It does have some slightly bad PR. Boom. There we go. I've refreshed my buff. Man, if you forget to refresh the buff, it's actually fucking despair. Which I guess it's not that bad. You have to go talk to the NPCs again to get all 6 buffs. Although it's not even that relevant. It will eventually just run out. Negativity around other games make more interesting. Well, Guild Wars 2 doesn't have much negativity about it. I think Guild Wars 2 has plenty of negativity about it. Like, it definitely has less than it used to, because I think people have kind of got to the... People are pretty chill about the game these days, but... I mean, there's definitely been plenty of negativity, that's for sure. Yes. Asmongold is shit guy. Man, it is wild to me. It is crazy to me how hard it is to get people to actually engage with something they don't like. And you know, the thing is, the reason why people don't like Asmongold is because he doesn't like Guild Wars 2. And this is the thing, guys. People refuse to engage with anything he has to say purely because he doesn't like the game. That is weird. And again, like, the way that I would really flip this is, if you don't like World of Warcraft, does that mean that anyone who likes that game just shouldn't engage with anything you have to say? Obviously not. That would be an incredibly stupid position to hold. Let's go. I'm going in. I don't like him for an invalid reason. Oh, well, I mean, look, that's not what I'm saying. I'm sure there are plenty of good reasons to do it, but that's not a good... There's no good reason to not engage, not engage when he's talking about Guild Wars 2, anyway. Not engaged with what he's saying about Guild Wars 2. I don't really have much of an opinion on Asmongold because I just don't watch his... I don't watch his content, guys. When, like, the React stuff started, I'm out there. I'm not a React enjoyer. I'm doing the frog quest. Let's go. I'm going in. It's frog time. You just rage at chat for not liking a guy that lacks nuance in every conversation? Yes. Because I will hold my chat to a high standard. Just because someone doesn't engage in nuance doesn't mean that you can just deliberately be bad faith for no reason. No, yeah, I'm gonna hold you guys to a higher standard than that. Yes, of course. Yes, obviously. Yeah. Like, if you're not going to engage in good faith, why engage? Just don't engage. There is zero reason to ever engage with an idea if you aren't going to do it in good faith. Unless your goal is just to be an asshole, right? And you can do that, but I'm just not really interested in facilitating that, right? Dude, it's actually over. The frog got away. Yes. Block his clip channel. I'm watching a dude pushing 40 talk about socialism to be wrong. Well, I mean, you know, that's the hazard of the internet, I guess. So why would anyone care about my opinion of it? You don't have to. Oh yeah, you can throw the frogs. Anything under 10 million subs is a dead game. I mean, that's just true. That is true. If you don't have a sub model, it is a dead game. Yeah. Dude, oh my god, I slipped. I slipped off. Can I do a jump challenge and keep roll and tap turned on? I'd really recommend turning that setting off. That setting is not good. Not a good setting to have. Wait, can I not glide with this? I keep trying to glide to, like, throw the frog. It's not really working. Oh yeah, you can't glide. Go, 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 go. Okay, wait. We have to throw the frog in. Can we throw from here? Oh, you can. Nice. And try it, or suddenly play the new game? Well, I mean, if it was a new game, it's a new game, right? But, yeah. Dude, these logs, they're too difficult to jump on. It's impossible. I think going on that one's not going to work, is it? The best event in Janthe Wilds? I mean, it's pretty cool, actually. Like the little game of Frogger. Yeah, it's a bit fucked up, though, isn't it? You know, we're actually just, like, boiling these frogs alive. Will it make the soup? Oh, that, yeah. Didn't see the range. Nice. You see, look, guys. Trig gave a model response to what Asmund said, which I believe is correct as well. He said that, yeah, you know, I think the idea that it's out of the conversation when it comes to game design is not true, because it's very clearly influenced even the video game World of Warcraft, which it definitely has, obviously. And honestly, I would not be that surprised if they added player housing. This is a good faith response. Yeah. Yeah. Negative you go also. I think you like the game, actually. Preach. The Garrison, I mean, yeah. I mean, the Garrison, I mean, I don't know if that was even good or not. I didn't really play the game around that time, but... I mean, systems like that, I don't... I mean, look, I don't give a shit about housing or anything like that, guys. I don't care. That's what I said with Dragonite. You said I wasn't hearing you. Okay. No. No, that didn't happen. That 0% happened. No. I was either talking to someone else, or you're misremembering what I said. I would never, ever, in a million years, say, that that's an invalid position. Influencer remains irrelevant and worthless regardless. No reason to engage in them anyway. I mean, what about fun? What about because it's interesting? What about because it's a fun and interesting conversation? I mean, what are you even doing here? Like, what are you people doing here? All right, then. No, seriously. Okay, look. 2 options for you. You clip it or you retract your statement. Yeah. Yes. Enjoy. Any hate watchers, guys? Time for calls. I'm not doing viewer call-ins. We're not doing that, guys. Yeah. Very nice. We do need to be guilds as long as we have each other. True. Right, I'm out. Whoa, dude, there's fucking queues everywhere. How is this? Are you doing World vs. World? Probably not, no. I just need to do some dailies and we got to do the tier list, guys. We must do the tier list. The tier list of Guild Wars 2 expansions. It's going to be great. Yes. I like Cone. I mean, who doesn't? Include Living World. It actually does, yeah. We have Living World in there. I will rate it as well. The Ivy Tenor was insane. Yes, it was pretty insane. It was pretty good. There's a lot of gamers. A lot of gamers in there, guys. That's pretty cool. Can Fungus arrive in time to defend? Holy shit. Yeah, definitely not. There's like a giant army over here. There's no way we can defend this. We've got like 3 people. It's fucking over. It is absolutely over, guys. There's no way. This is despair. This is actual despair, dude. Who cares if Guild 2 is relevant? Like, what difference does that make to anybody? I mean, yeah, that, you know... That, yeah, that would be also, I would say, a good faith rebuttal. You could say, like, does it matter, like, to the quality of the game if the game is relevant in the conversation or not? That would also be, in my opinion, a perfectly acceptable good faith rebuttal. Let's keep them coming, guys. Ah! I have escaped. I got 1 kill, guys. Look, that's all that matters. We got 1 kill. And, well, that's all we're getting, if we're being honest. You shouldn't play a game early because it's relevant. I agree. But, I mean, again, like I said, guys, like, if you know, look, this is the way I go about things. Like, if you're not going to engage, then just don't engage, right? Do you know what I do, guys, when I see an opinion that I don't view as worth engaging with? I don't engage with it. It's worked out pretty well so far. I just ignore it. Yeah. Destructive, why would someone start playing a dead game MMO? And yeah, like, you know, this is why I would really like, I would love to have the opportunity to actually talk to people who feel this way about Guild Wars 2 sometimes, because I actually think it is pretty damaging, right? I think that when you have someone like Asmon saying this stuff, it's not good. You know what I mean? It's definitely not good for Guild Wars 2, because you know, ultimately it's not particularly accurate. There's definitely, I guess, some things in there that are accurate. Like, yeah, sure, Guild Wars 2 is not really in the conversation when it comes to MMOs. Like, you know, I wouldn't use the word irrelevant, but it definitely is underrepresented in media and conversations about games, 100%. But, I don't know. It is what it is. Which other MMO content creators do you have this combo with? I don't know, actually. There aren't really that many who I think have, like, really strong positions on Guild Wars 2. I think Shroud, like, fucking roasted Guild Wars 2 randomly, which is kind of weird, because I thought he actually liked the game a little bit. Yes. You know, the Guild Wars 2 is a weird game. Guild Wars 2 is a really, really weird game. I think a lot of people have positive opinions on it, but people don't play. I think that is an interesting topic to explore. We've got a bunch of fungus here. Let's fucking go. Fungus is here. Do you guys not find that interesting? Because the thing is, I do find that interesting. Like, the fact that, wait, guys, don't fucking gank the fucking duelists. Wait, this guy's, like, BMing. What the hell is this? Like, I think a lot of people have very positive opinions. People don't play. Which is weird. Because, you know, look, you know what happens, guys? Like, you know, a bunch of people play Guild Wars 2 whenever it has a patch, and then they're gone forever after that. You know, they're just gone. They have departed. Enjoy being there. No desire to go back. Yeah, for sure. I think that's a good analogy, I'd say, describing it. But that I think that is kind of weird, I think, for an MMO. But also it means, do you not think that kind of implies people don't feel that strongly about the game? It's kind of unusual to me. Yeah, it does, but that's normal. I think it's normal. But why is it that so few people feel really strongly about Guild Wars 2? I guess it just doesn't really appeal to... It doesn't really appeal to, like, the type of person who's going to be a streamer, right? If you're going to be a little bit more hardcore, then this game is maybe not really going to grab you in the same way that other games might. A fair weather game. It doesn't have any staying power in terms of investment. Yeah, I think that's kind of sad, actually. It's a shame. Because I think I'll get shit on by toxic characters in this game, to be honest. I mean, I guess a little bit. Let's go get the guards here. Clipped by Guild Wars 2 is mobile shovelware. It's actually wild. Man, if I hate watching, it's such a fascinating topic. It's nearly had that mega huge Twitch hype build that AAA MMO had today. That's a good point, I think. It definitely released a kind of a weird time with the influence marketing stuff, for sure. Seen the new Rebrox video? I think so, yeah. Not hate watching, hate following Guild Wars 2. Why? Dude, okay, actually, you're here in the chat right now. You have to tell me, what's your motivation here? Like, I'm actually serious. I want to know. Because When I don't like something, I just don't engage with it whatsoever. And I go, you know what? It's not for me. Time to fill my life with things that I actually do like. Why are you dedicating any of your time to the game that you don't like? What's the motive here? And by the way, you know, because they have to hype beast the next hot thing, and Guild Wars 2 will never be the next hot thing. That's true. And by the way, guys, this is why engaging is good faith, because now we've actually had a relatively interesting conversation about, like, you know, kind of the weird position Guild Wars 2 finds its in with regards to, like, content creation and streaming. This is why you engage in good faith. Like, even if you don't like Asmongold, or if you think he's an asshole for a variety of whatever views that he has, or whatever fucking content he does these days, I have no idea. But whatever of this stuff, right? Again, at least you can have some kind of interesting conversation about the topic at hand. Yes. That's how it is. The way ArenaNet, a multi-million-dollar company, fucks up on Twitter all the time. Fucks up trailers marketing. This is unseen from any other developer. I mean, like, okay. Yeah, you know, things don't always go smoothly, but it's going pretty well right now. I feel like it's not easy to be a Guild Wars 2 hate watcher currently. It seems to be going pretty okay. It's entertaining. I mean, I guess, maybe. Oh, no. I'm not, I don't really get it. They don't have the budget to add movement to bosses. I mean, I guess that isn't ideal. But I mean, why not? Okay, you know what I want to know? What games do you play right now? What's your, like, your top fat game to play? Buh or tuh? People are siding with buh. Hating on something, calling it entertaining. Yeah, it doesn't sound like my idea of fun, but I guess it is what it is. Games made by actual AAA devs with a budget. Like, which ones? You have to tell us which ones. Which game is hot right now? Shadow of the Entry and Wukong. Ah, okay. So we got the, kind of like the Souls-like stuff going on there. Shadow of the Erdtree is like the DLC for Elden Ring, Nike. And then like the Wukong one is it's like this like new hot kind of Souls-style game, I guess. Elden Ring is dog shit. Monkey. Yeah, you play as a monkey. A monkey king, in fact. Pretty cool. More like an action RPG. Okay, fair enough. Monkey with the stick. Just like smash things with a stick. Let's go. Dude, look how many fungies have arrived. Fungies! Let's go! As is the functional mounts look in Guild 2 look really cool as positive. I mean, yeah. I think you like some of these. You like World versus World too, I think. Or at least it looked relatively interesting. That was kind of a while ago, but definitely looked pretty interesting. One of the criticisms with the game right now. I mean, I think it kind of is a bit of a fair one. It's a bit of a niche criticism, I guess. It's not like the end of the world, but I think it would be a little bit sad if the raid bosses don't move. I'd be a little disappointed if that was the case. I'm hoping at least one of them moves. That'd be pretty cool, I think. How many players do you believe are playing Guild Wars 2 in 2024? Kind of depends what you mean by that. Like, you know, like every day, probably not a huge amount, but I'd say there's probably, if I had to like eyeball a number, I'd say 250,000 active players, I'd say. Maybe more than that, actually. In fact, probably more than that. In fact, definitely more than that. Maybe like 500,000 active players. I think I'd be aggressive with my estimate because I think a lot of people play this game. It's a lot more people play this game than I think people realize. And when I say, you know, like, you know, 250,000, 500K, I mean like, you know, like logs in like a couple of times a week or even a couple of times a month is like, that's kind of what I'm kind of guessing around. That's what I view as like an active player. Treg will leak the number of active players. That honestly, man, thing is, the problem with posting active player numbers is that it kind of sets a precedent, and if you ever stop doing it, people will assume your game is dead. But if someone leaked it, I think it would actually be really good, because I think people will be surprised at how high the number is. There's a reason why WoW basically leaked their own player numbers, because people thought the game was dying, like down to 2 million subs. So when they basically said, oh yeah, the game actually has around 7 million subscribers, that was a very big kind of positive surprise for people. So, and as a result of that, right, it looked really good for them when they did that. I think something similar like that with Guild Wars 2 would actually be like a pretty good kind of PR thing for the game. Age and gender demographics, people who are talking about Guild Wars 2. Ooh, that's a good question. Maybe. I don't know. Any insider info? Nah, I don't. Going to any open world squad, put the KP plugin, like 10 out of 50 people have KP.me. That's a good ratio. So you could have like 100. That would kind of be implying like 150k like monthly players. I'd say that's an underestimate, obviously, but yeah, it's pretty decent. Six new relics. Yeah, 6 new relics are already updated. It's pretty cool, actually. Dude, I'm out of rams. Actual despair. It's fine. This guy's got them. No tag, all fungus is following you. Yes, exactly, guys. We're the ultimate covert fungus squad. Look at Guild Wars Efficiency for Janthe Wild story set completion. Yeah, I think I will take a look at that. Let's take a look. Pull the login servers for instances and fetch each instance of player count. I think it would be kind of interesting if you had like a whole bunch of people running like an add-on that tracked everyone's like account name. And you imagine if you had like thousands of people running this on both servers, and every single unique account it tracked on a monthly basis, and you could probably get some kind of interesting number with that. Like if you played all game modes, all that kind of stuff. The game itself is a circus and trash. That is true, actually. The game is complete trash. That's why so many people play it. Women Kai does that, but only squads. Yeah, but that's only raids, right? You'd want to do it in open world. Because that's where most people are. With, like, meta and stuff. Lara on the block list? No, it's Lara on my friends list. I don't have, I have no one on my block list. Nice. You love to see it. If not for class, which kept around 3 million, if I remember the graph. Yep, I mean, Shadowlands, that was a dark time, guys. It was a dark time. You hate to see that. Invite me. Right, I need like 1 player kill, then we can go do the tier list, guys. Actually, wait, we need to go do the world boss. I need to get 1 player kill, then it's world boss time. Wait, let's kill this guy. Guys, gank this Ellie so I can finish my daily. It's fucking time. Gank. Oh, there's another player over here. It's a Reaper. Go! I yoinked him. Gank him. Dude, there's so many fungus here. Holy shit. Dude, look at all these fungus! I promise, guys, we will play actual World versus World probably tomorrow, I guess. And I think Planix is tagging on Tuesday as well, guys. But that's going to do it for me. I'm going to go do the world boss, then we got to do the tier list. Nice. Wait, this guy's dead as well. Who should we turn to a world boss? Dude, I should be turned to a world boss. I'd be a good world boss. One anniversary. Yo, Bojack Golden there with the prime. Nice. You love to see it. Cone. It should make Sneb into a world boss. And all it does is the boss just gatekeeps you. You just get gate-kept. You get gate-kept aggressively. Let's see, wait, how much is the Hardstuck Guild Bank worth right now? Oof! Pretty good, actually. The Hardstuck Guild Bank is 59,000 gold. That's hype, actually. Not bad, right, guys? When are we handing it out? Ah, yes. We need to do the secondary prizes. Man, I almost don't have time for that. But yeah, we need to fit it in. Might have to do a little stream for it. Honestly, we might just send the prizes out like that. That was definitely something that did not go very well with Chaos Raiding Open, to be honest. I was a bit fucking cursed. Yeah. Whole guild's so poorer than the TP Barons. How does it feel? Oh, I mean, you know, that's just the way it goes, isn't it? Like, you know, we don't really hold gold, though. We just get rid of it. Like, that guild bank, in fact, my account, not even the guild bank, actually. During Moda 3, I think I had I had 800k on my account, and I gave it all away. I should have RMT'd that. That would have been juicy, guys. Lynn, a fungus among us. Right, I'm waiting this tick out. I'm doing the world boss. Then we're doing tier list. Hype trim, by the way. I have Ferrari 12 Prime. Frugal Fighter account value. I think it's like, my mains account value is 500k, and this account is, let's see. It is 45,000. Most of the gold he gave away is now perma. That is true, actually. Yeah, almost all the gold that was given away is has been removed from the game. Because most of the players who got it are permed. It's true. All right, 30 seconds. Then we're going world boss, guys. We're going to do the Titans. Then it's tier list time. That's just a fact, guys. That's just the way it is. Toys removing money from the economy, pretty much. And bear in mind, guys, a huge amount of all of the tournament prizes was duped gold from Cassiano. Enjoy that. Just think about that, guys. Duping. Cassiano. Imagine the WoW 3.35 that I played, which is the Lich King Alliance, against the Horde to cure Anduin's anxiety. Isn't the story a circus? You know, I definitely understand the appeal of kind of like your classic, epic fantasy with like heroes and stuff. But you know what? I'll actually soy a little bit, guys. I think it's kind of interesting to actually see a game like World of Warcraft explore some more mature topics. Like kind of trauma and, you know, grief that some of these characters have been through, right? Yeah, sure. You know, I mean, I think Anduin's maybe a little bit mopey, right? But that's an interesting idea to explore, I think. And look, there's still plenty of heroism going on all over the place as well. Plenty of that going on there, guys. All right, let's continue. Yeah. I'm out of here. To the world bosses. Blish is in hell forever. Right. Hearts done. World bosses will be destroyed. Yes. Right, we're in. 9 minutes. Get in here. Blish isn't suffering enough. Blish is in Lonely Tower CM. I mean, now that really is. That would be too far. Like, Eternal Hell, that's, you know, that's obviously bad, but Eternal Lonely Tower CM? You have to draw the line somewhere, guys. Ah, Humfred is here. Wait, are we on the same server as Lara, by the way? Wait. Yo! Wait, I'm messaging Lara. Holy shit. There you go. I messaged Lara. Wait, Melandru's Dome? Wait. But it says, Skritzberg. Wait, why is the panel, wrong? What's going on? Wait, someone tell me what guild, wait, what realm is, Lala on? Is it Skritzberg or Melandru's Dome? Because it clearly says here that Loranity is on Skritzberg. Alright, get in here. Come on, let's go. Where are all my heralds at, guys? It's broken. Why are you guys not playing Condi Herald? Huh? Hello? Are you guys trolling or what? I'm gonna get my torch on. Lara is a Skrit. True. We're all Skrit. Magras is here. On Berserker, of course. Also known as the Breaker. Get in there. You guys had better give boons, by the way. If you don't give boons, I'm not going to be happy with you. Boom. Is there another tag for the northern one? I guess not right now. The Skrit too many and consumers dupes to develop class consciousness and join the Mole of Terror. That's interesting, actually. It's a good point. Man, I think like a dredge-themed expansion could be pretty cool, actually. The moles. The moles. Pretty cool race, actually. The commander actually made parties and it died with 9 minutes left. And yeah, subgroups they're pretty good. They will help. And yes, guys, shout out to YouTube. We are going to be doing the tier list after this. Prepare yourselves. I hope you're ready. Time to change the guild tag to either mold or mush. I'm not changing it. I mean, changing it to mush would be pretty good, actually. Actually, wait, hang on. Okay. Punishment begins. One random person will now be demoted to mold rank. Who will it be? Who will be demoted to mold rank? No, I can't. No, I actually can't do it. I can't. I can't do it, guys. It does. It's too much. It's too toxic. I won't do it. I'm not demoting anyone, guys. I'll have a mold rank if you let me into the guild. You're only allowed to join the guild if you're on Skritzberg. Until the next relink, anyway. Wait, you actually demoted someone to mold. 2 people are on wrong server F. 2 people are bear the mold. Who actually has mold rank? So if some people didn't make it onto the right server, that feels bad. Wait, we now have Delta. Delta is now mold rank. Dude, look what these people are rapping. People really like the guild name, I think. Oh, shit, I need to do the guild hall. Guys, I'm going to have to stall the tier list by 2 seconds because people have filled up the treasury, and I actually respect that. Because I want to upgrade this guild hall so we can do, like, World vs. World claiming and get, like, the guild aura and shit. So we have to upgrade the guild hall, but I have to do that. Might join the guild, please. You can only join, guys, if you're on Skritzberg. Otherwise, you can't join. It makes 0 sense. Okay, another herald. You go in this heraldless group. There you go. You love to see it. Incredible. Can you join for the next relink? You can, but only when that relink is going to happen. Oh shit! Wait, ArenaNet has put me on Skritz. Holy shit! You actually managed to get through to support. I'm actually surprised they did that. You are officially. Wait, should you be a spore? I'm pretty sure you got inspected, actually. I'm pretty sure you passed inspection. So I believe you are not a mold. You are, in fact, a successful pass. I'm going Alak heal. Wait, who is this player? Yeah, or Selly. The guild is on lockdown until the spreading of mold is stopped. Guys, be honest with me. What percentage of the guild do you guys think deserves mold rank? Be real with me. Be honest. I want to hear your actual honest thoughts. Hmm. 90%. 100%. 10%. Including me. All. We are mold. Oh shit, dude! New mods on the forums. You'll notice a small group of GW mods usernames on the forums. They're our new moderator team, and we'll be handling moderation tasks going forwards. I'm working with them behind the scenes to get them settled in. Happy to have them on board. Oh, dude, are they just gonna ban like all the trolls? That would be good, actually. Is anyone? Oh, there is actually another tag. Guys, I need some people to go to the northeast, okay? Odd groups go to the northeast. Odd groups go Decima. Look at reply with confused emoji. Wait, let's see. Wait, can I see who did that? I don't think you can see that. Woad armor rage thread. Where is it? I need to see that. Where's the Woad armor? Link me the Woad armor rage thread. I definitely want to see people saying that stuff. That sounds like fucking content. Oh, what is that? Wait, a lot of the I fucking love the forum. Dude, we should read these forums more, man. We should actually read the forums more. Oh my god, what is this post? Okay. A lot of the activities in Guild Wars 2 are not gameplay. Games are structured rule-based activities that test skills in a particular... Wait, oh my... No, he's using philosophical terms. Ooh, okay. A particular telos or end goal of succeeding at the task. It involves developing or acquiring competence. Chess is a game, and so is beating a world boss in Guild Wars 2. Engaging these activities is gaming. However, some video games also have playful activities. These are activities that don't have any rules attached to it, where the fun itself is the goal, and one where doesn't worry about competence. It involves an attitude of being open to surprise or a new experience. To borrow from... Play is an activity that has no... Okay, we have to actually play the game. Hang on. Wait, what is... the thing is, what's his point, right? Like, that's the question, guys. Like, what's... I wonder where he's going with that. Where is he going with that? Wait, why does the boss take such a long time to activate? Are we going or what? Greer! Oh! Why can I still not attack him? He actually didn't... Look, that's illegal, guys. The boss actually did a little attack before it even activated. That's illegal. Highly illegal. Me Aegis. Wait, I was not in that. Nice telegraph. Holy shit. Actually destroyed. Destroyed by Greer. Greer, also known as the Breaker. The Blight Breaker. Fungus. Dude, that tree is fucking me up. I need to move away from the tree. So when I'm zoomed out, my camera's clipping into it. It's obscuring my vision, and it does not feel good. Okay. 75%'s coming up. We actually have a developer in here as well. Well, who have we got? Needs food badly. That's a good name, actually. Ah, it's Tyria. I believe this is Essence of Luck. Essence of Luck is among us. Boom. Ow. CC the boss, gang. Oh, we gotta kill the ads, actually. Then we CC the boss. Get him! Ugh. Dude, everyone's feeding. Greer is winning. Any CCs? I'm picking up the way station. Boom. Absolute chaos is happening right now. We got the CC. Huge. I'm going in. But don't worry, guys. You'll get the expansion tier list. Oh, I accidentally dismounted. That is... I mean, that's a bit unfortunate. You honestly hate to see that. Bonus meme. Deplete. Dude, this tree is back again, man. Oh, we didn't stack. That's bad. If you don't stack there, guys, this happens. And it's honestly fucked. If you stack, all the AoEs will basically land in the same spot like that. That's what you want. Because now you can see all the AoEs in there. And again, we got it right that time. Boom. Greer. We'll be doing the tier list soon, guys. Just, you know, sit tight. The tier list is incoming. Be mentally prepared for the tier list. You've always got to do... Look, this is how the content works, guys. We always do like a couple of hours of a little warm-up for the stream. Then I hit you guys with the content. That's how it's done. I've got to time gate it. In the same way that every MMO is like time gating all of the content, I'm time gating my content as well. I don't want you guys to have the FOMO of missing the tier list. So I've made it impossible for you guys to miss the tier list. Exactly. I am gatekeeping you. Daily remind... Okay, that telegraph is actually just insanely scuffed, no? You guys see that? I was clearly... It's, that is... You know what that is, guys? That is a Suwon scenario. I do think... You know, it's funny, actually. I've noticed this. I think some of the telegraphing is extremely questionable for open world mobs as well, actually. Like, some of the AoEs just don't match. It's something I have noticed a little bit. They're just wrong. So you got to watch out for that. Durasovir, you stand behind him. Yeah, but he, I mean, you know what's actually kind of interesting? If we knew his aggro mechanics, what you'd want to do is you'd almost actually want to have someone tank him. Is it proximity or something? Like who he actually targets? Because what you could do is you could have someone tank and then just have everyone else like stand behind him. Because then yeah, he literally does nothing. You can just dodge every attack. It's not top DPS. Nah, it's not DPS here. I almost have a feeling that it might be proximity. Because I think he might even be tankable in some way. Nice. Daily reminder that HTCM has multiple severe game-breaking bugs that quite tragically are very unlikely to be fixed. Ah, yes, Wing 5. Dude, yeah, Wing 5 also has multiple severe game-breaking bugs. Enjoy that. It is time. Guys, sub goal. 5k sub goal, basement strat KC returns. That will also be my last stream ever as I'll be banned. $5k sub goal, I show a screenshot of basement strat KC. Wait, dude, why didn't AoE appear there? That's fucked. It's over. Ceiling strat Matthias. Wait, you know, wait, did anyone ever leak ceiling strat Dagda? I feel like that strat has not been revealed to the public. Wait, did Scales just post basement strat KC? Ah, yeah, he did. Yeah, he posted he posted the basement. That's not the full screenshot, though. I think there's a better image of it than that. Oh, shit. We need to actually stop damage. Hang on. Oh, he's doing the breath attack. This is a cool attack, actually. Oh, the best one he does. Look at the breath going out. It is relaxation time. Oh, the flesh golem's in there. Get those greens over here. Hey, what is Decima doing, man? Decima is slacking hard. Dude, look how cool the breath attack is. It's got a good sound effect, too. Look, he's like roaring at us. If you touch these, you get Giga corrupted as well. Like Omega corrupted. People are feeding into the corrupts. Look at that artillery he's firing out. Greer. The Blightbringer. I'm auto-attacking. I'm staff autoing, guys. I'm doing it. I'm spear autoing, even. Here we go. I think we can probably go for it now. Well, actually... I mean... Yeah, it's probably fine. Oh, yeah, that's... Yeah, he only does that in the last phase. Like, when he does that smash, it also sends out a shockwave. The shockwave corrupts literally all of your boons. Have fun with that. Okay, Greer's dead. And the other one's dead, too. Good job, team. Yes. Wall jump Ceres? Ah, yes. Wall jump Ceres. To be honest, I mean, even if they fix wall jumping, I don't think it would really change it that much, but it would make it a little bit harder. Boom. Another Greer defeated. All right, let me go sort the guild hall, guys, then we'll do the expansion tier list. Let's go. Yes. I'm in. Right, so how do I do this? What upgrades can I purchase for the guild? Well, I can't do that. Talk to the tavern guy, right? Okay. Upgrade. Approve! I approved. There we go. Wardrobe is not intended? Of course not. Yeah, it's obviously not intended, yeah. Alternate way. Wait, what? How expensive is it going to be? Do we know how expensive it is? Honestly, I don't even hate the fact. I actually like the fact that it's World Bus World only. I think giving some like exclusive stuff to World Bus World is fun. It's a lot of reward tracks there. 18 is probably a bit overkill. I'll definitely concede that, guys. You know, I think we can all admit that. Okay. Essa the Frugal. Okay, we did it. There we go, guys. Very nice. Now we've got a proper place to have a pint. Comfy for entertaining newcomers, workers, visitors, and guild members. What upgrades can we have for the tavern? I guess we haven't really... Wait, they haven't opened this place. So yeah, this place is like scuffed. It's not refurbished yet, is it? So we have to keep upgrading it. Keep feeding the guild hall, guys. How do we get the mine, though? What's going on here with the... How do I activate the mine? Because I want to get the Ethereum going. Well, at least we can deposit food, though. That's pretty good. Make me some ascended food, fungi. It's time. You have to re-enter the hall. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm re-entering the hall. I'm doing it. Fungus-themed decorations turn the entire guild hall into mycelium. I mean, that's an option. We can do that. We can get all of the fungus. Right. Bonus meme, Sokos. Ah, look, here we go. Raqqa Mine Proprietor. Okay, we need to get this going, guys. We need to get this mine operation underway. Oh, no, we need the... bro, the Silverways shovels. Wait, we don't have any favor. We have to do guild missions. We're literally forced to do guild missions, guys. Well, that's fine. We can do that. Fungus operations. It's going to have to include some guild missions. Because, yeah, we need to level this up to get all of the World versus World stuff. Ah, yeah, we can set them to World versus World. That's true. Next time missions are refreshed, they will be chosen based on the pending category. No preference. World versus World. There we go. No preference. 10% favor. Ah, interesting. World versus World is being selected, though. Okay, refresh in 10 hours. Guild races. Dude, some of these are actually pretty good. 30 targets, man. That is brutal. That is actually brutal, man. 30 targets? I guess if you work as a team, it's not that bad, though. Guild track. Still AFK and EVG. Nice. I like that. That's high tier, actually. Yeah, Ada need to make it so I think this is the problem, right? The problem is, guys, is that for some reason auto running gets around the AFK timer. If you auto run to a wall like this, so you like wedge yourself to a place where you basically get stuck like this, you'll never get kicked out. And this works in World versus World as well. In my opinion, this is actually just straight up an oversight. This is obviously unintentional, right? It's like very clearly unintentional that it is lit in this way. But I mean, yeah, that's hard to tell you. They should probably just make it not work that way. We have a guy on NA in the guild. Well, I mean, they should probably be removed from the guild. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. It worked in Classic. And it worked in New World. There's actually, there was this, okay. You guys want to know some absolute brutal griefing? And look, I want to say that me and Jester are both accountable for this, by the way. Check this out, guys. There was someone auto-running in New World to basically not get kicked out. They were opted out, though. And they basically, there are ways to, like, dislodge people, but this player was kind of doing it covert. This guy was, like, covertly doing it, actually, and trying to not get kicked out so they didn't have to queue again. Me and Jester lured mobs onto him until he died, okay? And then, of course, then you will then get kicked. You'll be cleansed, and you'll have to get back in the queue. Look, fair's fair, guys. You can't do that shit. Like, if you're AFK, you're AFK. You can't take up a spot on the server. You guys know what I'm saying? You have to be removed. You have to be cleansed, if you will. Because the New World queues were fucked up, man. And you know what? I got obliterated. I got into the queue, and then I DC'd and had to do it again. That was not a feels good. That did not feel good, guys. It felt extremely bad, actually. But yeah. That's just how it goes. New World. Feels Batman with the gun. Unique tier gear has no stats, some unique playstyle altering effects. You mean like... So like really powerful relics or something? Like something like that? Or really powerful runes? Spore rank as decorator perms? I mean, I think that's maybe okay. How does decoration work here, by the way, guys? Okay, we're doing the tier list right after this. But I want to see, like, the decoration stuff. Because it's now uses the homestead system, doesn't it? Maybe, I guess we can't even do it yet. Because we don't have any, Actually, wait, there's decoration trader over here. A relic, but at first your gloves, and you get no stats from your gloves. And that could be pretty interesting, but I guess it would either be probably pretty OP or pretty trash. Did you see this? What's this? What What's going on with the auction house? Oh, yeah, I did see this. Is there anything tech problem? A well-meaning and simple design change caused a database table that used to hold 20 to 60k rows to now contain tens of millions. Not a problem by itself. We've got some code changes to make us support to support this new world we live in. Gonna have to throw more hardware at the problem with maintenance, while people are far more clever than me work on actual solutions. Yeah, I like this. You know, this is just like some of the clown fiesta that must happen in game development. Like, for some reason, they just fundamentally changed how the auction house worked at the launch of an expansion. Not really sure why they thought that was a good idea, but I guess it is what it is. Among Us has less ranks than Spore? Oh, I guess it's because Spore... I just randomly made Fungus Among Us to be a good rank. But yeah, Spore actually objectively has more ranks. Like, I'll tell you what, Spore is losing Decoration, and then Fungus Among Us is gaining them. There we go. Yeah, that seems good. Yep. I believe that makes sense to me. Spore is losing the ability... No, Spore can claim objectives. Spore. Mold. Mold has literally 0 ranks, guys. Look at this. Notice how Spore has no rights. Or Mold, rather. Mold, it is punishment. I'm renaming from Bear the Mold to just Mold. Fungus when? Wait, aren't you already in Fungus? I'm pretty sure you are already in Fungus. Boom, there you go. You are in Fungus. Nicely written praise how lore-centric POF was. It was pre-Janther, but I found that Janther nicely catches whatever was being praised in that Reddit post. I've still know with the prime. And Ryan, by the way, thanks for the tier 3. Happy Subtember. Yes, guys, take advantage of those discounted subs to subscribe now. And help me get a better deal with Twitch. The number that says 195, that needs to be 300 paid subs. Then we're in business. If you let me be Overlord, I mean, I'm not sure you can be Overlord, but I'm a fish. Is it mold or mold? Well, in this case, I believe it's mold. M-O-L-D, I think would be correct. But I mean, I guess mold. I think both spellings are valid. Sucks, gift doesn't count for that. Yeah, that is a bit unfortunate. But yeah, you know, the only thing you can do is, yeah, as an individual anyway, is sub at a higher tier, right? Like tier 3 subs count as 6. Tier 2 count as 2, I think, or 3. And then tier 1 subs count as 1. And basically the number that I have here, I'm not sure if that number actually include... No, I think this... No, yeah, this number here does include the tier 3. Actually, though, it is incorrect, by the way. Like, the 195, I found a better way to do it. I actually found a better way to get that number, and I will update it soon when I can. Because, check this out, guys. Wait, is it even here? Oh, yeah. So, I don't know why this is the case, by the way, guys. Basically, this thing here, the plus goal, Partner Plus, this thing here actually does use a public API, but it's not in the official Twitch API. You have to do, like, some slight backdoor shenanigans to basically get into it and get this number. This number is accurate. The 15, although it counts in a weird way. It basically counts... Well, it's because this is the way Twitch does this. The way Twitch manages it is that you have to get 300 tier 1 subs in a month starting from the 1st. This is very confusing because the way a lot of their metrics roll, it's basically from the 14th to the 14th, because that's when you get paid in Twitch. Well, I don't know if that's the same for everyone, but it's always been the same for me. Like, most metrics care about 14th of the month through to 14th of the month, but this one cares about the 1st to the end because it just does. Oh, no. It is what it is, guys. Okay, we're doing the tier list. I'm going to the Rock. I'm actually logging out of this account because otherwise I'll just get unnecessary hours on the 0 to hero. I don't want to have unnecessary hours on the 0 to hero because I want to keep it kind of accurate. I don't want to have like any I'm not gonna lie, there actually are about 100 200 AFK hours on this account, but that can't be helped. I'm trying to kind of keep it to the minimum number of AFK hours, if you guys know what I'm saying. Spreadsheets to track Partner Plus. That is actually unnecessary. It's all tracked by Twitch these days. There, again, the count didn't go up. Yeah, there is a reason for that. It will do. Thanks for the tier 3, by the way, nudge me. It's because the way I'm doing it is bootleg. You'll notice it did here. It went from 15 to 21. Yeah? Here. I will get that number on the stream. I actually have that number. It's just not being rendered right now. It's because, yeah, the way I'm getting that number, the one you see here, is from an incredibly scuffed way of doing it, really through the back door. I'm actually using Twitch's unofficial API, which is their GQL API that they use on the creator dashboard. It turns out you can actually just take the authentication token and you can make calls to that API, no problem, obviously, right? And those tokens don't expire. They maybe should, but they don't. And that means I can do that. But I made that implementation before this plus goal existed. This plus goal is live and it's more accurate. The way I'm actually getting that 195 is actually an estimate. It's kind of a ballpark estimate by looking at all of the subs and looking at their categories. It's not actually entirely accurate. The true number for how many tier 1 subs I have, or sub points I have, will actually be slightly higher or lower. It could be exactly the same, but not necessarily, but whatever. It was an API. It is an API, but it's not intended for what I'm using it for. This one is, and when I fix it, which I can, by the way, then it will be accurate. But right now, it's not entirely accurate because of the way I'm doing it. But anyway, oh yeah, look, he even says here, look, tier 1 sub is 1 point, tier 2 sub is 2 points, and tier 3 sub is 6 points. So everyone subscribe, guys, with tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Don't do it on multiple accounts, though, because that is actually against the rules, and that is fraud. Don't do that. But doing it on one account is fine. But yeah, I will admit it is slightly complex, but it doesn't have to be. The only reason it's complex, guys, is because I had to do it in a scuffed way. But now I've unscuffed it. T-Room Mosh there with the Prime. Really Bigfoot there with the Prime. Thanks for the subs, guys. Hype train begins. Right, I'm going to the Rock, then we're doing the tier list, guys. Also, my takes are going to be perfect and irrefutable. GG. Tier list is beginning in literally 2 minutes. I'm grabbing water after this. We're going to the Rock, and tier list begins. Yeah, Prime subs unfortunately do not count. Yeah, it's only tier 1 subs. I'm actually amazed that Amazon hasn't got rid of Twitch Prime, actually. Twitch Prime is, it's a bit rough for poor old Twitch. It's a very good deal for streamers. Basically, it is, well, from Twitch's perspective, it's free money. From Amazon's perspective, it's not, but from Twitch's perspective, it is, which, you know, doesn't look good on their balance book. All right, here we go. I'm on the Rock. Wait, this is the wrong Rock, no? This is unacceptable. I have to go back to the Rock, which I believe is this one. Might as well go to Kick. I mean, technically speaking, yes, but I mean, look, I wouldn't really want to go to Kick, to be honest. You see what goes on there, Nike? It's not a good place. I think I'd go to YouTube. Yeah, I'd go to YouTube, not Kick. Because YouTube's pretty good. Right, now this is the true Rock. All right, we're in. Yes. All right, here we go. Let's go! Just look at percentage from tier 1 and Prime sub. So the bonus percentage I get, Nudge Meme, is for all paid subs. So in other words, I get a better cut from your gifts. So yeah, good news. Better cut from gifted, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. The cut for Prime is not affected by the better Twitch deal. So the Prime subs are always a set value. They're basically 50-50, so $2 most of the time. It depends on the country, though. Like, for example, you know, some countries it will be worth, you know, the Prime sub is worth less than that. In the same way that Tier 1 subs are less, like, you know, there's regional pricing for Tier 1s, but basically the percentage is always the same. For Primes, for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, the percentage is increased by having Partner Plus, right? Yeah. Kuma's arriving? Yeah, I mean, Zindrex is one of the most well-known Kumas. Wait, isn't it? This is just no clothes, isn't it? This is not even the bikini skin. This is just, like, straight up no... Wait, what? Bro, Nudge Meme gives 20 Tier 3 subs. Holy shit. Dude, if only Nudge Meme could solo carry me all the way to Partner Plus, would be nice, wouldn't it? Wait, how many Tier 1 subs is that? Isn't that 100 Tier 1 subs? Yeah, that's level 9 hype train. Guys, I am not going to stall any longer, by the way. Oh, dude, we've got to talk about this as well. I have to make a video about this, especially seeing as, like, I think Renorb did a lot of work to... Renorb and Stormalize have done a lot of work to actually get this on the Hardstuck site. We might have to figure out how to make the scroll bars work a little bit better, but I don't fucking know. Like, it's magic, isn't it? This is fucking cool, man. Oh, dude, does it copies the waypoint? Oh, my God. I almost feel like we can make a little Blish plugin for this. This thing is really fucking good, to be honest. I like this little application a lot. It's very good. Oh, you can... Oh, look at that. You can even jump to time. Wait. Does it work? I'm not sure if it's actually working. But you know what? Doesn't matter. It's still based. Oh, it does work, but you have to maybe... Oh, no. Oh, no. It's fucking good. All right, anyway. I'm closing that for now. I'm bringing up the tier list. What does it do differently than Wiki? So, basically... Oh, dude. Don't fucking stall me. Okay, I have to explain because I brought it up, okay? So... the big difference here, or I guess the functionality, is that it's designed to build a route, okay? So, you know, we can add this, and then it adds it to this little route here, and you can just track it on the left-hand side. We might actually want to have a way that's dedicated to, like, displaying a route, actually, because having it all the way off to the side, we might want to have, like, a pretty version of this so you can see it really clearly, and actually use it when you're in the game. But you can go through, and you can add... all of the events that you want to do, right? And it will give you a little line here that you can follow, right? So it essentially allows you to build your own meta train, essentially. And what's also interesting is that you can set estimates for how long it's going to take. So you can actually, like, build, like, your entire own kind of setup, depending on, like, how quickly you're able to consistently do stuff, like how much time you want to allow. So you can just go through and just build all of this stuff, right? And then, like, make a little train over here. And then it will display the route for you on the right-hand side. Yeah, it's really nice. See, we wanted to create a resource. Well, it's actually fucking crazy. Off the top of my head, I was like, yo, someone should make this. Then Stormalize actually made it, and it looks like, yeah, Stormalize actually gave us permission to adapt it. Basically, you know, take the source code and actually add it onto the Hardstuck website. You can find this on Stormalize's GitHub, by the way, to actually see what the hell's going on here. Like how it actually all works and how it fits together. So big shout out there to Stormalize and of course to Renorb for, I assume, juicing it up to the site there as well. Very fun. Yeah, Hardstuck web development team. Yeah, popping off there, guys. Tier list begins. All right, I'm rehydrating, guys. And then it is actually time. Today's content has arrived. Also, shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. Shout out to YouTube chat. Enjoy this tier list. Alright, here we go. Where Bellerophone gift subs. Level billion hype train. 10 more gifted subs. Love to see that. You'll never dodge these subs forever, guys. I mean, look, some of you were elevated to tier 3. Enjoy that. Praise be to Nudge Meme for making some of you plebs tier 3 subs. An honor that you could only dream of normally. Right. Put it all in D tier. It's not going in D tier, guys. We're not putting everything in D tier. That would be fucking ridiculous. Wait, we have multiple Kumas here. Actually, I tell you what, I'm not doing the rock. I'll go to Janthir. That makes more sense. Right, I'm going to Lowland Shore. We're going to enjoy the ambience there. Invalid location. What do you mean, invalid location? Nice. Huge hype train, though. Love to see that. Cannot be used in combat. Doorway. Wait, I removed it. Travel. I'm not the god of stalling, dude. I just like to be, you know, you got to get the right music to, you know, do the tier list. Has to be set up correctly. All right. Bonus meme, deplete. Can you rate Janthir Wilds yet? It's not really out yet. Yes, I can, and I will. Boom. Let me out. Bring them as well. I mean, look, the Kumas are welcome to follow. Kumas. Whoa. Just drop this here. This is a good place to AFK, I feel like. Gold cloak. Nice. Right, here we go. All right. Are you guys ready for this? Icebrood Saga is better than Soto and Janthir Wilds. Why, by the way, why is the gold cloak just me? Well, kind of like an AI version of me, but with a tree, right? Like with like bark. What's going on there? Wait, why did it put me here? Nice. All right, guys. It's time. The stalling's over. The stalling, my friends, is over. We're not right. Okay, so no, I guess I'll explain. Guys, okay. One question in YouTube. Are you doing a map tier list? Yes, me and Lara are going to do a tier list for every map in the game at some point. So yeah, there you go. That is confirmed, by the way. 2, what is this? This is a tier list for all of the expansions in the game. And actually, I guess we might as well just like leap into it and then we can kind of contextualize it. Okay. This is it. Janthir Wilds is out. It's released. And that means it's tier list time. We're starting off with a banger here. Today, we are going to rate every Guild Wars 2 expansion, including core and all of the Living World seasons, all of like kind of like the other releases, other bits of content alongside all of that. So we're going to rank it all. I will say this is going to be my perspective, by the way. I'm not pretending to be objective. I'm not even sure that you could objectively rank this. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. So this is from my perspective, like how much I enjoyed playing through it, how well that I think that content has held up, how often I'm going to go back to it, right? How much I enjoy playing through it, all that kind of good stuff. That is how this ranking is working. And this is going to be including all game modes. Because I'm a PvX player. I play PvP, PvE, and World versus World. So if PvP sucked, that is going to affect the rating, of course. And of course, if World vs. World is really good, that's also going to affect the rating. So I am going to be evaluating this in all areas of the game throughout. And also a big part of it is going to be about community morale as well. Like how much hype the game had, right? Like at that particular point, like, you know, how exciting that expansion was to play through. All that kind of good stuff. So we're doing the content level, and we're also doing the meta level of the game. So like, was it competitive, right? Like how the community was, like how exciting the launch was, right? In addition to the content as well. Okay, I think I'll just do it in order, actually. We'll just start over here and just go through all of them. I think that makes sense. And of course, we get to place Janthir Wilds last. That makes sense. And I guess that's also in kind of chronological order. We're going to be going through in chronological order. As you can see, we're starting with the core game and ending with Janthir. So, let's get started, shall we? So number one, the core game. This is a really interesting one to me because this was almost, in some sense, and this is usually the case with games, right? Like the peak of the game is usually the launch a lot of the time. There's a couple of notable exceptions, but that's just because like there's so much hype, right? There's so much content going on there. I really want to actually give this a very strong A tier. It had problems. The core game was rocky. You had stuff like culling in World versus World, and PvE was causing like really weird gameplay issues. There wasn't a lot of gameplay. Endgame stuff as well. Like, you don't really have like a proper progression path there as well. Legendaries only had soldier stats on them, right? Like the game was scuffed. There was no PvP leaderboard, no proper reward structure for World versus World and PvP. But man, the game was insanely hype actually. Like I recently played through the open world in the core game, did a full map completion, and you know what? It actually holds up so well, actually. It really, really does. And actually playing through Ara to craft my legendary spear also was like, man, this is actually pretty cool. And yeah, a lot of it has kind of been eroded by power creep a fair bit, but you know what? The core game was kind of fire. Like stuff like Plinks farming, Frostgorge champion train, Queensdale champ train, world bosses, triple trouble. I used to do triple trouble and Tequaddle every day. This honestly probably deserves to be an S tier, actually. I'm promoting it. I'm sorry, guys. It's S tier. Was it perfect? Absolutely not. But I am willing to actually forgive the game for being a little bit scuffed because it was uncharted territory, right? Like Guild Wars 2 brought so many new ideas to the table. Was it handled perfectly? No, but it was the foundation that basically built the game as it is today, right? Like it was this big new thing that launched onto the scene. And yeah, I played the game quite a lot back then. I didn't actually stream in the core game. I didn't really do content creation back then. I was just a player. I played a lot of World versus World, actually. I played my Dagger Celestial Elementalist. Oh, yeah. Love to see that. And yeah, stuff like the World versus World seasons was so hype. You know, I really miss those things. Yeah, they were kind of degenerate, to be honest, but it was pretty cool. You know, the game was just in this primordial, unpolished thing that was just incredible. It was such a blast to play this game for the first time. And yeah, I think a lot of people would say this is kind of nostalgia, in a sense, right? But I would argue that it really wasn't, especially going back and playing it now. I actually really enjoyed doing the map completion. You like seeing all the detail, like all the funny dialogue that's written there, all the interesting events that are going on, like the world bosses, the jumping puzzles. It was good. Yeah, I guess I should not have talked about Triple Trouble here because that didn't exist. That was in Season 1. But, well, we're going to Season 1 next, okay? It's still kind of part of the core game experience, and same with the World versus World season, I guess. But look, the core game in Guild Wars 2 was actually good. It definitely had some scuffed, weird parts about it, but yeah, the game was fun. Like, the classes were really fun to play. World vs. World was really fun to play. Some would even say that it was the peak. Like, this was actually the best, in terms of PvP in World vs. World. I'd probably lean a bit more towards Heart of Thorns, but I think that is a valid take to have. But yeah, and I think that some of the systemic issues really held World versus World back, and PvP, especially around reward structures. There was no proper ranked system for PvP. There was like the most scuffed tournament system in the entire universe that required you to buy tickets to enter, and then you could like win gems out. I don't know what they were thinking. It was not good. And yeah, dungeons were definitely a strong part of the game back then, but that didn't get followed up on particularly well. Overall, like they had to add fractals in, like Ascended Gear came later as well because the progression was kind of off in the game. It was a bit of a fiesta, but it was kind of the good kind of fiesta, to be honest, when it came to the core game. So that is why I do think it earns an S tier, and I would even still maintain that the core game does hold up as well. It lacks in replayability now. A lot of old world bosses haven't aged super well just because the power creep in the game has kind of destroyed them. You know, you look at poor old, you know, the Claw of Jormag, it's having a bit of a rough one. Tequaddle has held up a little bit better, but that's because they specifically buffed that one. But yeah, core game, S tier in my mind. It has to be there. I'm really glad that I replayed it, actually. This is the only expansion I didn't replay on Zero to Hero, actually, because I just, you know, went to the expansion content. But I'm really glad I did, actually. I would have rated this lower, probably, if I hadn't replayed it, because I just wasn't familiar. I didn't really have it fresh in my mind. But now that I have replayed it, and I've done everything, I've, you know, had that full experience, immersed myself in core Guild Wars 2 again, yeah. It actually deserves S tier, to be honest. It absolutely deserves S tier. So Season 1 is up next. Season 1, look, some people have nostalgia goggles for Season 1. Season 1 was scuffed, guys. It was scuffed. I kind of need to think about where I would put this overall. I want to say it's going to go in C tier, to be honest. I do like the remaster, actually. I think the remastered version is a little bit better, but it still is, it is not peak Guild Wars 2, let's put it like that. It had some high points, and, you know, the thing about Season 1 and 2, I think, is that it's interesting as a player looking at it now because you can see they were figuring out what to do. Right, like how are we going to maintain content for the game? They didn't want to do expansions back in the day. Some kind of context here, right? We can have a bit of a history lesson for Guild Wars 2. Like, they wanted to have this thing where they were releasing content every 2 weeks. And guess what? That meant sometimes during a week, like, your gameplay was like pressing F to put up fences alongside a road. It was weird. It was very unusual. And then that content actually got removed from the game permanently until recently when they kind of added it mostly back into the game. There were absolutely some high points. You, of course, you had the world bosses that got added to the game. You had, like, features being added to the game as well. You had something that is incredible, and stuff like this is not practical, but bear in mind, guys, in Season 1, you had temporary events. So, you know, the Karka attacked Lion's Arch. Then you had to go to South Sun Cove, and there was a one-time event. And this is the thing, I will always remember stuff like this, because, you know, back in the day, I didn't have a lot of time to play games, and I had to get up early in the morning, so staying up was, you know, look, even staying up till 10 p.m., that was not easy for me, guys, okay? And I remember staying up late to defeat the ancient Karka to get that precursor and have that one-time experience. So basically, there was a one-time event where you had to battle this mega Karka and then, like, blow it up in a volcano, essentially, and you got a precursor at the end of it. Or you had a very high chance to get a precursor. I got Howl, and then I made Howler out of it years later, actually, but I still did. But that's not the point. The point is that was insane. I would love it if they actually brought that back as well as, like, a, you know, maybe an event once a year, almost like a festival, where you have that one-time experience again. It was incredible. I'll always remember it. I will always remember that it was unplayable because of culling and lag, pretty much. Like, the Karka were invisible, they were one-shotting people, you know, you could barely even play the game because of the insane amount of people that were trying to just blast and get stuff done there as well. But you know what? It was one of those things that, even though it was kind of bad, it was still very, very memorable. And the temporary nature of the content did make it memorable. It's not the best idea in an MMO to have temporary content, but they really wanted to make the game change, right? And have this evolving world. However, the content quality was not the highest, to be honest. Certainly not as good as anything in modern Guild Wars 2, that's for sure. But I do really respect the idea. It was a real attempt at innovation. And that is something that I will really point out in early Guild Wars 2. Man, early Guild Wars 2 was innovative. It really, really was. They brought so many new ideas to the table. We, of course, do still see that in more modern Guild Wars 2, but the early version of Guild Wars 2, it really felt like the sky is the limit, right? They would do anything and just completely throw crazy stuff at you a lot of the time with what they wanted to do with the game. Really interesting. This, of course, was the time when, like, fractals were coming into the game as well. This new type of content. They even, like, reworked fractals, how that worked out. This is, like, the new thing. You got Ascended gear, all this kind of stuff. Man, yeah, very interesting time for Guild Wars 2. But sadly, it does... The quality of that content does have to take it down into C tier, I'm afraid. And also, the refurbished version of this even has a strike mission. It's actually the first strike mission you encounter with the Watch Knights, right? Old Lion's Court. pops up there as well. Pretty cool to see that actually in the game there as well. So good job on ArenaNet to bringing that back into the game. And it's now free as well. It's free to play alongside the core games. You can get a little flavor. But yeah, certainly not up to the standard of modern Guild Wars 2. All right, Season 2. Season 2. It's better. Actually, is it even better than Season 1? It's probably a little bit better, but man, I do not like Season 2, actually. I don't think it's very good. I think it's got to go in C tier alongside Season 1, in my opinion. This was not great, in my opinion. Again, it just really kind of suffered from the quality, I think. If you compare the quality of the storytelling and the actual gameplay of Season 2 compared to anything in modern Guild Wars 2, it is not great. They added new maps, and actually that, I have to give them credit for this. Especially if you look at Silver Wastes. If you look at Silver Wastes, you can see the idea they had for metas forming, right? With the 3 lanes, the mini objective in each lane, fighting off mobs while the other lane does something, and then a boss at the end with 3 different bosses that you have to fight depending on, like, you know, the order that you go in. You can really see them finding where they were going with this, right? And it does deserve credit for that. However, I'm going to say it. Silver Wastes, like Reba farming, is trash. It is non-gameplay. The meta event is okay. Dry Top is scuffed. You know, I guess the music was pretty good, but the story was very light on gameplay. I wasn't that into the story either. I was still playing World versus World. I was just blasting. I was gaming. You guys know how it is. It was a bit rough. It definitely felt like Season 2 was like, okay, we need to gear into an expansion now. We're changing the model a little bit, where we're not doing the insanity of like an update every 2 weeks. And it was pretty clear at this point they were kind of moving into an expansion. And that did kind of get people a little bit juiced up. People were definitely hyped. They dropped this sick HOT teaser at the end of Season 2. Oh man, that was electric. I will admit that. Just because of that, I don't think I can put it above C tier, because again, to be frank, the content is extremely mediocre, but it was pretty hype just because of that, to be honest. It really, really was. Yeah, and wait, Shadow of the Dragon, Bedge? I don't think that was Bedge. Shadow of the Dragon is actually pretty hype. Oh, you guys are maybe making me upgrade this almost. That was kind of cool, actually. Shadow of the Dragon was fairly based. It was pretty good. Although Season 1 had Marionette, I'd say that was comparable, actually. Although, you know, the Marionette was kind of like an open world thing as opposed to like a story event there as well. Oh, man. It actually feels a little bit harsh to put this in C tier. To be honest, I think I've got to actually say it. I think we're going to have to still put them in C tier. But that actually says more about the quality of the other stuff that we're going to be bringing in here, in my opinion, as opposed to these necessarily being like complete trash. It's definitely not the best of Guild Wars 2, but so I can't rate it any higher than this because we need some space here in A and B tier, in my opinion. But I think that says more about how good a lot of this stuff is rather than like, oh yeah, this is like really, really bad. Because Season 2 definitely had its moments. It absolutely did. It had its moments with the hype at the end, like the big boss fight with the dragon there as well. It shadowed the dragon towards the end. It had its moments. All right. Here we go. Finally, some real content. And look, I'm just laying this down. I'm laying this down. Hard on Thorns for me is the absolute peak of Guild Wars 2, not even close. It needs another tier. It does. It's S plus tier. S plus tier. And I'll make it green because HOT is green, yeah. S plus. To be honest, S plus. There's no question about this. PvP was insane fire. You had the Pro League stuff going on. World versus World. Okay, PvP in World versus World had a couple of issues at the start, particularly with Chronomancer in both game modes, actually. The Boon Fiesta in World vs. World, and of course Bunker Chrono in PvP. But once that got sorted out, oh my god. Oh my god. So good. Raids getting dropped like candy. Fractals getting dropped into the game like candy. At the same time, the maps. Oh my god, the maps. The maps are the bedrock of all open world in Guild Wars 2. Insane exploration across the board. Verdant Brink, Auric Basin, Tangled Depths, which is just the best map in the game, to be frank, exploration-wise, and the Chat Garen, the Octovine, the bosses, like the Tetrad on Verdant Brink, the Wyvern, the Matriarch, the Patriarch. I mean, there's just nothing better than this. Dragon Stand. I think Dragon Stand is one of my favorite moments in all of gaming. Like, pushing through those lanes and seeing the mouth of Mordremoth for the first time. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I get chills. I'm getting chills just thinking about how ridiculously good this expansion was. Like, Heart of Thorns, guys, is not just the best Guild Wars 2 expansion. Heart of Thorns is one of the best expansions for any MMO ever made, and it is, yeah, easy. I put HOT against any expansion, okay? Any expansion for any game, right? You want to put that against Burning Crusade, Wrath, Vanilla, Legion, right? Any of them. And anything in Final Fantasy, anything in any game. HOT stands toe-to-toe with that, no problem. And it dominates most of them, if I'm being real, guys. It absolutely does. Then we haven't even talked about elite specs. Elite special, and look at those elite specs. Oh my god. Herald, Reaper, Scrapper, Chronomancer, Druid. Oh. Okay, Daredevil is a little bit questionable, okay? But, you know, it's decent roleplay at the very least. You know, Berserker, Tempest. It's just... Dragon Hunter. Yeah, I mean, Dragon Hunter is, you know, I mean, it's all right. Yeah. It's not the worst. But yeah, it has got some of the best elite specs in the game that have aged the best. Reaper. Oh, Reaper. I mean, Reaper is my favorite elite spec of all time, in my opinion, in Guild Wars 2. Reaper is just fantastic. It really is. And it just brought this brand new, fresh take on the game with elite specializations. You had gliding, which was actually kind of cool. Gliding, I don't mind. You know, it's a pretty good one, I think. Desert Borderland was a little bit questionable. We don't talk about that. Okay, that was, and Stronghold. I mean, look, they tried, okay? They tried. It's not perfect. You know, HOT wasn't perfect. And I guess we could complain about it as well, in this regard, because I will say this. If you are a story player, the start of HOT was rough. And I acknowledge that, and I admit that as a flaw, okay? At the start of HOT, it was raids, fractals, PvP, world versus world, big open world content, Dragon's End, Octovine, Auric Basin, grinds, right? Like, big group content. And I love that. That's the kind of stuff that I love in MMOs and in gaming. And I will completely acknowledge that the story actually wasn't that great. Especially when I replayed it on Zero to Hero, the story is fairly mediocre, if I'm being honest, playing through that. And again, there was a content drought at the start of HOT. It was a long time before we actually got to Season 3. It was mostly raids and fractals, and of course, the PvP and world versus world stuff that was going on at the start of HOT. But for me, Heart of Thorns is just beyond anything else the game has ever released. Easily the peak of the game for me. Some of my best memories are playing world versus world with my guild in Heart of Thorns, playing the raids of my guild in Heart of Thorns, and, you know, playing PvP and so on as well in this game. This was, in my opinion, peak Guild Wars 2 for me in every area that I really feel strongly about. Like, the hype was insane for this. This is where all of those Colin Johansson hype train memes coming from. It was like the first expansion. It landed with a massive explosion, added so much to the game. So much to the game. It really did. And all of it was fantastic. Like, all of the content, all the updates was just incredible. It was peak content for the game, and again, you can see how well it's aged. Like, it breaks my heart to see how brutal the power creep has been to Dragon's End in particular, and a lot of the other meta events, but they still hold up with their gameplay. They're still some of the most commonly run content to this day because of how much people enjoy them and how relevant they actually stay. So Heart of Thorns is just S+. It honestly, maybe even S++, right? Like, it genuinely does feel to me like a step above anything the game has ever released in terms of like how insanely good this expansion really was. I would always recommend players start here, and I would actually love to see this kind of be part of a very core new player experience in Guild Wars 2, because Heart of Thorns to me is a perfect representation of everything that is good about this game. It really is. Yeah, we haven't even talked about the music, but yeah, the music in HT is insane. It is so good. Like, the maps are insane visually, awesome exploration, awesome music, awesome NPCs, awesome everything. I admit it, I simp for Heart of Thorns, guys. It is the God expansion. It is the God expansion, to be frank. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do I have anything else to say about HOT? I don't think so, actually. I think we've said enough. Okay, so next up is going to be Season 3. And Season 3, I actually view as a bit more favorable than I think many people would. I feel like Season 3 actually gets itself into A tier. Because you had the raids coming out. Wait, was that wait, I think that, yeah, there was still a raid in Season 3, right? Yeah, there absolutely was. And you know what? The maps are really cool. Like, they didn't go into adding metas to them. They had bosses on them. And actually, I think it's really worth, talking about this here as well. These maps were very replayable on launch because they were basically the only reliable way to get Ascended Trinkets. So one of the best ways to get Ascended Trinkets was by grinding these maps. So they were very relevant. They're not relevant anymore. They actually have been obsoleted by more modern gear acquisition methods, but these were mega replayable on launch. That is worth noting with this. But it has some of the most beautiful maps ever made. I know some people are scarred by Aurora on Draconis Mons, but Draconis Mons for me is one of the best maps in the game. I think it is a absolute feast from an environmental perspective. And a lot of the maps are Bloodstone Fen, Ember Bay, Bitterfrost. Okay, it looks pretty good, bit unfinished. Get those Team 3 memes in here as well. Like Lake Doric, yeah, that one's all right too. A lot of people love that stuff. People are like, oh, we're so hyped for Lake Doric. It was okay. Siren's Landing, boom! Slamming that epic jump also. We got Chalice of Tears in there. We got Searing Ascent. That one's not that good on Draconis Mons. But everything else is pretty good. Season 3 was really good. The story was very solid here as well. It kind of had that political intrigue to it, I would say. We had this new model of patches coming every 3 months or so. They continued to add extra content. It did slow down a little bit when it came to raids here, of course, but that's because, you know, well, you know, Wings 1 through 3 didn't go super hot, if we're being honest here in terms of player retention overall. But yeah, Season 3 is definitely up there. I think very, very strong. Flubbed the story a little bit with the Balthazar fake out at the end, but okay, we can deal with that. You know, like, it is what it is, my friends. It absolutely is what it is with this stuff. Yeah, Season 3, good. Definitely has lost some of its replayability, but I will say this. I think that some of the replayability can actually be brought back to these maps, because I really enjoyed it when ArenaNet did like the Season 3 rush. So they had like a bonus week where everyone was doing Season 3. And I was actually really surprised at how much I enjoyed going back to those maps and playing them again, actually. It was very, very high tier, actually. It was absolutely some high tier stuff. And yeah, I think, yeah, the chat is pointing this out. This Season 3, I think you guys are correct in this. I believe that these releases, yeah, Nightmare Fractal and the Shattered Observatory Fractal were in Season 3. Which, again, some would say are the best fractals the game has ever released in terms of group content. And honestly, I'd be inclined to agree with that. And of course, it had Wing 4, and then it was Bastion of the Penitent. Yeah, Bastion of the Penitent with Season 3, and so was Nightmare Fractal and Shadow Observatory. Chaos, I believe, was basically right at the end of HOT, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no. Wait, Chaos Fractal was on the launch of Season 3, actually. Interesting. Yes, there were no fractals in HOT. It was only raids. There we go. Look, I've got the timeline up on my other screen here, guys, so we can go through this stuff. But yeah, and then you had like kind of the Omega Fractal trio kind of coming in with Season 3 as well. But yeah, it's crazy. And yeah, those fractals obviously have been power crept, but I mean, look, that's just the name of the game, right? That's how it goes. But yeah, Season 3, extremely high tier, A tier. All right, Path of Fire. This is going to be my most controversial take, in my opinion. And a lot of that is because of my personal experience. So before I rate this, I want to give context. Path of Fire killed my entire community. And yeah. So Path of Fire basically ended the era of the game where ArenaNet wanted to focus a lot on PvP. They wanted to do world versus world stuff, and they wanted to do, like, I guess, keeping the game not insane. Path of Fire ended all of that. It added elite specializations that annihilated PvP and world versus world. Scourge, Firebrand, Mirage. It kind of just eviscerated a lot of the things that I really like about Guild Wars 2, to be honest. Which did not feel good whatsoever. And yeah, this was actually the point where I kind of lost my community. Yeah, Spellbreaker as well. Yeah, almost everyone I was playing with at the time quit with Path of Fire. And that's not to say it didn't have great things. I mean, mounts obviously are incredible, right? And I think, you know, I have amazing memories. I was actually, you know, I was kind of there trying to figure out where the Griffin was. I was part of, you know, the Griffin hunt, right, to find that on. That was incredible. And the map's beautiful. Like, the soundtrack, incredible, right? Visually insane, like really cool maps to explore around, but it really lacked the replayability. You didn't have metas on these, really. Not really. There weren't, like, open world bosses. Bounties were kind of scuffed with this. The story was solid. It was definitely the strongest narrative that ArenaNet had delivered in an expansion package. That is for sure. It was really impressive, very cinematic, really setting the tone for Season 4, which, of course, by the way, one of the key things about Path of Fire that didn't go well in HOT was there was no content drive. It was expansion, then bam, right into Season 4. And mounts were fun. They absolutely were. But mounts came with a price, and that price was that it destroyed the integrity of old content. All of that exploration in HOT and core became way less relevant because you could just jump over stuff and run past everything. The world became less dangerous, less combat focused, and, you know, the open world in Path of Fire really reflected that as well. So, as much as I hate to say it, I'm not... For me, this has to be B tier, to be honest. It does. This has to be B tier for me, I think. I don't think I can give it any higher than that, because this was where I really started to have difficulties with the game, and some of the things about the game, some of the things about the game really moved away from my interest. Like, you know, I became less of a focus for the game's development, and I definitely felt like way more of an afterthought, right? As a player, right? And it was very clear that the game was going in a direction that was not going to cater to me, which is fine, right? It's ArenaNet's game. They can do with it as they see fit. But it definitely was sad for me. It was, you know, because let's actually get a little bit, you know, let's get a little bit real here for a moment. You know, when I was playing Heart of Thorns, it was honestly some of the best times of my life in terms of gaming. And in terms of, like, social with my friends, with my guild. And I felt like it was going to last forever. You know? I really did. And I wanted it to last forever. And then it didn't. You know, and that was a shock. You know, that was a big shock for me. And that was hard. That was, I'll admit that. You know, I'm not gonna deny it. That was hard for me. It was. It was. It really was. And despite it, you know, being a fantastic expansion in many ways, and I think that, you know, for many people, and by the way, I'd love to see other people's tier lists on this. Would love to see what you guys think of this. For many people, I think Path of Fire will be rated, and correctly so, very highly, actually. You know, I think that there are many very good reasons to like this, especially if you're a story-driven player, if you're a player who really loves the exploration features and mounts, of course, and all that kind of stuff. But for me, yeah, Path of Fire was pretty brutal because World vs. World became way less fun. PvP became way less fun. Power creep kind of made a lot of stuff less fun for me as well. Did add Heal Scourge, though, so there, you know, every card's got a silver lining, right? Basically the strongest build in all of eternity was added to the game. Love to see that. Very, very cool. And that was fun. I'll admit that. It was fun. And, you know, I did still enjoy it, right? You know, this is kind of when I played a lot of PvP, actually. I started playing PvP a bit more hardcore. Because I kind of lost interest in PvE during this game mode, and I didn't really have a guild to play World vs. World with, so I played a lot of PvP, actually. Me and Nico, we were duo queuing to Legend multiple times. We were playing Power Herald and Blood Scourge, the most disgusting duo combo of all time, grinding the ladder. So I'll admit that was fun. That was very, very cool. But yeah, especially in terms of competition, this is where the game really, the game became a lot less competitive focus. This is when kind of like the end of the esports era, and the game, a lot of these competitive, more hardcore communities started to die and started to dissolve, which obviously is something that I wasn't super happy about. But anyway, let's move on. I think that's kind of expressed kind of most of my thoughts on Path of Fire. Okay, Living Story Season 4. Now, the raids in Season 4 are really good. And the narrative in Season 4 is very high tier. Now, here's the thing. I think there are some major downsides of Season 4. Season 4 was where I really feel like a lot of the open world content in Season 4 became incredibly formulaic, actually. I did not like the open world in Season 4 at all. Much less interesting, in my opinion, than Season 3. They did have a bit more, like, replayability baked into them, but I was not a huge fan of the open world bosses and kind of, like, the replayability there. In terms of, you know, as usual, in terms of a visual design, they were really good. And I think the storytelling is some of the strongest here in Season 4 as well, overall in the expansion. I think I would give this, like, a very solid A tier. I think it's overall... Oh... I'm not sure if it's better than Season 3, to be honest. For me, it might not be, because of just, like, the state of the game. This was kind of the beginning of the Despair arc, in my opinion, especially after Corner. Like, Istan was definitely good. Sandsort Isles was definitely good. After that, it fell off pretty hard, in my opinion, in terms of maps. But the writing was really cool. It was a little bit of a low energy time. And the raids are some of the best in the game. Wing 5, Wing 6, Wing 7, especially that Wing 5 with Doom CM. Wing 6 with Kadim CM as well. Really strong raid content. They kind of got into their stride almost with making things a bit more challenging, a bit more intense, a bit more complicated mechanically as well. So you can really see, like, what they want to do here. And, you know, when it came to Season 4, they wanted to make the movie game. They wanted to create this cinematic universe to draw you in, and they succeeded in that. They absolutely did. You know, the Joko arc, really, really cool. Some of those memorable story in the game, of course. And the Kralga Turret went okay, but I don't know. I know some people like Dragonfall. I think Dragonfall for me, and I can explain why I don't like the open world. Dragonfall is the perfect encapsulation of why I did not like Season 4 open world, guys. It's because it was so anticlimactic. You're fighting an Uber Dragon, and you beat him down by, like, popping pimples on him. Like, dude, come on. What's going on? It was so underwhelming in terms of the actual encounter design. Like, the actual gameplay did not match up. You know, you have this crazy, one of the best tracks in the entire game, which is Kralkatoric's theme. It is a absolutely breathtaking track of music. And it's just blasting at you while you're just jumping and, like, basically attacking blisters. It's like, what are we doing, dude? What is going on here? We needed that Dragon's End, Dragon Stand, Su-1 encounter, but it just did not connect there. So, you know, it's funny, actually. The open world is what let me down in Season 4, I think. Story, good. Raids, good. They even kind of toned down some of, like, the really oppressive classes in PvP and World vs. World a little bit. Just bear in mind, guys, at the start of Path of Fire, Scourge could hit 20 targets. Yeah. In World vs. World, you could corrupt 20 targets, 2 boons each, every 4 seconds in World vs. World. You could actually just solo carry, like, 1v10 with, like, Scourge builds and Spellbreaker builds, all this kind of insane stuff there. So, oh, yeah. Season 4 also added the Beetle. Because, you know, it's funny. Everyone always kind of shits on Corner for being one of the worst maps in the game, which, by the way, it is. But it added the Roller Beetle, so it gets its redemption there. Skyscale was a mistake, guys. Skyscale was not good. We all know that. That's a fact. Full flying mounts are no good. Griffin is based. Roller Beetle, based. Skyscale, cringe. Boom! That's how it is. We absolutely love to see that in that regard. But yeah, Season 4... It's honestly not bad. Definitely one of the strongest things. And I do want to talk about this, guys. This will be hard to encapsulate if you weren't there, but Season 4, guys, felt like the end of Guild Wars 2. It felt like There's a reason why people called it maintenance mode. Morale in the community was insanely low. Almost zero communication from ArenaNet whatsoever. So we heard nothing. Like, you felt like everything you were saying fell on deaf ears to the company. Like, you felt ignored. And, you know, it really goes to show you how much better it is now, right? The contrast between this version of ArenaNet and current Arena under Grouch, it's completely different. It's a massive change for the better. But in Season 4... it felt like it was over, man. It really felt like we were crumbling to dust. And by the way, our fears were not unfounded. There was a, shall we say, a spicy dismissal of an employee, and they actually kind of leaked a couple of things on Twitter, actually, that they were instructed to write the story as a potential end, right? They could have, they were seriously considering going maintenance mode on the game. At this point, they were actually thinking about doing that. They obviously did not do that. Like, NCSoft basically gave them a bit of a kick up the arse and told them to make EOD. But it felt like the end, and the devs were thinking about that. There's a reason why people were demoralized during Season 4. There's a reason why people felt very anxious about the future of the game. And that we haven't even talked about Icebrood Saga yet, guys, right? We haven't even got to that yet. But it was something, right? It was definitely, it was something in that regard. And yeah, I guess actually we should talk about tournaments, actually, because I would say one of the highlights, in fact, probably one of the biggest highlights of my entire career, maybe even the highlight, you know, the thing that I'm always going to be chasing, are the series of raid tournaments culminating in, that was in Season 4, right, with the Elitist Raiding Party 3, which at the time was an insane success, guys. Like, it had 17,000 live viewers. It was pretty much like the most watched community tournament ever, I think, in Guild Wars 2. 17,000 viewers watching this, and the script. The script for that raid tournament was insane, and there were so many people involved. It was... so many people donated, so many people were there supporting it and, like, being involved in, like, creating the trailer. It was... it felt like the grand finale of the Guild Wars 2 PvE scene. And, you know, in many ways it was. I think it gave a lot of people closure to move on from the game, and a lot of people did, actually, after that tournament. And that's kind of a sad thing, but it was also unbelievably glorious at the same time. It really was. Elitist Raiding Party 3. What a legendary event. I can only hope that we'll ever be able to kind of match something as insanely epic as that in the community at some point in the future. You know, it's definitely tough to beat. Definitely tough to beat. And you know what, guys? This is actually out of order. Like, we've got End of Dragons here, but we have to actually do the Icebrood Saga. And you know what, guys? I'm actually going to slam you guys with a little bit of a hot take. The start of Icebrood Saga was genuine some of the best story content they have actually done. It's absolutely at the top of A tier, in my opinion. It is. It is. It's up there. I think you could even make an argument for S tier. You could make that argument. Grothmar, and then Bjora Marches Part 1 and 2. Drakkar as a world boss, right? And a really interesting plot with some fantastic villains, right? I would say the best villain, or serious villain, that they have ever done is Jormag. The characterization of Jormag is fantastic. It is and Bangar. Bangar and Jormag, wow. I think I might have to put this in S tier. I might have to do it, guys. I really could. I don't think it's as good as the core game, but I think it actually is, for me, a bit of a step up, actually, above Season 4. Oh, no. It didn't have raids. It didn't have raids. It didn't have raids, so I think it has to stay here. But it is actually really good. But if someone put it in S tier, you could. But we'll put it in A tier. It also added strike missions, which was, in my opinion, a very promising way to add some endgame content. It had its flaws. They were trying to do this whole difficulty ramp thing instead of difficulty settings. That doesn't work. They figured that out now, but only it took them a couple of years, but not a good idea. But they were good. You know, Bone Skinner, classic. Whisper of Jormag, classic, if not, you know, a little bit buggy. Then you've got Cold War and Forging Steel. Less classic, but, they exist. They absolutely do. In there as well. Maps, very solid again. Grothmar, kind of this chill experience. And Grothmar, by the way, very clearly inspired Lowland Shore, which is one of, Lowland Shore now in Janthia Wilds, one of the best maps in the game in terms of the kind of peak Guild Wars 2 design there. You can really see its influence there for sure. So a pretty good start over there. Yeah, the masteries were lame as hell in Icebrood Saga, but honestly, look, masteries were scuffed, okay? Like, I'm not a mastery enjoyer overall. I'm not really into that. Yeah, it's funny. Like, the Icebrood Saga did have some pretty weird moments in it. Because bear in mind, everyone was, like, mega hyped about, like, this is it. This is the redemption arc for Guild Wars 2. And I remember they did this 48-hour hype countdown, basically. And then it was the most brutal presentation I have ever seen. And I want to be very clear, I'm not speaking ill of this developer, actually, but it was just Mike Z, who is one of the nicest, best developers ever. I actually had an opportunity to speak to him at Gamescom one time, and honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like he really got the short end of the stick with being handed Guild Wars 2. He was the basically the game director at this time. He got really handed the short end of the stick, in my opinion, with this. He did not look comfortable on stage whatsoever, which is a real shame because I've spoken to him personally, actually, and he is a guy who was, like, really switched on, actually. He knew about the game. In fact, Mike Z is he's kind of the guy who was talking about, like, the damage numbers and about how, like, a good Guild Wars 2 player does, like, 10x of, like, a normal Guild Wars 2 player, right? In terms of performance. Like, he was switched on. He knew what he was talking about. But I think he just... Not the right time and place for poor old Mike Z, I'm afraid. This was a rough time in the game's history. Because the thing is, they had this mega hype announcement, and then they didn't say anything. They basically said, oh yeah, there's, like, Living World coming. Icebrood Saga, right? Like, yeah, here it comes, guys. Big hype. And the thing is they really undersold it. They undersold it so much. They actually had some really cool features coming as, like, some really cool content being added to the game in Icebrood Saga, but they just did not sell it. The trailer was pretty cool, though, actually. I love what they did with Jormai's characterization there, actually, in the trailer. It was pretty damn hype, actually. But they just did not... Yeah, they spent half the time talking about the game, made a couple of jokes about nobody playing PvP in World versus World, okay? Promised alliances that ended up not existing for, like, another 4 years or something. And then actual Sith Lord, okay, marketing guy wafted on looking like Darth Maul, okay, wearing a poncho, talking about Funko Pops and how you can buy the soundtrack on Tidal. It's, seriously, that presentation is the kind of thing that marketing teachers tell their students, like, as, like, a bedtime story while they're tucking them into bed, right? Like, ooh, you better be good. You better be a well-behaved student. You better do your homework on time, or you're going to end up like that, right? That's going to happen to you if you don't do it. Like, if you don't eat up all of your vegetables and be a big, strong marketer, that's going to happen to you, okay? Yeah. that was rough. Oh my God. That was brutal. But this is the really sad thing, is that Icebrood Saga does have a bad rap. Like, the map content was actually good. The story was really solid and well written, to be honest. Like, the visuals, the graphics, the bone skinner, right? It was actually really solid. Some of the best content they've added. I will say, I've got to complain about this, guys. They really hyped up the Bone Skinner in one of their streams, and then it was, like, barely involved in the story and was just kind of like a side event. I wish they'd made the Bone Skinner the focus, actually. It would have been so good. Oh, no. Yeah, Roy actually went there as well. No. Yeah, Roy actually went there in person before he worked at ArenaNet to see this presentation because he was expecting for this, like, mega hype, and then, like, oh, no, that was so brutal. Oh, yeesh. You hate to see that, guys. You absolutely hate to see that. Okay, I think that's enough of Icebrood Saga. Did I miss anything about Icebrood Saga? They did add Sunquar Peak as well, right? They did Sunquar Peak. That was a good fractal on CM, actually. It's one of the better fractal CMs. Very good. Shame it's only one boss, but pretty good. But I think, guys, I believe it's about time to talk about why Icebrood Saga has such a bad reputation. Introducing, this tier list specifically separates these two things for actually a couple of reasons. Not just because I rather like the start of Icebrood Saga, but also for another reason that we are going to talk about here. Introducing Icebrood Saga champions. So, Icebrood Saga was split into two very distinct parts, and I kind of want to explain why a little bit. So, ArenaNet were basically forced to stop doing Icebrood Saga. The original plan was to essentially, for want of a better word, put the game on the back burner while they were working on other projects. And I guess that's actually some really important context to talk about that was going on. We don't know the full details on this, but ultimately, guys, somewhere after Path of Fire, ArenaNet stopped focusing on Guild Wars 2. To be frank, to put it, to put it bluntly. They were very much looking to develop other games, and work on their next major project. And Guild Wars 2 essentially was on the back burner, and the main focus of the studio was developing other things. And by the way, that's another reason why people were despairing in Season 4. And Icebrood Saga was that plan. Icebrood Saga was the way that they were going to keep adding content to the game at a lower budget while they were working on these other projects. However, the other projects did not work out, putting it mildly. And this led to Mike O'Brien leaving the company to form his own studio, Manorworks, who are now working on Bird Simulator as their first game. And, a lot of, unfortunately, very tragically, layoffs at the company. NCSoft basically, well, I mean, I guess we don't explicitly know that, but yeah, NCSoft swung the axe and said, actually, no, make an expansion. And that is exactly what happened. Now, the casualty of war here was the Icebrood Saga dropping off a cliff. Okay, and yeah, it didn't go well. So when they were developing Icebrood Saga, they had to basically stop doing that and make EOD. But here's the issue. They hadn't finished the story. And this is my theory, by the way. And I've got a good reason to believe this. We can't get into that too much, but we'll give the summary. Icebrood Saga, in my mind, theoretically, was going to be one season focusing on Jormag, one season focusing on Primordus, then one season focusing on the climax, right? The conflict between these two groups, right? So they had to compress 2 seasons into 1 episode. And they had to wrap that story up with Primordus and Jormag in a couple of months, as opposed to a couple of years. So how do you guys think that went? Oh yeah, it went absolutely catastrophically. We didn't even talk about COVID. Oh no. Yeah, COVID also soured people on Icebrood Saga because they didn't have any voice acting, by the way, for some of the stuff in Drizzlewood Coast, some of the later episodes. And even though the content was good, it was like the Drizzlewood stuff, Drizzlewood Coast episodes, there was no voice acting because of COVID. Oh no. Oh, and that really made it worse too. Oh, that was just rotten luck, to be honest. That was, oh boy, that was rough. But yeah, anyway, Icebrood Saga was a complete disaster. They butchered the lore, and this was actually one of the first times, by the way, where story players were upset with Guild Wars 2. This is actually really important, by the way, because when I've been describing my complaints about Path of Fire, and Season 4, for example, this is very important to note. I am not a story player. I am gameplay only. And all throughout the game's history, story players, I would say, were pretty happy about the game. Everyone was, pretty happy about Guild Wars 2. It was gameplay players who were typically getting a bit more upset. Me, like, the Scourge has messed up PvP. Oh, Mirage. Yeah, it was that what was going on, right? Icebrood Saga was when the story players first felt the pain. In my opinion, they got brutalized because the lore was scuffed. You had a very silly climax to the story. Primordus and Jormag got nuked off the face of the earth instantaneously. Basically, they had to do dragon response missions, some of the most scuffed content in the game to express the story. Like, I honestly didn't even hate DRMs that much because they actually did a decent job of designing some relatively interesting bosses there. But, I mean, yeah, I can't defend them that much. They were a bunch of, like, chores into an escort quest, into facing a boss. Definitely not the best Guild Wars 2 has ever done. No more open world content, really, because they had to compress it into story instances and reuse old maps, which was honestly a pretty cool idea at the time, but it was a very, a resource-dependent kind of economical decision. Ooh. Oh, man. I mean, at least Dragonstorm is good for farming gold, but that's the best I can give it. Like, I think when Champions dropped, this was absolute despair. Like, I think people lost hope. Yeah, even Wood and Potatoes, even the big dog, even he broke. And I think this was definitely one of those moments where a lot of people disconnected from the game a little bit because of how hard and how aggressively this did not go well in terms of the story. And also, you know, this is unfair, but when you have this type of instability at the company with the layoffs, right? Like with this mass, you know, we're going through game directors like we're, you know, with, I don't know, like nobody's business, right, at this point. When stuff like that is happening, it shakes people's confidence. And bear in mind, we'd had very little communication from ArenaNet. ArenaNet didn't announce they were working on unannounced projects, and then this all came out. Like, this felt, I'll admit this felt like a betrayal, right? When all of that information came out that, they were working on other projects, Guild Wars 2 was on the back burner, without telling us, the players, that felt like a betrayal, yeah? And community morale, absolutely through the floor. People felt like it was over, you know? And that is why I think this has to be our first D tier. This was one of the worst parts of the game's history, maybe even the worst and darkest part of the game's history. It was not good. The content quality was not good. The morale was not good. The future of the game did not look good. It really, really did not look good whatsoever. If I'm being real here, it wasn't good. Bit of a history lesson for you guys there as well when it came to Champions. Maybe some of you guys kind of find that interesting there with kind of what's going on there. And yeah, I honestly, I really, really feel for Mike Z. I actually do want to give a moment to actually praise Mike Z, who was the game director at the time. I would have loved to have seen what he would have done with the Guild Wars 2 in a better time in the game's history. Like, that's what I can say. I think he was a super passionate, highly engaged developer, to be honest. But, yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Let us move on here, guys. Oh, you know, we actually have some more context here. So, what happened with Ender Dragon? So, there was this glimmer of hope. There is an expansion coming. I remember this. We had the big news. We had that blog post. We knew that End of Dragons was coming. And this was the beginning of the ArenaNet transparency arc. This helped a lot. One, look, everyone loves Guild Wars 1 factions. Everyone loves Cantha because everyone's a weeaboo, okay? And this was the break in case of emergency button. And oh boy, did ArenaNet break it. Well, yeah, this is the Grouch arc of the game, who's the current game director. Someone I respect a lot. And I think, realistically, I think the best game director the game's ever had, actually. And that should kind of tell you where this is going, in my mind. But the big thing here was the communication. It was a big blog post that said, hey guys, we're working on an expansion, and that means there's not going to be a lot of content for a while. And there was essentially a 1-year content drought. But you know what? They figured out something clever here. They basically said, everyone gets a free legendary and a free precursor for the next expansion. You got a legendary amulet. And they said, oh yeah, we're going to give you guys every bit of content for free if you log in. And every couple of weeks, we're going to give you, you know, some story content for free, essentially. If you haven't already got it. They went all the way through from Season 2 all the way through to Iceberg Saga, to the end of the game. And every couple of weeks, there was this big event, and you had to go back, do achievements, and completing all these achievements. You can still do them in the game now. It's called, you know, it's one of the best ways to get a new legendary as a player. Get started on your legendary journey, and you could get this trinket, right? You can get the Champion's Regalia, right? For doing this, you get a full legendary amulet. Really cool. And you know what? It was a mega brain move, because it got people hyped. The Cantha hype was there. And EOD managed to actually, like, rise from the ashes, to be honest, of like the depths of despair. And EOD was insanely, yeah, this is when they brought back Season 1. They brought back Season 1 here as well. during this, that was kind of like the content they were developing. Season 1 started coming back. They had the return of Season of the Dragon stuff there, the Return 2 achievements kind of getting into the mix. It was a galaxy brain idea from ArenaNet in my mind. It really got the community excited. And you know what? I was there with that, obviously. And you know, it was actually one of the most fun times in the game. Seriously, it really was in terms of actually playing through the content, because it just felt exciting, you know, like having these little events there. And we still see those with rushes. Those rushes are really fun. I almost wish they did them more frequently in the open world, actually. I hope to see them kind of make content like this a bit more rotational to keep it fresh, keep it relevant in the future, because it was actually a fun time in the game. Felt pretty exciting, especially now that we knew that Guild Wars 2 was kind of back, right? This is when we were getting messaging like, oh yeah, we're going to communicate with you guys more. We're going to actually focus on Guild Wars 2 again, right? The projects are gone. We got a new game director. Let's go. And yeah, EOD was mega hype. And EOD is S tier. End of Dragons is S tier. It is up there with the core game, in my opinion. Big step up above Path of Fire. Launched with 4 strike missions, which were actually good, by the way. Mitrin, 8th Blade Hideout, Anka, Kaining Overlook. On launch. 4 strike missions on launch, guys, by the way. And the best world boss they have ever added by far, from an encounter design perspective, actually. It was very good. To be honest, and that is Dragon's End. Now, it was not without its flaws. Obviously, Dragon's End caused a bit of community friction, but doing Dragon's End on launch, working with my community and the community to figure out how to take down this boss, the hardest world boss they've ever made, it was incredible. Unforgettable experience. The elite specs were scuffed. They were absolutely scuffed. But you know what? It was still okay. We added mech into the game. The God Emperor, Solar, was running balance and made the game worse in multiple ways, actually. But that, honestly, that's a talk for another video, guys, okay? Look, I'll give you guys a little tease, okay? Like, we could do an entire video about the Solar arc, okay? In that regard. But, yeah, really good open world maps and bosses. Kaining Overlook, bit of a miss, but Saitung, really good. Echavold, I quite like that one. Good boss there. And Dragon's End, fantastic world boss. Maybe a little bit long as an overall meta event, and like having a full map entirely oriented on the meta was a bit much in my opinion, but the boss really made up for it in my opinion. It's just so good. It really was. And then, of course, bear in mind, within End of Dragons, we had the challenge modes, and they actually ramped it up. We had actual hard fights. Guild Wars 2 PvE had always been relatively easy, especially Wing 7. People were really down about Wing 7, because Wing 7 was kind of easy, even on challenge mode, felt very unfinished. But EOD brought it back with some really solid challenge modes, and even fun additional challenge, like Anka, like Giga challenge mode, right? With, you know, not killing the shades, so the boss takes less damage and does more damage. HDCM, the first actual hard boss in the game, was added as well during all of this. Kaining Overlook CM, also a really good quality boss. Gotta roast it for the bugs. I've gotta roast it for the bugs here. Not good. This was a buggy-ass expansion. It really was, and it has not aged well in some areas. I think basically all of the End of Dragon strike missions, except for Anka. I think Anka works pretty well, but every other one has severe game-breaking bugs in it, which, I mean, I think we have to call that out a little bit, to be honest. And some of the open world was a bit scuffed. It wasn't quite up to that usual ArenaNet standard of polish, I think. The story was okay. I think it was a good ending to the End of Dragon saga there as well. And I actually really liked the introduction of, like, the Jade Tech, like the Jade Tech aesthetic, alongside that music that kind of really sells you End of Dragons, was absolutely spectacular. You've got to think about the Suwon music by Lena Rain is just wow. So good. For me, End of Dragons was good. And End of Dragons also, I've got to call this out. I called ArenaNet out for ruining World vs. World in PvP. This was where they started to bring it back. Grouch, game director. He's a bit of a PvP fan. Loves himself some World vs. World. He streams his Weaver gameplay. Mains Elementalist, guys. This was when we started actually balancing World vs. World a little bit. And making the game better. Right? In these areas, we started to look at core systems a bit more, and all of the scuffed stuff with Guild Wars 2 started to become unscuffed. It was when we started looking at Guild Wars 2 as a complete package, not just as a one-off thing that moves on into the future. We started thinking about maintaining the game overall, and that was where essentially the idea for the new expansion model was born. It absolutely was. So yeah, Ender Dragons, absolutely S tier. It's a must play. Really, really, really good. I want to be clear here. I'm not saying that either is better. I actually think it's really hard to compare Core and EOD because the game is so different now that they almost try to do different things. The Core game was very exploration focused, whereas EOD is more modern, so it has much more of a gameplay focus, especially the open world maps there. I wouldn't say that either of these is better than the other because they are so different, right? Like Guild Wars 2 has evolved so much over the years that I would give them both S tier, but I can't say, oh yeah, one is better than the other. To be honest. But yeah, there we go. Okay. Do I want to say anything more about EOD? I don't think so. I guess the other thing was that there wasn't a lot of content outside. After the expansion, there wasn't a lot of content outside of gameplay stuff and balance stuff. So that is worth calling out. There was no Living World season. There's another thing lurking down here, but, well, we'll talk about that in just a moment. Okay. Oh, yeah, it added Gen 3 legendaries, actually. These are cool, especially the legendary fairs. That was actually a really cool reward structure. And it did a great job with Gen 3 legendaries, actually. Yeah, they really did. Yeah. They also did add the Kanaksai fractal, but look, we don't talk about that, okay? Let's not discuss that, guys, okay? Yeah, we don't need to talk about that. Right. So, moving on. We have the conclusion of End of Dragons. What lies beneath? Now, look. Let me read this. I must applaud ArenaNet. The tunnel made me realize my expectations for Guild Wars 2 weren't actually at zero like I thought. I swore I was immune. But this might be the thing to actually make me quit. Now, I stand ready for the cleansing nuke of the tunnel. Though I may not survive it, I will accept it, to become one with the dirt and foster any entirely new cycle of growth. This is a Guild Wars 2 player's ultimate calling. It is time. That is how people responded to this update. Yeah. I mean, look, I think people were maybe expecting a little bit too much, realistically, but this was not good. It really did not work out well whatsoever. This, unfortunately, has to go to D tier, I think. To us, it's got to go to D tier. It is some of the worst content in the game. Maybe it actually deserves to be in C tier. It's better than Champions. Nah, it's better than Champions, actually. It's going in low C tier, I think, actually. Yeah, dude, look, the Fractal arc is rough. Silent Surf is pure despair. It was basically a strike mission they turned into a Fractal. Oof. Yeah, that was not good. That really, really was not good. But yeah, I'm actually going to put it into C tier. Because, you know what? Hear me out, guys. The first half of Guyala Delves, the map, is actually quite good. The part that sucks is the tunnel, and that is the second half. The first part of Guyala is not that bad. It's mediocre. It's very mid, but it's all right. The siege event is not too bad. I honestly don't hate the map. And the story wasn't bad. I know people didn't like this. I thought it was really funny when you kind of go on a date with, you go on a date with Rama, right, and try and wingman him, right? Okay, I thought that was pretty funny. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, the map is pretty as always, obviously. I did quite like the music on this map. The second part of the map is like pure despair. Probably the worst open world content in the history of the game, I think. But the first half is okay. I didn't mention this with EOD, actually, but I actually quite like the story in EOD was a lot more light-hearted, a bit goofier than usual. I like that, but I understand that rubs some people the wrong way, and that's fair. In my opinion. But yeah, what lies beneath? It's better than Champions, guys, okay? How could you possibly say it's worse or equal to Champions? It's way worse, okay? Way better than that, okay, at the very least. So yeah, and look, they had to wrap it up because we knew they were doing their new model. They were bringing out Secrets of the Obscure. They were doing the next expansion. They had to wrap it up, guys, and just get it done. Like, yeah, it was rough. The map is not that good. You got the gas mechanic. The first half's alright. You got the fishing in there as well. The second half is scuffed as hell. Story was alright. Silent Surf was also despair. This is when, like, the Fractal players, like, abandoned all hope. And, well, they had no idea what was coming. More on that later. But, yeah, it's like low C tier. Low C tier. If you want to imagine it in your head, guys, just imagine that I've made an E tier for Icewood Saga Champions and, like, it's D tier here. If you want to imagine that, you can imagine that. I don't think it's necessary. But if you want to imagine that, you can. Okay, let's continue. Now, new game director. New vision for Guild Wars 2, guys. We're moving up in the world. We're doing yearly expansions. And here comes Secrets of the Obscure. Now, so, up until now, we had expansion, Living World season, expansion, Living World season, right? Now, we are basically fusing those two concepts and putting them into the same thing. So you buy an expansion, then you get like a year's worth of content with that, like over the, it gets released over the months, every 3 months or so. And then we actually go into another expansion. So, how did it go? This is their first try. This is their first go at this. And it was definitely a little bit rocky. It was basically half the amount of content you get, but in half the time, right? That's kind of how numbers work, right? The big thing for me is that there really was not a lot on launch, right? There was not a lot on launch whatsoever. Because you didn't have the new weapons. You had weapon mastery, so you could use any elite spec weapon on any build, but not the new weapon. That came 6 months later. There were 2 strike missions on launch, but only norm modes, and the norm modes were kind of weird. They were very easy with quite a lot of health. They weren't that much fun, really, to be honest. Ooh, we might need to actually make a new tier here. The open world maps in Soto were also bad. They looked pretty, and I love the soundtrack of Soto, actually. I guess, look, if you want my full opinion on Soto, guys, you can watch my review. I'll have that link below. I did a full retrospective breakdown of everything in Soto, so you can take a look at that. But the story was really good. I love the trailer they did for this with the Ceres teaser. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It really, really was. Oh, hang on, guys. I am actually going to go ahead. I have to log into the game real quick, and actually, we need to tell the story about the tunnel. Guys, I forgot to tell you guys the story about the tunnel, and I am actually going to have to interrupt the current message to go back, because it's such a good story that it actually does need to be told. So we are going to go ahead and do this right now. So, guys, the tunnel. Why did this map cause despair? So, when this map released, they said, oh yeah, we're going to be expanding the map in the second update. They released this map in 2 parts, like part 1 and part 2. Now, people had a huge amount of copium because this text here, Guile Delve, it was actually here on launch. And because maps have their text in the middle, this made people think that, oh, the map is going to double in size when they release it for the second time. And people pointed this out on Reddit, and they were actually really excited. They wanted to see more Cantha. They wanted to see this, like, the big second part, like, epic finale to the meta event and so on. And, here's the thing. Some people broke out of the map, and they found the tunnel. They found that there was an unused part of the map that simply was slightly to the edge and ascended and connected the map back to the start. This was referred to as the tunnel theory. People coped. Darren's is on record saying there's no way it's just a tunnel. There's no way that it's only that. And that it will be more than that. And then do you know what happened, guys? A patch happened, and the text moved from here to here. And all of a sudden, the people realized that the patch was coming, and it was going to be a tunnel. Many people were driven mad. This is when the trees entered the mix. This is when the trees started to join the Twitch chat. And insanity took hold. People broke. People were cleansed from the game with the horror of the tunnel. And That's the tunnel story. There you go. That's how it is. Anyway, back to Soto. So, you know, I almost feel like we do actually need another tier. Because Soto on launch for me was actually very rough. And Soto in general was pretty rough for me. Again, it was kind of like it was a cementing of the fact that the game was kind of moving away from my personal interests. Oh, this is so hard to rate. This is so hard to rate for me. Because on the one hand, I did not like the open world on launch at all. No new elite specs either. Had to wait ages for the weapons. Didn't really change the game much for me. Story was good. Soto music, again, is probably some of my favorite music in the game. I love the works of Brian Atkinson, in particular, actually, who created the track The Bloodied Lord and is now actually kind of one of the lead composers, in fact, on Guild Wars 2, or at least in Jam 3 Wilds. Incredible. Love it. Love the heavier, darker tone taken with the music and with the visuals, too. I actually find Soto to be a really visually interesting and thematically interesting expansion, actually. But the gameplay... Oh, yeah, wow. The gameplay in this expansion is bad, dude. Ooh, it's bad. I think it can't go above B tier because of this. I think. I think it has to be C. Yeah, it's C tier. Yeah, it has to be C tier, actually, I think. Yeesh. Yeah, the gameplay here was not good. It was really, really not good at all, overall. No, it's better than this. It's B tier. It's B tier. No, I'm going to be fair. I'm going to be fair. It's B tier. Because, the story was solid. The map design was solid. And it was the start of a new model. And we have to kind of look at it a bit more heuristically, I guess, with kind of like what it was trying to do. It did add the strike missions. It did add new content to the game. In a way that's sustainable. Yeah. I mean, Dagda was not good. Dagda was pretty rough, guys. I'll admit that. But I think B tier is actually very fair. Oh yeah, the Wizard's Vault. The Wizard's Vault was really good, but it's not a system that I care about that much, guys. You gotta bear that in mind. I'm not a reward-driven player, so the Wizard's Vault was a really good idea. And I think the reason why I'm putting Soto into B tier here is actually because of the development philosophy. Yeah, I will die on this hill. I will 100% defend the idea they had here. They wanted to improve the core game. They added Season 1. They improved rewards in raids, in fractals, in PvP. They started work on alliances, in this case, word restructuring. They had some betas for that. That was all in the works there. In that regard. They started doing proper quarterly balance updates to make sure that there's variety. The diversity of builds that you can play now because of the new model that came with Soto is insane. It really, really is. Actually, they did a really good job with that. And as a result of that, because of the philosophy shift that came with Soto, I think that actually earns it a lot of bonus points. The content here was bad, but the systemic improvements to the game were actually really, really good. Overall. So yeah, Soto actually gets a solid B tier there, in my opinion. I would say that it was very comparable with Path of Fire. I would say that, yeah, stuff like PvP, PvE, and world versus world balance consistently improved. There were some ups and downs in there. There's a couple of bunker metas in PvP, but ups and downs we got there. The game significantly improved over the course, in my opinion, of Soto, and therefore that does give it some bonus points. We are going to be rating the seasonal updates separately, by the way, guys, but I do think that it's worth talking about the philosophy of the expansion and what they were trying to do in order to gauge it fairly. We do have to engage with Soto and Jam 3 Wilds a little bit differently to other expansions because it is such a different content structure. So we have to take that into consideration, in my opinion, when it comes to evaluating them and actually thinking about these. That is kind of my opinion in that regard. Yeah, no elite specs definitely sucked, and the new weapons were a bit scuffed as well, but, well, more on that later. That they kind of figured it out with Jam 3 Wilds in that regard. But, yep, that's what I'm saying. Pretty good. Right. Seasonal updates for Soto. I would also say with Soto, I lost even more of my community. Like, what was left of my community also quit the game. That was a bit rough. But look, you know, I've got fungus now, okay? All I had to do was come up with a silly guild name and I found some new people, so it's all good. Okay, we're in business, guys. Although, that's also, I think, Janthe was kind of hyping people up a little bit. Yeah. All of my friends quit to play WoW. Okay, this was kind of like the syrup arc, I guess, in Sota. That's kind of a funny meme there. The syrup arc began. Yes. And the competitive scene also kind of died. Like, this is... the PvP in particular definitely took a bit of a nosedive in Soto, but that's mostly because... this is a complex one, right? Like, PvP was, like, slowly dying since Path of Fire, really, and, like, the death spiral started happening. Nothing really specific happened in Soto that caused it. It was just, like, critical death spiral started happening in PvP in particular. Because it just been on decline for such a long time. PvP, actually, in terms of, like, the way the game is, I think has been getting... Ooh, man. This is almost another video topic. Like... every expansion, the game gets more complex, right? Because there's more combat options and, like, more things you can do. And Soto did add a lot of that, and the game is just getting more and more complex. This did make it... the game is, like, consistently harder for new players. So even though, like, from a balance perspective, I think PvP got better during Soto, I think it's been consistently worse for new players. That's kind of what's caused the decline of PvP. PvP for new players right now is a bit rough. Baptism of fire and all that. It is quite fun once you get the hang of it, though. So, you know, it is what it is. Anyway, let's continue. Seasonal updates. Oh, this is so hard for me to evaluate this, actually. Quick one thing on here as well. Like, with Soto and kind of with the end of this stuff, with the end of Dragons and Soto, the raid scene also started dying hard as well. More and more people started playing privately in Discord, and way less people use the LFG than they used to. That's kind of another, like, downside of Soto. Not related to the expansion, that's why I didn't bring it up, but it's kind of worth noting just for historical, just kind of like for historical context here. Like, all of the hardcore scene basically retreated into, like, a hidden little bunker, and it is shrank significantly, which is a bit unfortunate. Oh man, how do I evaluate this? Okay, so fucking hell. This one is really hard for me to evaluate because it has some of the best content Arena has ever released and some of the worst content they've ever released. So the first Strike Mission CM, Dagda Challenge Mode, Cosmic Observatory, it flat out made everyone lose all hope. It is probably the worst raid boss they have ever added to the game, not even close. It is an absolute unmitigated disaster of an encounter. It made people abandon all hope for the game, and again, a lot of people quit, I think, who were into raiding and so on. The open world maps were not good. The story was incredibly short, right? The story took a crazy tonal shift that really screwed it up, like moving away from kind of like the dark, edgy arc to actually the demons are good. They're just oppressed, right? Completely ruined the story overall. Not a good ending, not a good villain, not good open world maps. Not good. However. And yeah, it collapsed the raid scene because of how bad Dagda was. Like, the raid scene took a big hit, like, with Dagda. But Serus Challenge Mode is probably one of the better encounters they've done. Maybe the best encounter they've ever designed and added to the game. It was very, very good. Is that enough to actually redeem these updates? For me, a little bit. But not really. Here was the problem, guys, with Serus, okay? Like, Serus was awesome and really, really fun to progress, but it would have been way more fun if people were actually hyped, right? Like, nobody really saw it coming, so everyone just basically went into it blind, and I had to, like, basically say, look, you lot, stop playing WoW and come and fight this boss, yes? That was pretty much how it had to go, which was kind of annoying. It's fun to be prepared and, like, kind of getting the right mindset for the progression grind and all that kind of stuff. But it was really good. I don't think I can actually give it, I don't think it can redeem itself, though, just because Serus was good. Because especially then we had Lonely Tower afterwards, which is easily the worst fractal they've ever added. Oh my god. Ooh, these were bad. These seasonal updates, I talk about this in my Soto review, but ArenaNet did not demonstrate that they can deliver the same quality that players expect with these seasonal updates. Very hit and miss, very up and down, weak story, weak open world design. The only thing that redeems this stuff is they made the game better with balance updates. They did world versus world restructuring. The new weapons were kind of cool, but a bit scuffed. Like, some of them are really weird and a bit underwhelming. Clearly a first pass on that idea. Like, relics were kind of cool. Like, new relics were fun. That got added to the game. I like relics overall, to be honest. But no, I really don't think I can give this a high rating. The thing is, it's better than... okay. I need to actually cleanse my mind of Serra CM. Where do I rate this if Serra CM doesn't exist? D tier. It's, in my opinion, it's worse than all of this. If you remove Serra CM, it's worse than all of that. But that's not true. But how... Oh, I actually don't know where to put that. I actually don't know, guys. I don't know. Here's my problem. Here's my problem, guys. There were so many really good things about these updates. Like, the quality of life improvements, right? Like, the core game improvements. But there were so many bad things. I think it actually has to... I think it has to stay in B tier. Because it's got really, really good things and really, really bad things. I think it averages out. I think the core game... Okay, let me put it like this. This is how I see it. The core game improvements are actually straight up A tier. Lovely graphical setting improvements that they added to the game. They added a bunch of quality of life, like better in-game settings as well. All that kind of good stuff. Like DirectX 11 being added to the game, improving performance. That was a big part of that as well. Like UI improvements, reward improvements across the board, compressing down currencies as well. In my opinion, were also really, really good. World restructuring also being added. There was some really, really good quality of life that they were able to do because of these seasonal updates. That goes into A tier. But stuff like Dagda CM, Lonely Tower, the open world, like, that is, like, down in the depths, man. Like, it is not good. Like, it's C tier at the absolute best. So I think I'm going to put this in B tier because the really, really good parts average out with the really, really not good parts, and I think equalize it in B tier. Yeah, Legendary PvE armor is pretty good as well. No, I will absolutely defend that this is X-Pack content. Because one, I'm literally rating the seasonal updates, by the way. So yes, that is it. But no, the only reason those core game improvements exist is because of their philosophy change and this new model. That quality of life would not exist without the expansion. Therefore, it exists... within this update, right? Like, improving the core game, making the core game better. I didn't mention balance there. Making the balance settings better is really good. Ceres is in there as well. B tier, hate me all you want. It's going in B tier. Worst case scenario, I put it in high C tier. At the absolute... Oh, yeah. Oh, convergences and convergent CMs. Those are pretty good. Yeah, Umbriel. That was pretty good. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Actually, we had and by the way, convergence is going to be based in Janthe Wilds, by the way, guys. Okay, so that's up there. Yeah, B tier. It's in B tier. Worst case scenario, high C tier. Umbriel CM. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Nice. Okay. And now we actually come to the end, guys. We come to the end. Janthe Wilds. Where do I think Janthe Wilds is going to land? Or where do I think it lands? So, Janthe Wilds is the refinement of Soto. It is the new model. We have the new weapons on launch. We have 2 new maps, some really good maps, actually. The World Boss, the Homestead, Bears, a juiced up Warclaw. Where does this go? And I'm going to go ahead and put this in A tier. And let me explain why. Janthe Wilds... okay, let me put it like this. I'm expecting to actually rate the seasonal updates, right? We've got seasonal updates for Janthe Wilds. That will be next, basically. I'm expecting that to be an S tier. Yeah. I am expecting the updates to be S tier. Why? Because that's where the stuff that I care about is dropping. Right, we've got the balance patches, we've got the new PvP game mode that's coming as a part of Janthe Wilds' release schedule. We've got World versus World updates, we've got the raid CMs, the Fractal with its CM, convergences and convergent CM, right? All of the stuff that I really like is basically going to be all the hype content, like the big group, like group-oriented content is dropping with the follow-up patches. And I'm expecting the follow-up updates to actually be an S tier. I would not be surprised at all. In fact, I'd be a little bit surprised if it wasn't. I'll be very disappointed if it's not in S tier. And let me explain why. Janthe Wilds is basically a solo, single-player expansion. Very exploration-focused, very story-focused. I don't care about the homestead. I'm not a homestead player, right? And, you know, spears are pretty cool, right? But there's not really a lot of group content on launch. It's all solo content, essentially. Nothing wrong with that, and that's why I've described this expansion as better Path of Fire. I think it's Path of Fire, but with more gameplay. Path of Fire had massive, beautiful maps with nothing going on. Janthe Wilds has bustling, exciting maps with loads of life throughout all of them. The story, really solid. A bit dialogue heavy, but it's the story. I'm not going to cry about it that much overall. Spears, really fun. Lowland Shore, epic map. Mastery grind, way less annoying this time compared to Soto. Warclaw is pretty fun to use. Homestead is a fantastic system, it really is. I think it solves so many issues with the game in terms of the reward structure. Really well made. Love that they patched it over to the guild hall as well. Can't complain about the feature. Well, you can if you watch our latest Tea Time. Emmy actually pointed out a couple of really big flaws about it, especially like how you kind of can't. You have to go through a lot of loading screens sometimes to get there. It's using kind of the scuff party system. Right? There's a couple of things that aren't good about it. But overall, really, really good. The music, fantastic. Love it. Loving the villains, actually, with the Titans. The world boss is definitely decent. Not the best world boss in the world. It's a little bit just stand and hit. Not a lot going on there, to be honest. It would be cool if there was a bit more group coordination, a bit more mechanical complexity to it. But look, we'll take it. It's a bit of a DPS and heal check. And it's a heal check in open world, which is actually kind of a fun thing. Like, healing has been kind of irrelevant in open world for a very long time. It's kind of cool to actually see them try to actually pressure players a bit in open world. And they definitely do that, right, with some of these, with the world bosses. So that's actually really cool to see. You've got the Salmon Run event, which is really funny. It feels like a complete package. Like, the way I would describe Janthe was, this is a complete Guild Wars 2 package. Open world, loads of story collections, good chunk of story on launch, super alive world, loads of events to explore and you know, like, things to find all over the place. Got some cool little jumping puzzles. You got giant bees in the mix as well. Second map is a little bit scuffed. Okay, we could use a couple more events on the second map. I admit that. Some of those hearts, a little bit painful. No shame admitting that, guys. We could use a couple more events. Hopefully they fix that in the follow-up patches. But yeah, Janthe Wilds absolutely is a better version of Path of Fire. Right, I think a really well-received expansion. Definitely a good chunk of hype. I think people are enjoying it. I'm enjoying playing the expansion as well. Lacks the replayability for me. You know, I'm basically done. I'm kind of done with the game. I'll do that daily hearts, and then I'm basically done. I'm going to be I got to do it again on my main. I played my ult on launch, so I've got to re-get all the masters on my main, I guess. But other than that, I'm basically just like playing world versus world again. I'm not real, and old content. There's nothing new in Janthe Wilds to me. Because again, it's like solo content, not group content. But that's why I'm saying that I'm trying to judge this for what it is, right? It does lose points to me. It would be S tier. If this was, if there was a Bog Queen convergence on launch, I'd be very tempted to put this into S tier. We've already heard from ArenaNet they want to make convergences harder and kind of like a really fun group challenge. If there was a convergence on launch, or the legendary spear was here on launch, this goes into S tier. It's close. It's nearly there. Because what it lacks is that replayability. There was no real big grind on launch. It's just, oh yeah, go do masteries. No legendary collection to go after and find out, right? Like, nothing big to go after. Only just like very basic, just do collections and level up your masteries. No big item, big group content to go after there as well. That was what was lacking on Jan 3 was to me, that replayability element. So again, if there was a convergence, if there was a legendary spear, this would be S tier. It's a very well-refined version of a Guild Wars 2 expansion that focuses on the strengths of the game, doing what Guild Wars 2 does best. And I think a very promising start, actually, for this expansion. 100%. And yeah, like the follow-up patches are where like the real content for me is actually going to kick in. Very interested in convergences in particular, and of course the raid and so on. And of course the future balance updates, right? Like the spears, I think have landed, they've made a bit of a splash, they're pretty good. They've meshed into the game without completely breaking it, so that's nice. And going with a two-handed weapon, you know, it's such an improvement over the Soto weapons, right? The Soto weapons are scuffed, but the spears feel really good to use, I think. They're going to fit into a lot of builds and like make some new possibilities happen. New relics as well are pretty cool. A lot more relics coming as well, like 6 relics every update, which is also going to hopefully bring some exciting things to the table at the same time. So yeah, I would 100% stalwartly defend Janthir Wilds as A tier as it stands right now. It is better than everything else here as well. Yeah. And I think that's actually it. There we go. We did it, guys. That is the official Guild Wars 2 all content and all expansions tier list. Shout out to Green Death for making this tier list. It will be linked below. I expect all of you to also make your own tier list and tell me what you thought was good and what you thought was absolute trash, because there's nothing quite like that, is there, guys? It's always a little bit of fun in that regard. But anyway, that is going to do it. Let me know what you think about this, guys. Let me know your own personal ranking for all of this content there as well. So make your own tier list. Leave your comments. And of course, you want to see more content like this, guys? Follow the stream. Follow me live, guys. Watch live. How many people are watching on YouTube right now? What? Wait, a lot of... Wait, what? Hang on. Guys, shout out to YouTube. 732 people are watching on YouTube right now, and we've got 1,000 live on Twitch. YouTube is actually out of control right now. Shout out to YouTube, guys. Yeah. God damn. We're blowing up, guys. We're blowing up on YouTube. We've got 1,750 people. I will actually read some chat comments here, guys. That's why you need to follow the stream, subscribe on YouTube, like the video, leave a comment down below as well. Watch all my other videos, and come back for more content, guys. Lara's in the chat on Twitch right now. Me and Lara are doing every single map in Guild Wars 2 ranked tier list soon. Stay tuned for that, okay? But anyway, that is going to do it for this tier list. It's been a bit of a long one, actually. I think I've been yapping for like an hour talking about this stuff. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Had a bit of fun content there as well. But anyway, thanks so much, guys, for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you next time. Hope you enjoyed the video, rather, not the stream. Well, I guess either or, really. But that's going to do it for me, guys. Like, follow, subscribe. Buy all of these Guild Wars 2 expansions relative to the tier list in order using my referral link. Or buy them all with the Ultimate Edition, guys. And of course, I'll see you next time, gamers. I'm done for now. Leave your comments below. GG's. I'm out of here. Okay. We're done with the YouTube video. And now that we're done with the YouTube video, I will read the comments. Goodbye, YouTube. Well, I mean, actually not goodbye, YouTube. Yo, Zorik in the chat, by the way. Dude, Zorik, get back into the Twitch scene, man. I want to see Zorik debates, dude. Check DMs. I'm checking DMs. Oh, shit. Dude, I actually want to give a really big shout out here. I have to do this, okay? I want to give a massive shout out to Eva, actually. In chat as OMG, it's lava, by the way, for fully getting us up to date on hardstuck.gg when it comes to the fractal guides, guys. As we actually now have full guides for all of the fractals. Missing banner image, but we'll fix that. But yeah, we actually have the full guides for all of the fractal challenge modes and norm modes now out, guys. Including all of these lovely little video clips that have been out there as well. So I want to say massive shout out to Eva there. This is absolutely fantastic stuff. It's so cool for helping us get this up to date. And yeah, we're really looking to get hardstuck.gg kind of going, guys, by the way. So stay tuned on that. We're going to be having a lot of new builds coming for World vs. World and PvE. We're already working on getting this stuff updated. So yeah, get involved. And If you're, by the way, guys, we're absolutely looking for people to help us actually maintain the website. If you are looking, if you feel like you want to save Guild Wars 2 and educate people and make some guides and stuff, then please give me a message on DM, guys. Give me a message on Discord, rather. I'm a little bit, guys, I'm still a bit sick. Sorry about that. I'm absolutely drugged up right now, guys. I got super sick over the last couple of days. I have been incapable of doing anything productive, and I'm only here now because I am, you know, I've got the juice. You know, I'm juiced up right now, kind of able to live. But yeah, anyway, guys, yeah, let me know if you want to help out with making guides, like build guides, like content guides, all that kind of stuff. Let us know. There's a whole lot to do. So give me a DM on Discord, guys. Yeah. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But anyway, guys, I will now read the chat. YouTube and Twitch. If you have comments, I will now read them. I was ignoring chat during my tier list. But now we're back. Convergent CM guides on HS. Well, honestly, that's not a bad idea. We could do that. Although, I think... I guess we could... I think we could do, like, a Convergent CM guide and then, like, some little tips for each one. I think making a full guide for each boss would be a bit overkill, to be frank. But we could definitely do one with some, like, generic little tips. You forgot fishing? Oh, I guess I didn't talk about fishing, yeah. Twitter's boozing. Yo, Zorik calling me out, man. What the hell? That's crazy. Dude, also, Journa in YouTube right now. He's ready to edit this and, like, slam it into the mix. Love to see that. Yes. Sorry, guys. I got to reply to a message. Sorry for being sick of me. But yeah, I'm feeling better now. I'm almost back, guys. I almost forced myself to stream. I almost forced us to stream yesterday, but it wouldn't have been good. It would have just made me sick. You know what I mean? It would have, yeah. It would have not been good, for me. Oh man, did I rate Soto too highly? No, I don't think I did. I think for me personally, having POF on like the same level as these is actually pretty accurate. Yeah. Yeah, this is fair. EOD S tier is crazy. That is not crazy. Yeah, yeah, it's too late now. It's too late now. I think this is fine. No, EOD is S tier. EOD is absolutely S tier. Look, I need to like, no, look. Lara says that EOD is S tier. Lara is right. EOD is absolutely S tier. EOD is 100% S tier. How is it not S tier? I would, yeah, I mean, I was maybe a little bit too generous to Path of Fire. I think my tier list in general skews a bit generous. Maybe a little bit generous. I would maybe... The thing is, if I was going to do anything, I would just do this, right? I would do that, right? So Path of Fire, then Soto, I would have Soto in its own tier below Path of Fire. And then like that. I don't think I would move Path of Fire down. Oh man. I ranking so wrong. Yeah, I think I saw you commenting about this, kid. I think bear in mind I'm putting Iceroot Saga 1 through 4, so the beginning in A tier and Champions in E tier. Right? Oh, man. Yeah, Dragon's End did get nerfed, actually. That was pretty rough. Wait, Lara's calling. Yo, Lara, what's going on? How is EOD not... EOD is S tier, no? Surely.
Okay. Like End of Dragons is like End of Dragons has like
Wow.
dragons. It's got like good strike missions. It's got
Wow.
Harvest Challenge mode.
Wow.
The music. End of Dragons is like literally my
True.
favorite.
Absolutely true. I've got the I've got the tier list set up, by the way, for all maps. All map tier list exists. It is.
Oh my
real.
god, you already made the.
Well,
template?
I didn't make it. I had someone else make it. Like, you know, I don't do that.
Wow.
I don't do my own dirty work. But
Outsourcing.
we've already got it. I'm ready for content, Lara. It's time. Let's milk milk the game.
I am excited for this. What the heck? Angels wrote HCCM is D-tier fight design. Angels is so wrong, straight up. Straight up.
Okay, Angels is kind of right. The fight is fairly scuffed, but it is difficult, and therefore it's based. Like, that's basically the thing.
I like
right?
that.
Yeah.
I think it's fun. I like Sarah's more, but like, if I look at like every fight in the game, HCM is definitely up there for me.
Yeah, I mean,
like because I'm not looking at like how is it like from a design perspective. I'm looking at like how much fun did I have with
exactly.
it, right?
That's the way you've got to think about it, right? Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that it definitely has its issues, you know, being very buggy, and also like the first 3 phases doing literally nothing. Yeah, that's a bit rough. But yeah, like in terms of actual fun factor, it's
phase is where most people crumble.
Yeah,
though.
true.
The DPS,
the DPS check. Yeah, if people fail the DPS check, that is the end. That's where most people do not get past. But yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, I don't understand. Like the metas in EOD are awesome.
They are.
I guess
yeah.
maybe not Kaining as much, but like I run Gang War all the time. I run Everblade's Assault all the time. The music is so good. I guess feature-wise, it's maybe not quite as mind-blowing as something like
EOD had good content. Like, that's the thing about it. It had good content.
Exactly.
Whereas that's where I feel that Path of Fire fell over for me, is that the content wasn't good. It had good. Path of Fire had good features, but the content was not great. Whereas EOD, definitely the features were mediocre at best, but the content was exceptionally good.
Exactly. I honestly, I would put EOD higher than Heart of Thorns, but I know that's
actually great. Now that is an insane take. That is an insane take.
No, but okay. So I acknowledge that like Heart of Thorns made Guild Wars 2 what it is, right? Like it's like 2.0 version of the game. Like it's introduced like elite specs, it introduced masteries, all that sort of stuff, right? I acknowledge that Heart of Thorns like feature-wise is like the biggest expansion there will ever be in this game. But if I purely look at like what content I want to play EOD content more. I want to do strike CMs from EOD more than I want to do Heart of Thorns raids. I want to do Dragon's End more than I want to do Dragon Stands. I like the music in EOD more than Heart of Thorns. If I'm purely looking at content, straight up, and I will defend that.
Would you say that a lot of that is kind of power creep though? Like I feel like the reason why some of the HOT content is scuffed is because it's just so power crap now. It's kind of
okay, that's fair.
It's kind of scuffed.
Like Wing 1 would be better if it was original balance, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, if it was
then
like
again,
original.
I do like the diversity in buildcraft a lot more nowadays compared to the HOT era, right? When we were literally just running mirror comp and we were just like doing 1 druid on each side and 1 chrono on each side.
Do you guys remember when there was only 1 good DPS spec in the entire game, and it was Tempest? That's what Ellie mains want. There's literally 1 good DPS build, and everything else is actually bad. I like that. That was good. Let's bring that back. Yeah.
HOT was good. Don't get me wrong. I'm an HOT fan, but there's some like I care about the vibes. You know, I know that not everybody cares about that, but like I'd rather be in Canva than in like the jungle. You know,
Yes.
It's like the vibes of these maps a lot.
Yeah, I do kind of like the jungle, to be honest. But yeah, I understand. Like, I think the Canton aesthetic is really strong. I like the Jade tech. It's funny because I really like how Kaineng looks, but it's also not a particularly good map. So it's like, oh, unfortunate. But oh well, that's how it goes, I guess. But yeah, I really like all the robots and stuff like that they bring into the mix. But it's good shit. I do like it a lot. But yeah, EOD is definitely high tier. Man, I feel like I did fuck up though. Like not rating Soto. I messed up. I think not putting Soto. Actually, no. I stand by it. No. No. I changed my mind. No. Path of Fire had the Griffin and it had mounts. It's better. It's way better than Soto. Oh no! I ruined the tier list.
The YouTube comments are gonna
It's
come
fine.
after you for
Guys,
this one.
I did it. It was bait. I put them on the set. Yeah, look, I'm coping.
Yes,
I'm coping.
how you get
I did it to
engagement.
bait people. I did it to bait people.
Exactly.
Okay, I will say this though, guys, for all of the illegal Twitch and YouTube viewers right now, I will say this is probably a bit more accurate, I think. I would say overall. This is probably a little bit more accurate. With Soto, look, Jonah can edit that in, it's fine. I did it for the content, guys. I lied to you for the content. But yeah, I would say that putting this like here and then all of this kind of goes below that, like that's probably a bit more accurate here. I would say. But yeah, I'm farming the engagement, guys. Yeah, that's good.
I'm surprised you're putting like Soto launch and Soto patches at the same tier. Like I can't understand why though, because like I like Soto launch a lot more than Soto patches, but Soto patches did have Sarahs.
Yeah.
And that like does help it a
yeah,
fair amount, and it did have convergences as
yeah,
well.
the difficulty that I had here was that I feel like there are some really, really good parts about the seasonal updates and some really bad parts about the seasonal updates as well. So when I think about the quality of life improvements, the fact they were able to put the game on DX11, the fact that they did loads of world balance updates, right, for PvP and World versus World and PvE, and they like made the build diversity way better. You know, all that kind of stuff. When I think about all the stuff they were able to do because of the new model, I think, wow, these are actually really good changes. Like, this is 100% like A tier, B tier, absolute worst. But then you go, ooh, yeah, the story, not good. The map, not good. Dagda, Lonely Tower, ooh. Okay, look, Lonely Tower is like the Lonely Tower is the only time I've ever heard you say that you don't really like it that much, okay? And if you're saying that, it is like the worst piece of content they have ever released in the history of the game, okay? Like, if even you don't like it, okay, then
okay, I will say, I think Lonely Tower on non-CM is like, it's possible at best now. Like it's not as painful as it used to be. But the CM is still just like pain. Like that, it's just not, the whole concept of like pushing the little ads and stuff, it's just not fun. It's just not fun to do. Oh well. Again though, my copium is that they were busy making the raid, and that's why they kind of rushed the fractal. That's what I think.
Bit unfortunate.
What else? I'm surprised you also put like season 3 and season 4 on the same tier. Like I would have put season 4 and like pretty high, and also I put Saga 1 to 4, but I would have put season 3 a little bit lower.
Yeah, I like the maps better in season 3, I think, but I think the season 4 story is better. Like that's basically like why I kind of equalize them out. I also give season 3 credit for having replayability when it was relevant content. Like, I think the criticism that what we would think of now, right, was we'd go, oh, why would you ever go back to the season 3 maps, right? And that's fair, that's true. They're a bit pointless, right? Oh, I didn't say how good Aurora was. No, I knew I forgot something. No, Jonah, you can't edit this in. It's not possible. But yeah, Aurora is so fucking good, actually. Vision, way less good. Aurora, very good in season 3. Vision is okay though. It's fine. Look, we don't need to do every detail. We're gonna be here all day. Oh my god, I actually, that's despair, actual despair. It's fine. The YouTube comments go like, oh, you forgot about Aurora, and they'll feel really smart and intelligent. Okay, we're good.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, it's
how
fine,
you
it's
get
fine,
the
it's fine,
engagement.
It's fine. It's fine. But anyway.
Also, you put core really high. Core and ST. I mean, core is pretty good though.
Core is good.
I think it's the same as like Art of Orange raids, where it's like, it's a bit rough now with like the current state of the game. Going back to core feels a bit rough.
Yeah.
But like at the time, it was like pretty fantastic.
I really like doing map completion. Actually, it was actually very good. It was fun. I think a lot of that content's aged incredibly well. Actually, even dungeons have aged pretty well, I think.
I want dungeons to come back. Like. I know that we have fractals, and I like fractals more than dungeons. But I think dungeons could be like a cool launch day thing. You know, like Jennifer Waltz came out, and there's no real replayable instance content. Like I'm just imagining Jennifer Waltz, but then it has like 2 dungeons or something. Yeah. Like that would be cool.
Yes.
It's like some type of like casual instance content on day 1. That would be cool.
Yeah. But no, I think the core game has actually aged very gracefully, especially on a second playthrough. I think it is criminally underrated, I think, overall. Mega underrated part of the game. It's just, you know, it has been just made a bit irrelevant because the rewards aren't really good in the open world there. And, you know, like all the expansion content is kind of the relevant stuff, and the core game is mostly irrelevant. It's mostly like single playthrough, right? Story focus, exploration focus. But what's there is actually very good, I think.
I think the world building is also just, you know,
the world building is fantastic in the core game. It's really good. It's mega immersive, mega RP. Really nice.
I remember when like we were in core and we were like sort of imagining the first expansion, and we were all thinking like, yeah, it's gonna be like 15 new maps, you know.
Yeah.
I guess we were kind of expecting core again. They kind of went in a different direction, right? Sort of the quality over quantity, I would say, with Heart of Thorns, right? Not as many maps, but then,
yeah,
you know,
I mean,
lots of
it's
detail.
just the development cycle though, right? Like HOT was probably developed in what, 2 years? I think Guild Wars 2 was the core game was in development for at least 5, right? I think it was 7.
Yeah.
It was like 7 even, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've heard that somewhere. It was like 7 years it took them to make it. So if you think about it, right, like there's obviously not going to be as many maps because they had way less time to actually build them.
Yeah,
less,
but it's
right?
also just, I think, not as tightly designed, right? Like in core, there's just a couple maps that are just there's kind of nothing there, but they just kind of exist for that immersion.
Yeah,
right? Like a map like Iron Marches or something, there's no real reason to go back there usually. Well, now there's rifts, I guess, but like it's just kind of there to like make the world feel big and you can explore and level and stuff, right?
Yes. Yeah, you know, yeah, for sure, actually. Like, Heart of Thorns was when they took a really... They had this vision for what they wanted the open world to be, right? In terms of, like, the end game. They wanted the open world to be, like, big end game stuff, rather than just, like, pure exploration. I think people forget how much exploration content there actually is with Heart of Thorns. There's a lot of exploration content with HOT. It's just that they wanted to have these, like, big end game features that also existed on these maps at the same time. And,
I remember I remember like running for like Verdant's Brink with friends in like the first 2 days, and just like, you know, finding all the little layers, and that was good. I will admit, Heart of Thorns is pretty fantastic.
Yes. Yeah. I wish Path of Fire. Like YouTube is saying, we wish Path of Fire had metas. Path of Fire would have been so much better if it had meta events. Like the lack of meta events of Path of Fire was, they wanted bounties to kind of be that, but it didn't work, okay? It's not.
Do you want the real hot take?
What's the hot take?
The real hot take is that I think Serpent's Ire is fun. I really like
Serpent's Ire is pretty good, actually. It's pretty decent.
I'm so sad nobody runs it. Everybody like was failing it in the first year. So everybody just kind of went like, no, we're not doing that, it's too hard.
Yeah.
But like now with the way station and all the power creep, it's actually easy.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's decent. Honestly, it's decent. It's actually it's easily the best event there for sure. Yeah, it's a shame that like not every map has something like that. You know what, you've got like Choya Pinata and the Doppelganger, and then Treasure Hunt on Desert Highlands. Like, what the hell is that? Absolutely cursed.
Some people in chat are giving you a hard time for putting POF low. Actually,
I contextualize this a lot when I talked about it, but Path of Fire is amazing from a story and exploration player perspective.
Yes.
It is a disaster if you are a gameplay-oriented player. Like, Path of Fire obliterated PvP, world versus world, and PvE balance, right? Like, this is my chief complaint about the expansion, actually, I would say. It's like, you know, and that's why I rated it low. It's also basically where all of my friends quit. I told them that's what I was doing to Taylor's as well. Like probably the biggest thing for me is that I found myself incredibly alone after Path of Fire launch because my entire guild collapsed and everyone quit the game. So yeah, like that's obviously a pretty negative experience for me. And
yeah, that makes sense.
It became
that's actually like you were saying, like that the Janfair patches have the potential to end up in S tier, right? I do kind of feel that because like a lot of like my old raid friends, right? Like when I did those raid videos and stuff, a lot of them are excited for that. Like we're kind of like considering coming back, and like we're figuring out who's gonna play what and stuff. Like I do think that those patches have the potential to bring a lot of people back to the game.
Yeah, I just think that a lot of that content there could be really good. You know, the raid, the convergent CMs, I think could be really exciting. Actually, it's pretty good.
I really hope that it's good, because like they nailed like the exploration stuff, right? They in my opinion they nailed the open world stuff in Genfalls. Maybe not as much like I guess like challenging crazy world balls, right? Like Dragon's End, but Convergent CM is the hope there, I suppose.
YouTube is hating on Tangled Depths. Guys, I'm just gonna put this here now. Tangled Depths is maybe the best open world map in the entire game.
Whoa,
it is one of the best open world maps in the game. It is just a joy to explore. There's so many little secrets. Chat Garen is an absolute classic boss in the game. It looks really cool. It sounds really cool. Tangled Depths is amazing. Okay, that's just the way it is.
Is this where like YouTube and Twitch are like against each other?
I think
Twitch is going like, yes, and then YouTube is like, no.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely some debate going on, but I think Twitch is also debating it as well.
I am not as much of a Tangled Depths enjoyer. I find it really confusing, but I appreciate that it exists, right? It's like, this kind of sounds crazy, but it's nice that as a community we have a little bit of like shared trauma around Tangled Depths. Like, you know, it's that map that you talk about to your grandchildren. You're like, I navigated Tangled Depths and it was horrible, but we came through in the end.
Yeah. First Garth. Do you have the first Garth emote enabled on your chat?
I don't know what that is.
I
don't think I want to know what that is.
It's actually nothing weird this time around. It's essentially, you know, like you get like the first message thing popping up when people say something in the chat for the first time.
Chatter.
Yeah.
First time chatter.
It's basically the first message thing, but there's Garfield looking up at it essentially. First Garth.
Why?
The use case of the emote essentially, if someone says a particularly like insane first message, you would potentially put first Garth.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. For example, there's a classic here.
I feel like it's always a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
Like, most people are nice, though, in their first message.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, the trolls, they always are. It's always their first message.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah. I mean, you can see here, the Mela made a first message in a VTuber chat, and I believe he was complimenting the physics of the VTuber model, I believe.
Interesting.
But yeah. There we go. HOT. I mean, HOT is a god tier expansion, guys. Look, I said this in the tier list. I think HOT is one of the best MMO expansions ever made, to be honest. It absolutely is. Yeah, it stands toe-to-toe with any MMO expansion, any WoW expansion, any Final Fantasy expansion. Like, just because of how good the content was and how insanely alive the game was. Like, that was... Guild Wars 2 was ultimate peak hype and, like, peak Guild Wars 2 community.
I just like how HOT, like, fixed most of the issues of the core game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, also, like, just the HOT pre-patch, right? It wasn't even HOT launch itself, but the big one where they revamped, like, the trade system and stuff.
Yeah, specializations and stuff.
Yeah, I remember when, like, HOT was, like, in the marketing cycle, and they were showing off the different elite specs. And then at some point, they showed off Druid, right? And I remember a bunch of my friends were, like, laughing at it. They were like, it's a healer, that's silly. Like, we don't need healers in this game. Like, why would you play a healer? And, like, they were just dunking on. They were like, this is gonna be their worst specialization ever. But then they actually, like, made healers good in HOT. And they made it so that you actually want healers in HOT. They made it so that Conley wasn't, like, absolutely terrible. Like, before HOT, everybody just ran Berserker gear. That was the only thing you did. And then HOT just came in and it just fixed so many of the issues that the game had, in my opinion. It's wild to look back at it as well. Like, it's added, like, guild halls, and that was just, like, a tiny feature. It was, like, a tiny part of the expansion. It's like, yeah, we have guild halls. Oh, yeah, there's a new Wolf's Vault map. Oh, yeah, there's a new PvP game out. There was so much stuff in HOT. It's wild looking back at it.
Yeah, I didn't really talk about... Well, I kind of talked about power creep. Man, there's always so much more you could have said. Like, the problem is with the tier list, right, that I just did, you have to do almost like a full history of the game. It's actually insane.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't specific about this. I kind of implied it with power creep, but I think one of the worst things that happened to the game that wasn't that present in HOT was actually just, like, ability bloat, right? Like, there was a lot more purity of purpose back in HOT for sure. Like, whereas, like, now it is... Everything is, like, mega bloaty, and that really started with Path of Far 2. I was like, that was when like the integrity of the Guild Wars 2 combat system basically kind of got owned.
You mean like the skills that are like, this does this much power damage, and
Yeah.
it does these combos, and it gives you these 4 boons, and also it flips over this skill into that skill.
And also every skill doing damage. Like, not every ability in the game used to do damage, but now it does. So you just have to like mash all of them, which is not ideal.
That is interesting.
Mount cons are
It definitely
blowing my
feels
mind.
wild, like
Oh yeah, yep.
if you're looking at like core weapons and you look at like the thumbnail, you know, like when you, or the thumbnail, like the tooltip, you mouse over like a skill, and it's like pretty short. And then you look at like the newer stuff, and you get like these tooltips that just cover the
huge.
entire screen.
If the game is balanced around it, why not? It's because it makes the game a lot more spammy, and decision making becomes less important, and it's more about just pressing buttons as quickly as you can. Like this is true even in PvP, by the way. Like it's not about PvP right now. Okay, so this is actually a very okay. I'll give you a criticism of another game that makes a lot of sense, actually. There's a genre of games called real-time strategy. This is stuff like StarCraft 2, for example. And a big criticism that these new games, like modern RTS, have is that it's way more about the real time than the strategy, because it is. Essentially, like, StarCraft 2 is way more about speed than actually coming up with a good strat. Like, good strat is very important as well, obviously, especially at high level, but there's way too much real time in the strategy game, and it's kind of the same thing with MMOs. Like, it's way... Like, Guild Wars 2 combat right now is honestly less about actually having a good understanding of how your abilities work, and it's way more about just basically slamming as many skills as you possibly can. Like, the game has fundamentally become less skillful, in my opinion, like, over time, because of, like, how bloaty it is.
I feel like I haven't had this experience that much because I don't play PvP and it filled much. So like in PvE, I feel like it's always been like slamming as fast as possible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, kind of. Well, certainly in modern Guild Wars 2, but yeah, it was less like that in previously. It kind of, if we're being truly honest, it kind of started with HOT. That's when like power creep started with elite specs, but like, Path of Far kind of solidified it. Yes. And like mounts as well, actually. Well, I mean, look, when it comes to mounts, guys, it's not something that I personally like. Like, for example, I'm the kind of guy who I really liked in New World that you had to run everywhere. I disliked when they even added fast travel to that game, or when they made fast travel very accessible. It was actually, in my opinion, one of the worst things they did to New World, because I kind of like it when you have to... I like it when the world itself is the game. And I feel that what mounts typically do is they turn the game from content into an annoyance. Like, this is what I dislike about mounts. It's like, whenever I've got access to a mount, all of a sudden, everything in between my destination is no longer the game. It's just a time gate, basically. Like, the game is, like, wasting my time while I get to the next objective. I know that that's not how everyone feels, but, look, I'm me, so I get to have my opinion, right?
I like the immersion of, like I'm like the biggest Guild Wars 2 fan ever, right? Except for maybe like some few people watching right now. But like something I really like about WoW Classic is just the immersion, right? It's just like this massive world, and you gotta like get on a boat to go to the different continent and stuff. And part of it is the like I like that a lot on paper, but it does get like a little bit annoying to me after a while. Like I think long-term wise, I think I actually like the convenience of like fast travel. But like especially when I'm first starting, I really like that immersion that you gotta like run everywhere and stuff.
Yes. Yeah, I think didn't you have I think you actually had the forbidden take. Didn't you say it would be kind of cool if they disabled mounts until you beat the story for the first time or something?
Oh my god, you are throwing
that
me
is
under the...
yeah. I mean, look, you had that take. Like, did you not have that take?
No.
You did say that.
I
think you did say that. You did say that.
I am changing history. This is the most like I've ever like had people angry.
You got
at me.
flamed. You did
I
get
didn't say
flamed.
mount. I said the sky skill until you finish.
Okay,
the
not all the mounts. Oh, you should have said all the mounts.
I only
That'd
said
been
sky
even more
skill, but
based,
still, I've walked back from that because holy shit! Like if there's one thing where people get angry, it's if you dare suggest disabling their sky skill.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, they mentally break. They can't handle it. They literally cannot
Oh
play
my
the
God.
game without Sky Scale.
No, but I kind of get it. Like, I get where they're coming from, right? Because it's like, I earned this, and like, I want to use it. And here's the thing. I think people fundamentally like different things about the game, right? And I am like a big enjoyer of like the exploration. Like, how do I get up there, right? How do I get up on this like mountain, or how do I get to that part? Like, I see some vista and then I have to figure out how to get there. I like that stuff. So when Jennifer came out, I unbound my sky skill button because I realized like I'll have more fun if I just have to figure out where the little jumping mushrooms are instead of like sky skating there, right?
Yes.
So that's what I did. But I understand that some people, they hate that sort of stuff. They don't like that content, and they're just like, I just want to skip all of it. I want to use my sky skill. So I get it. Okay, people disagree with me. Don't yell at me. I understand. I understand. I'm not gonna take away your sky skill.
Embrace it. Embrace it. Stand your ground, Lara. Give base takes.
No, I
Do
have
it.
not stood my ground. I've not stood my ground. No, but I'm even a mount enjoyer. I think mounts are fun. I really like the Warclaw. It's so fun to use. But I like it the most when the maps are sort of designed around it. I think Jennifer Waltz did a really good job at this. Like, Jennifer Waltz feels like really fun to like go around with the Warclaw. That's something I actually quite enjoyed about it.
Yes. You say that it makes emptying your destination a waste of time, but mounts make you so fast that it overrides that. That's kind of my point, though. Like, the type of stuff that I really love about games like Vanilla WoW and New World is that you would just have, like, random adventures on the way to places, right? You know, you just come across something in the world and go, wow, that's really cool. Or in New World, like, one of the best things that would happen in New World is that me and Jess would be, like, roaming around doing quests, and we would randomly just have open world PvP, right? Like, oh yeah, oh look, there's a guy over there, let's go fight him, right? Or there's a group of players, let's go and attack them. Like, that doesn't exist. If you have fast travel, that is fundamentally removed from the game, right? And again, I want to be clear, if you like mounts, absolutely fine. I'm especially my opinion here. I like it when you're just wandering through the world and like random stuff happens, right? And you just run into something and you have a little mini adventure. Like, the world itself is the content, rather than like a series of like hotspots that you teleport between, right? Like, it's the entire game is the content. All of it. The world is the content. Whereas when you have fast travel, I mean, look, it's very, very, it's very, very literal in Guild Wars 2, right? Because how do you play Guild Wars 2? You literally teleport to points of interest to complete content. There's nothing wrong with that. I like meta events. I like meta trains. They're really fun. But all I'm saying is that I do really like the kind of dynamic, emergent gameplay that happens when you don't have fast travel, right? You can engage with that if you choose to. You can, but it feels bad when you have to. Well, one, you won't see other people doing that, so you kind of can't. You'll be doing it on your own, so not really. Especially in games that are PvP-oriented with fast travel, so not really. But also, if the game requires you to deliberately slow yourself down and fuck yourself over, that never feels good. This is especially true in Guild Wars 2, actually. Like, if you try and keep up with people who are using mounts without a mount, like, you just can't, really. That's not really going to work. Like, because of the way that these games work, because they're social, if you basically don't use a tool that everyone else is using, it just doesn't work, right? Like,
it's this thing about optimizing your own fun away, right? Because like, these are MMOs, so people want to like progress and achieve stuff, right? So you want to play in like a sort of optimal way. Well, it doesn't have to be entirely optimal, but you wanna like play efficiently, right? You wanna earn stuff, you wanna get gold, you wanna get XP, blah 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 blah. So sometimes like the efficient gameplay style doesn't entirely align with the style you think is fun. But I 100% see what you mean, though. It's like, I think it's kind of this spectrum of like, on one hand, you've got like the really immersive MMO experience, right? You're gonna run around and you're like somebody who's living in this world, right? Like an MMO is like a world that you live inside of. And then on the other hand, you've got like the more modern gameplay. You know, like how when you play a MOBA game, you queue for a game, right? And MMOs kind of become that a little bit after a while, right? It becomes less of like, I am living in Tyria and I'm on an adventure, and it becomes more like, I want to play this content, so I'm gonna teleport there and then like enter the fractal, right?
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with either of these playstyles at all. They're just like different ends of the same spectrum, kinda, I suppose. But I 100% see what you mean. Like, a lot of my favorite MMO memories are like when I'm like on an adventure with my friends. Like, if I'm in WoW Classic and I have to like run to the other side of the map, but there's like hordes there as well, and we have to like dodge them and stuff. That I find that stuff really fun. But when I do play a game like long term, right, when I've been playing for 10 years, then after a certain point that immersion magic kind of disappears a little bit for me. And then I do actually like that I can just teleport straight into the meta events I want to do. It's like pros and cons to both, for sure.
Indeed. Yeah, it's different games. It's like different different things with different tastes, for sure, I would say, overall, in that regard. But yeah, it's difficult. Guild Wars 2 combat became too spammy and clearer skill distinctions would be great, but in the core game, skills were lame. We had skills like Ranger, Longbow 3, which put 10 vol in the type. They were nothing skills. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, like, but, you know, just, you don't want to have, like, nothing skills, too. And, yeah, there were definitely some things that weren't great about how Guild Wars 2 core combat was, but I would definitely say that, like, overall, like, there are some pretty major issues with it now, right, with like, how it plays out. It definitely feels less fun to me. I don't like it quite as much, but, yeah, it wasn't perfect, for sure.
I will say something I really like about the current balance is the sheer amount of variety. Again, looking back at Heart of Thorns, where like Tempest was like the good DPS. Feels like now there's so many builds.
Yeah, there's way more. Yeah, there's way more variety, and that does come with like kind of standardizing things a little bit. It helps out. But yeah.
It's an issue that lots of MMOs run into as well. It's not just Guild Wars, right?
You're saying most of the world is annoying? I do not agree with that, actually. I like the core game. And actually, I will now stand my ground this forever way harder, actually, because of doing map completion. The core game, guys, is actually based. The world is not annoying. It is actually cool. The reality is, guys, look, you've got to understand where I'm coming from here. I like WoW Classic. I like walking everywhere in that game. That is good to me. I enjoy that. I like the fact that you had to walk everywhere in New World. You got to understand, a lot of the things that you guys consider annoying, I consider good and fun and immersive, to be honest. Like, I like it. Another Griffin stations in WoW, a waste of time? Kind of, yeah. But that is intentional. It's supposed to take you a long time to cross the world in that game. Kind of for world PvP purposes, funnily enough, actually. Like, the fact that you have to fly places, that's a world PvP feature. Like, making travel time-consuming is necessary for world PvP. It's why I don't like the mount in World versus World, because being slow in World versus World is actually essential to the gameplay, because it's all about, you know, moving around and like fighting groups of players and controlling territory. Movement being expensive in a sense is very important. It's the same in vanilla WoW in that regard. But yeah. It is a little bit scuffed, but that's kind of like, that's the price you pay, right, for having like a world PvP game.
Yeah, it's just, again, it's like very subjective. Like, do you enjoy that immersion or do you not enjoy that immersion,
yes.
Right? Convenience versus immersion, for sure.
Exactly. Like, they, you know, and look, guys, I'm not saying you're wrong for liking this. Like, to be clear, I am not making the statement that you know, my style of game is objectively better. I'm saying I prefer it, guys. You're getting mad at me because I don't like mint chocolate chip ice cream, which, by the way, is true. It's the terrible flavor.
I mean, we also got to keep in mind we're like full-time MMO streamers, right? Like we're the kind of people we like to spend hours and hours and hours. Like if somebody has like a really busy life and like 6 children and a busy job, I don't understand that they don't want to waste their time running from one place to the other.
I actually push back against this a bit because this is actually used, that statement is a cudgel that people use to say your opinion doesn't matter because you're a streamer. I think it is very destructive to the argument. I
disagree with that. I don't think it means that it doesn't matter. It's more like, you know,
yeah,
it's like
that is how people use that, in my opinion. And also, I would actually point to WoW
wrong.
Classic, actually, by the way. Like, WoW Classic in particular. Do you know what WoW Classic is known for, Lara? It's known by being played by dads, okay? Like, who are basically grown up and can't really keep up with retail WoW anymore. Sure. It is a literal dad gaming video game, okay? Like, it's Like, yeah, there's obviously people who play it
Dad
sweaty as well.
gaming.
But yeah, 100%. It's like, it's literally a dad game. And it's like the slowest, most RPG MMO out there, right? Like, it's like mega dad game.
Yeah, that's true, actually. That's true.
So it's like yes and no.
But
Like,
I guess it's not as much the streamer thing, I guess. I guess
Yeah.
you're right, but it's definitely like a different taste thing, right? Some people, they just want to get in, play the content instantly, and some people, they like that immersion a bit more. For sure.
Making
And
a
I
stream
think
is
a
not
lot of dads, they like
it doesn't
that
mean they,
immersion.
by the nature of what they do, they cannot be objective. Yeah, but nobody can be objective. Like, what's an objective take on a video game? That makes no sense. You're giving an opinion. It can't be objective. If you want objective, then go open a math textbook, okay? That's objective. But anything that we're talking about here is not subjective. And also, by the way, I call bullshit on this to an extent. I always give takes and have consistently done this, actually, that take into consideration how I think new players encounter systems. Like, I really go... that statement, by the way, that you just said, Kazil, I find to be incredibly insulting. Because you are actually... Within that statement, you are saying that I cannot see it from another player's point of view. That is a repulsive statement to make, because I absolutely do. That's... Look... Look at my website. Look at all of the stuff that I do. It's all about, like, helping people learn the game. Why would I do that if I only see it from my perspective as a streamer? I don't need guides. I don't need any of this content. What are you talking about, okay? No.
No, that's the thing. Everybody's got their own, like, playstyle, and everybody's got their own things that they like in games and stuff, right? And that's the same for us as for anyone else that's like playing video games. Everybody's got their own taste. Some people like shooter games, some people like RTS games, right? But that doesn't mean you can't, I guess, like, move yourself into the shoes of a different kind of player. I think we do that all the time on, like, tea time and stuff, right? We're like, well, we like this thing, but also, you know, that's definitely something that's, I think that is actually a streamer advantage, because we talk to lots of different people, right? We talk to people in the chat, we talk to people in game, we play a lot. I think we're pretty in touch with, like, what the average player likes and enjoys, for sure.
Yes.
Maybe it's weird for me to say I'm so in touch with the community.
Yeah. We're so in
This
touch
sounds a
here,
bit
Lara. We know what the youth
again,
of
we're
Guild
a bit-
Wars 2 are into. We know what's going on.
Exactly.
Finger on
How
the pulse.
do you do, fellow kids?
Yeah, that's us.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah, we're up to date on this one.
No, but I agree. Like, again, it's so subjective. Some people like other stuff than other people like stuff. And, yeah, it's good to be aware of that. It's good to be aware of that. Nobody is objective, like you said. Everybody's got their own subjective opinion. And I think in a way, to me, that's like why I like GW2 so much as well. Because I think it appeals to a really wide range of players, right? It appeals to the Wolf v Wolf people. It appeals to the tryhard PvPers. It appeals to the people that just want to pop in and, like, do map completion, right?
Yes.
It's a game for everyone, and everybody's got their own little playstyle.
Yeah, indeed. I meant it more as like a subjective opinion. It's based on what other people do as a hobby. It's a very different place to be judged from. Yeah, but thing is, you are... Okay, also, by the way, yeah, I wasn't saying you're mad, by the way, Goliath. It's people in Twitch chat who are getting mad, obviously. So that's number one thing. They're honestly, tracking YouTube and Twitch is fucking complex. Because the problem is that the YouTube people can't see what I'm replying to on Twitch. They think I'm talking to them, but I'm actually not. Okay, never mind. No. Here's the thing why I... Okay, look. Kazurol, I got no issue with you personally. I want to make that very clear. But the thing that you're expressing here, I actually think is one of the things that I find the most troublesome in any response to my content. Because of how unbelievably untrue it is. Okay. I am a very unchanging person, guys. The taste in video games that I have, to be frank, has not changed, ever. If I'm being... No, yeah, ever. I have always felt this way.
You're very picky, right?
I
You're
am a
picky.
very picky gamer, and I like what I like, and I don't like what I don't like. I liked the same things in video games when I had maybe 2 hours to play video games after coming home at 7, after swimming for 4 hours and working out in the gym, and also, being at school, which I did not like. No. This is not because I play the game on stream a whole lot. I do not feel this way because of that. The perspective I have on video games is entirely independent of being a streamer. This is one of my least favorite criticisms used to basically dismiss my opinion or devalue my opinion in some way or discredit it or say, oh, don't, look at this guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I really don't like this because of how unbelievably untrue it is. It is not accurate in my case whatsoever. I actually don't think it's particularly accurate in most streamers' case either, actually. If I'm being honest, I very much doubt that Lara's taste in video games has changed a lot since she started streaming a lot.
I played way too much Guild 2 back in the day too.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always been like that.
No.
I mean, even when I had less time to play. No, I see what you mean here. Like, it's a common thing where it's like, oh, but you have so much time to play, so your tastes are different. But it feels a bit weird because it's like our tastes are invalid or something. Yeah. But our tastes are our tastes. Just like anyone else's good tastes.
Yeah, I just don't like that. People are basically suggesting here that my taste in video games is informed by the fact that I stream. That is not accurate. Essentially, like my taste in video games has been unbelievably consistent. Actually, I played the original World of Warcraft vanilla, I played RuneScape, I played Roblox, I played Guild Wars 2, long before I started streaming.
What was actually your first kind of stuff. Was that RuneScape for you? Was that your first time?
I think so, yeah. I think it was my first time I was RuneScape, yeah.
I remember, like, some kid in school was like, yo, look at this. It's like medieval Habbo Hotel. And I was like, yo, I should try that. Like, RuneScape, it, like, blew my mind back then. Just the fact that you could, like, run around and see other people and stuff. Oh, my God.
Oh, wait. Someone gifted 5 memberships on YouTube. Yo!
Whoa!
Let's go! That's crazy, actually. Thank you very much. Numbers. Welcome, new YouTube members. I think that's the first... You're the first ever person to gift memberships. That's crazy.
Well, that's a thing now. It's like gifting subs, but it's on YouTube.
Man, it's actually crazy how much YouTube popped off. I mean, you should stream on YouTube, Lara. We got to get this chat situation sorted out. But like, there was 700 people watching. That's wild, actually.
That's so actually crazy. Wild. Did you give the stream like the tier list title or something?
Yeah, it is. It's got to the title tier list. Yeah.
Right. I think maybe people just saw it and they were like, "Oh wow, this is a video I would watch."
Yeah.
And
it is. It will be. It will become one. Huge.
Let's go. Good content.
Yes.
I'm trying to do more content like that, like streams into videos, kind of. Try to post more.
Yeah, that's good. That's what you got to do. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, no.
Honestly,
yeah.
like,
yeah. Oh yeah, go
it's ahead. Like, I guess, like looking back at those early MMOs, like it's that magical feeling a little bit that you chase, or at least for me, and when you first go into a game and you're like. So looking at like, whoa, there's this huge world and there's all these things I can do. That's what I like about MMOs. And like, I like the tryharding too, right? I like optimizing the raids and beating a savage boss or something and killing Saras. But my favorite part of an MMO is like just that immersion. Like I'm in this world, right?
Yeah. And I completely agree with you, by the way, Orca. You do have to design the content well and make it rewarding. I completely agree with that. I actually think that's a huge strength of World versus World. Because you're talking about how, like, the side quest stuff eventually gets boring. I actually do agree with that. That's why it's important to add more of it over time. And also make it rewarding, right? Like, I think it should be rewarding to do that kind of stuff and go on quests. However, I will say this. Let's say they did a new WoW server and it was like vanilla plus, or if it was like hardcore, I would 100% do that. Like, even though I've played the content before, I would love to do like a WoW hardcore adventure. I would level hardcore and WoW vanilla again, like, even though I've done it before. Like, to me, it's like almost infinitely replayable. I had a huge amount of fun playing through hardcore over and over again, and then dying over and over again with like Jester and Frosty and the boys. That was really good. I leveled in SOD again. That was also really fun. I really enjoyed the leveling experience in that game too. And I could play World versus World forever as well. Like, and I love all of like the random shit that happens. It's why I like this game mode, is because like just you don't know what's gonna happen, right? Like there is no structure here. World versus World is exactly. I feel like World versus World is exactly what I'm describing. It's why I thought that making the sieges in New World instance sucked. Why I think making opt-out PvP in New World sucked. It's because it transforms it from an open world PvP game to a war waiting room in New World. Whereas World vs. World still has that. Like, it is an endless little mini side story adventure thing where, you're just like a guy running around and kind of enjoying, you know, just doing your thing, right? Like, you know, who knows what's going to happen.
My favorite part of New World was like when I went with a friend and we were like capturing like some castle or something. Like that was a thing you could do. We're capturing it for affection. I like that immersion a lot. I think that's like, oh my gosh. So I am not a PvP player at all. I don't think I'm a very competitive gamer even. I like to just chill and do the cozy stuff, whatever, right? Yeah. But when I played WoW Classic, I loved the PvP server. And I don't think I ever killed somebody, but I just liked the excitement, right? That I was like, oh my gosh, there could be someone there. And I understand, though, it does kind of suck when you get ganked over and over and you're just trying to get a quest on. But there's definitely something exciting about, like, that open world, emergent gameplay, right?
Yes!
Like,
love it! Emergent gameplay is insanely based. I love to see it.
Yeah, the sandbox stuff. That stuff is so fun.
Yeah. 100%. I love that stuff in games.
It always makes me think I should try Eve, but then I try Eve and then I play a little bit and I'm like, oh, this is so difficult to get into.
I've been playing that game a little bit on the side. It's good.
Really?
It's good. Yeah. It is actually pretty good. It's fun. It's also.
I used to like know somebody and he had like 6 accounts. And he paid a sub for all of them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the game is a little bit scuffed in that regard. They got to pay the bill somehow, to be honest. But yeah, it's a little bit questionable. There's no question of that. But yeah, indeed, it kind of reignited my interest in sci-fi games, actually, like playing Eve again recently. Yeah, exactly.
It's interesting though because like I said, I love that sort of sandboxy feel. But then again, like. My favorite MMO is Guild Wars 2, which isn't even that sandboxy anymore nowadays, right? Like, it's very much like, go do this content. I like Jennifer Waltz a lot because it sort of gave me that feeling while I was exploring.
Yeah, it's a bit more open,
running
right?
Around
That is right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like, you know, I like a little bit of both. You know, you got to have both in there for me, but yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right about like the
nice immersion, but you also want to have the good instance, less immersive, but just fun challenge you can do.
Yeah, you know, this type of like meta element, I think, is really at the core of this. Like, Kid is talking about like, would I like hardcore even if it was without the community? I think the community, as with all things in MMOs, does make it better. But ultimately, yeah. I mean, I actually did I leveled my WoW hardcore character basically at night almost all the time. I basically played it entirely solo as a single player RPG. And yeah, I think that really links back to what Lara was saying about like the uncertainty, like the kind of the uncertainty in open world PvP. It's because you just don't know what's going to happen, right? You could get ganked at any moment. And the thing that was really fun for me about hardcore was that I could die at any moment. Like, WoW Vanilla is dangerous. Like, you can very easily die in that game, to be honest. You know, and you can get into bad situations very, very quickly. That was what was so exciting about it. Guys, okay, look. So, I was running Moda 2 when I was leveling my hardcore character. And I planned to take a break until after Moda 2. To finish leveling. I got to level 53 and I had to, you know, I had to do the tournament. But I actually was forced to go back and get to level 60 because I was actually having nightmares that I died in the game. Seriously, guys. I actually could not sleep at night because I was, you know, I was like, I don't know, I think I was something like 80 hours into my 1 to 60 hardcore warlock. And I actually could not sleep because I was dreaming that I died, right? And I was like, no, not level 1, please, no.
Right, at level 59.
Yeah.
Like 10% away.
So even...
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that's a bit of a very specific taste. Yeah. I think we both like that sort of excitement, right? Where it's a little bit scary, but, you know, it's also... I gotta admit, it's also pretty frustrating when you die in hardcore. Some people hate that, right?
It absolutely is. Like, it is frustrating.
Exciting. Yeah.
You know, I do love Risk, though. Like, I like Risk.
Yes.
So, for me, I like loot PvP. Doesn't have to be full loot. I actually think that New World struck a really good balance. So in New World, when you died in PvP originally, you wouldn't lose any of the gear you've got equipped, right? So all of your gear, still there. Like, you're not losing your best in slot, for example, when you die. However, any like materials you've got and anything in your bags, you do lose. So let's say that you looted like a really crazy item that you were going to sell that you're not using right now, like you looted a sword or something, and then you had a bunch of like diamonds or something that you're carrying around, right? If you die, all of that is being looted by your opponent. I think this is actually a pretty good balance on this, because it means you don't like lose your progression basically on your character or anything like that, which I think can be really brutal. Like I can 100% people looking at EVE Online and going like, holy shit, I would rather I would rather like pull my own eyes out than play this game. Because in EVE Online, guys, you know that fancy ship that you grinded like a week for? You know, if you lose that, it's gone.
Lose it,
right?
yeah.
It is gone. That game, that does not exist anymore. it is over. So I can understand people really not liking that. But at the end of the day, you know, I do kind of like that stuff. It's pretty fun. It was a good approach with New World, I think, to have that overall.
Oh, I was a little bit sad. Like, I think New World is such an interesting case study, almost. Because, like, on one hand, it was going to be a PvP game originally, right?
Yes.
Like, that was, like, the whole goal. It was going to be open world sandbox PvP, basically. Which I think some of us were really excited about. Like, I was excited for that concept. But then also they realized that, like, that's pretty niche, isn't it? The amount of people that actually wants to play a game like that is pretty small. Most people just want to, like, play PvE, I think.
Yes.
Without that scariness. And then they kind of tried to please both, in a way, I think.
And they completely failed. They failed
They
at
kind of
both.
ended up, like, alienating both sides a little bit.
Yeah,
Difficult, isn't
it was a complete disaster, to be honest. And now the game is actually dead. But unlucky.
Oh well. I remember just being so, like, because I wanted that PvP excitement. Again, I don't even go gank people, but I just like the excitement.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So I was playing, playing with, like...
It's because I think people really underestimate this about open world PvP in particular. It turns dog shit boring content into the most tingling intense stuff ever. Like, okay, if you're doing like collect 17 bear asses in vanilla WoW, but here's the thing. Level, like, 40 undead rogue can jump you at any moment, and you have to be ready for that, right? Like, you know, someone could attack you at any moment, and it turns, like, mundane shit like that into godlike content. And I can give you, like, a really good example, guys. I do not like fishing in any game. It's not for me. But you know some of the best gaming I've done in a long time? It was actually fishing in Stranglethorn Vale to farm consumables for my raid consumes on my shaman. Do you know why, guys? Because at any moment, it would be pure PvP constantly the entire time. So, like, between every fishing node, and the minigame sucks, by the way. Like, you literally just click the fishing bobber, right? It's trash. But here's the thing. It was giga content. Because at any moment, full PvP could enable. It was so good. Yeah.
Actually, I like how Guild Studios does, where, like, Vault versus Vault is like that game mode where you sort of get that feeling a little bit, right? You're like running around, but the Zerg could show up at any moment and stuff. Also, like how RuneScape did it originally with, like, the wilderness, and then you had to, like, go in there, and it was really scary. It was like, oh my gosh,
yeah, it was
people in the
very
wilderness could kill me. Yeah. But then I think New World just kind of, with the whole flagging system, it just, yeah, I don't think it really worked out super well. I think, weirdly enough, Vault vs. Vault is a much better, like, open Vault PvP experience than New World ever was, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Like, that to me is always the benchmark. Like, New World for me now, is the game even actually that awful? I actually logged into it recently, and it's not, like, you know, it's like, whatever, you know, it's kind of it's got some cool things about it, but, like, the thing is, I look at New World and go, like, why would I ever play this over World vs. World? And there's, like, there's no justification for it. Like, there's no reason to ever play New World over Guild Wars 2, to be honest. I'm told myself for BB, I literally dunk with my eyes closed. Anyone that hits me, 99% of the time. I mean, look, that's kind of like the World vs. World experience. And, you know, that can be a little bit boring. Like, for example, if I'm on my Selly Harbinger, I will literally, like, 1v4 people in Guild Wars 2. But that's kind of the content, right? Like, that's the way it goes. Like yeah, sure.
That's the build I play.
Yeah. And when I was playing Shaman, I mean, I'm no, like, try-hard WoW PvPer, but I would, like, annihilate basically everyone 1v1. Like, one, because I'm at least semi-try-hard, but also because Shaman was really OP. But, like, yeah, you would annihilate people, but then it's like, oh shit, it's a 1v2. right? Like, oh, it's like a 1v3, and you've got to like, figure out how to navigate the situation, right? And sometimes you do encounter competent people, right? You definitely do. Like, even in World vs. World and even in Vanilla, right? There were some fights against people who were, like, knew what they were doing for sure and had, like, good gear and stuff. But, yeah. But that's open world
did you
PvP,
ever...
right?
Did you ever play the DayZ mod? Did you ever touch that?
No.
Did you ever try that?
I did not.
Oh, like, again, it's not like a MMO, right? But that is, like, some of my best gaming memories. Like, you're in this, like, zombie world, right? And there's, like, zombies and stuff. But there could be other people, and they could shoot you and take your loot, right?
Yeah.
They could take your beans.
That's pretty high tier.
Yeah, it was really exciting. It's a little different now, but those first couple of weeks where everybody was like running around and you could like make a car and stuff, and you had to like scavenge all the parts, but you had to be really careful because there might be other people like camping in a building and stuff. That stuff is so exciting to me. I don't even like PvP. I think I just like the excitement. I just like being a little bit scared. That's what I like.
I think, you know, PvP is just a bit of an acquired taste, to be honest. You just, it's such a different style because you can actually lose. I think. Yeah. Like, you can and will lose when you play PvP. You know, it's funny, right? Like, one of the big complaints people always talk about is, like, the force 50, like 50% win rate. Like, yeah, that's intentional. That's how it's supposed to be, obviously. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, that's the way it is. I think that's something that, you know, I think a lot of players really struggle to adapt to is the fact that, yeah, you are going to lose half of your games when you play PvP. And that is intentional, and that's how it should and needs to be in order for like the game mode to function well. And that when you go from PvE, where you can't lose, right? Most of the time, especially in Guild Wars Seal, you can't really fail, right? And you go into a game where you 100% can, that's where it gets spicy. It's the same thing as like Mythic Plus and WoW. Like Mythic Plus kind of takes the... It adds this kind of competitive... It's not really PvP, but it's kind of the closest thing you'll get to it. It's like, yeah, if you don't kill this dungeon in this time limit, you lose, right? Like, yeah, you actually lose. The game tells you that you lose. And that is something that is kind of alien in a lot of these environments.
I get that, right? Like, it's kind of, I guess, like, what do you want out of your video games? Do you want that excitement and that competition, right? I totally understand there's people, they just want to, like, listen to some pretty music and run around a pretty open world, right? And they have no interest in winning or losing or whatever. Just kind of depends on who you are as a gamer, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, it definitely does. You know, it's different flavors of games for different gamers.
I keep saying it, but it's so true, I think.
Yes.
Alright, I think how is it 2 a.m.? How did this happen?
Yeah, it's actually pretty late, huh? But yeah, well, we've got to... Where's wait. Guys, someone link me the every map tier list. I already lost it. Link it. I'm linking it to Lara. Then we have to do...
Does it have the new stuff? Does it have, like...
I believe so, yes.
Jennifer Vault on it?
I believe it does.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe you got somebody to make this. I was like, it's so much work. You gotta, like, get all the little pictures and, like, put text on them and stuff.
It's probably Green Death. Green Death makes, like, every tier list that exists.
Whoa.
Let me see if I can find it. Wait, is this it? What we got? All story of Guild Wars 2. Wait, this is story, though. Wait, no, this is the wrong tier list.
This is what you just did,
Yeah, I already did that one. The map one? Someone lend me the map one, guys. Where's the map one? Juice me up. It's time.
I'm looking forward to this because I think tourist videos are fun, but I like the discussion.
You know how long it's going to take, right? It's going to be like a 2-hour video.
It's going to take forever.
It's going to be a 3-hour video. It's going to be the most epic video ever. And you know what?
It's going to be good.
Do you know what we're going to do, guys? Both me and Lara, there's going to be an ad every 5 minutes. Okay, there's going to be an ad.
Oh my God.
There's going to be an ad between every map. We're going to actually perfectly place the ads. So it's like right between.
The mid-roll ads?
Yeah,
oh my God.
Mid-roll ad between every single map. Oh, it's going to be so good. It's going to be a payday. You guys are going to watch it. You're going to watch all the ads. You're not even going to skip them. You're actually going to give full engagement to the ads. And then you're going to click on every single ad individually as well. And then you're going to browse the site that's being linked and, you know, really give it your full consideration. Just enjoy that. And then after that, you're going to buy the game using my referral link as well.
Oh my God.
This one doesn't have
I'm so,
oh, yeah.
like, what? Wow. You know, if you want to use AdBlock, just do it, okay? And then don't use people's referral link.
Wait.
Just don't do it.
Wow. I thought we were friends. And friends use my referral link.
Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh. I should actually get out of here though. I was trying to not stream today, but then people were like shitting on EOD, and then now I'm here.
Come to defend EOD. I mean, yeah, honestly, like the EOD haters, they don't know what's going on. They're actually clueless. But yeah, it's good to have a chat, you know. Oh, we didn't use the Twitch feature though. We used Discord.
I tried to use that, but I don't know how to do it. Like,
I'm not. Wait, actually, no. I think you can call me when you're not streaming. Actually, I think anyway.
I'm not sure. I don't see like the knock button on anyone's channel.
Oh, maybe
at all
you have
right
to
now.
be. Maybe you have to be live then. That might be something that they should fix. So. Actually, because I think that maybe their implementation for this is actually a little bit scuffed. Like, I feel they should just make it almost like Twitch Discord, right? But that's kind of not what they've made. It's like, oh yeah, you've got to be live to do this. Like, I'm not sure if that's good though. You know, I think that there's loads of use cases where you wouldn't necessarily want to be live and still call into someone's stream.
I think you could invite somebody, but like, I don't think you can request to join when you are not live yourself or something.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's interesting.
At least I couldn't figure out how to do it. I did actually look at it.
Yeah.
Did you see that they want to like do the merge chat as well?
Yeah,
apparently?
That's actually really good. I like that a lot. That's a good feature.
Yeah.
It'll be. I think they would never go this far, but I think some people were saying they should do like merged view counts. But I think that would actually be so OP. Holy shit.
Oh my god, yes.
I think it could be interesting if it actually cancelled out the mutual viewers, right? So let's say that I've got 300 viewers and you've got 300 viewers, but there's like 100 people who are watching both streams at the same time. Like if it combined them, and then I guess that would give us, oh man, that would give us each an extra 200 basically, right? Like an extra 200 viewers each, up to 500. Like there's maybe some kind of implementation.
Maybe if it shows up as like one stream in the category or something. I'm not sure.
That would be weird.
It's a cool system, though.
I think maybe if it did merge the streams together. The thing is, though, how would that work with, I guess the issue there is, like, how would they do advertising credit if you did that? Like, who gets credit for the ads?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, stuff like that could be pretty cool, actually. I definitely like the idea, because, like, one thing that I really like doing is, I want to, when I talk to someone on stream, it's really cool. And you obviously, whenever I have someone on tea time or chat with them, we obviously try and promote them, right? As you do on Twitch. But man, if the system actually enabled that, that would be so sick. So like if I'm talking to like a smaller creator who's maybe just started out or has a smaller following, if they got juiced all the way to the top of the page, that would be kind of base, to be honest. Oh man, maybe there's something they could do there.
And then some people would definitely abuse it.
Yeah, that's the problem though. It's the abuse, right? Like that's the issue. Is always the abuse. Like any system that manipulates viewers is always going to be abused. It kind of reminds me, of course, of the Fextra Life embedding scandal. Obviously, embedding, guys.
Oh my god.
Because it's
I think they haven't been live since they got blacklisted.
Yeah, because they got fully blacklisted, right? They got fully shut down. Twitch, not approving of that kind of behavior. But yeah, I mean, that's obviously a very extreme case of like taking a feature that is like 100% like it has its uses. I mean, hell, that's how we do the raid tournaments, right? Is by using the embedded player. Like, embedded players have their uses. But obviously, yeah, like, you can abuse stuff like that, which feels pretty bad. But yeah.
Yeah, it's complicated because there's like valid ways of doing that, right? And then there's also the kind of misleading ways of doing it too, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's a little bit unfortunate. And it's exactly the same thing with this, right? Is that like there's loads of good faith ways to use a system that would like combine your view counts. But there's also some insanely bad faith ways of doing that as well. I mean, because you could be doing some like really shady shit, like oh yeah, if you pay me, I'll collaborate with you, and then you'll basically get view botted, right? Like, and people would 100% do that as well. Like,
yeah, that's
absolutely do that.
100%.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, Fextra Life Fextra Life got blacklisted specifically because people were complaining about this. Because, I mean, the Fextra Life thing was, like, insanely obscene, right? Like, they would basically
they were also taking lots of sponsorships as well,
Oh,
I think.
Yeah.
Which makes it even... so they were, using the fake view numbers. I don't know what happens behind the scenes.
That's crazy.
That's what I assume that happens, right? I assume a lot of advertisers were, like, doing sponsored streams and they didn't realize that the viewers weren't really actually watching.
Yeah, they were like, and that obviously that's like literally fraud, right? At that point, like that is, you can't do that. If you're using like an inflated view count
to be clear,
like,
we
get
don't know
sponsor
what
numbers.
happened behind the scenes, but that's what it looked like from our perspective. You know,
Yeah.
like we don't know how negotiations happened between that channel and their sponsors and stuff. To be clear, but it definitely seemed like a little bit like there might be something questionable going on.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredibly
Oh.
sus, let's be honest. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
we
Yes.
don't know about the sponsor stuff, but in terms of like just like, you know, basically making their website shitty by having an embed this is like hidden on the page, and you know, also inflating the view count, it's just not good, right? Like it's one of those things. It's very hard for Twitch to actually fix that, unfortunately, because again, like there's no way that they can know if a feature like that is being used incorrectly, which is why again they aren't doing stuff like the merge view counts, right? With this, because like there's just no real way for them to know if the service, the product they're using, is being used like in bad faith, essentially.
It's definitely tricky. Like that's just the thing, like almost with the internet in general, right? Like if there's some way that people can somehow like abuse a feature like that, they're gonna find a way, I feel.
Yeah, it is unfortunately
well.
the case. A little bit unfortunate. But that's how it goes, guys.
How's the garden spear, by the way?
It's good. It's high tier.
The loot stick.
Look, actually, well, I'm gonna just hang up because you've got to go and do something, I believe. But last point: how does it feel we're on the same world versus world team? Fungus and La La Land are united at last.
I will have you know, our guild is called Lara Land.
Yeah.
Okay, it's more narcissist than you thought.
No, I did know that. It's just that, you know, I fumbled because La La Land, that is in fact a film, but never mind.
Yes, it's kind of like a pun with that, honestly.
It is in fact Lara Land, which is the land of you. You have your own little map.
Exactly.
But that's a new map being added to the game. But that's how it is.
Wait, so is your fungus guild on Skritsburg?
That is correct. We are on Skritsburg.
Oh.
Yes.
We should like team up.
We have to do content. We have to do insane content. It's gonna be way better. We can do like pincer moves. It's gonna be insane, actually. Holy shit.
Let's go.
We can pincer. You need to get like a good squad in there. Because look, I'm just saying, I felt you've got to step up. I had like 120 fungus on the first reset. Like, how many did you have on reset?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Literally 120 fungus army.
We have like people that are into Wild though.
Yeah.
And it's like, but again, most of us are like PvE players and we're kind of new, but we're learning. We've been playing like a lot together. It's really fun, honestly.
Yes.
Just running around with the gang.
Yeah, with the crew. Honestly,
Yes,
it's Peak Guild Wars too. It's Peak Guild Wars too, especially with the spears. I like the spear running animation. It's good. It's high tier. Let's go. Are you done with the...
I gotta try the Guardian Spear.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. Yeah, play some Selly Firebrand. Very high tier build, actually. Very cool.
I want to do a video where like I review all the spears.
Spear review.
I'm like halfway through playing them all now, but I still have the Guardian Spear still on the list.
Yeah, I think if I think about the spears, the only ones that I go, wow, these are... I don't really like the NG one that much, and I find the LE one to be not super exciting, to be honest. Like, all the other ones are pretty good.
What? I love the LE Spear.
I don't know. It's just, you know, it just kind of does damage, right? I mean, I guess it's okay.
That's true, but it's fun. I like just having like a nice, powerful, power ranged weapon. Yeah. Since, you know, stuff is like not super amazing nowadays.
Looks pretty cool. It definitely looks pretty cool.
Yeah. I've heard though that like apparently you can't play it on certain bosses or something due to the geometry or something. Like the hitboxes are a bit finicky or something.
Yeah. The Octovine.
But I really like playing it. It's super, super fun.
Boom.
Animation's so good as well.
Yeah. Yes.
Honestly, I don't know how they're gonna top it for the next one. Because, like, Spear was kind of hype, right? It's, like, only weapons hype. Like, I'm not sure if they can come up with something that's as exciting for the next X-Pack.
It is tough. I mean, same with the Homestead, right? It's tough. I think we talked about this on Tea Time. It's a tough act to follow,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's definitely a tough act to follow.
For sure.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Yeah. Right. Get out of here. I'm kicking you. I'm hanging up. I'm hanging up. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm gonna do it.
Bye-bye.
See ya! Are you done with the Warden preseason? No. I just been sick over the weekend. I was maybe planning on playing today, but it's a little bit late, and I actually don't want to stream long because I'm still sick, guys. Do not let my energetic demeanor fool you. I am fully drugged up right now. Oh, yeah! It's kind of my own fault, though, guys. I just had you know what's weird, guys? Do you know where I fucked up? I fucked up after Drops Week. I just did not sleep enough after Drops Week because I was, like, very energized to try and get some stuff done and kind of, you know, get on the grind, right, and kind of keep up the energy. I fucked up really badly. I just did not get enough sleep in like the week after Drops Week. I was fine in Drops Week. I was well disciplined. My discipline actually collapsed after the week was over. It was like in the recovery phase. I didn't do the recovery phase correct. That's okay though. We'll nail that next time. But yeah, no, I'm still pretty sick today, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm just kind of getting by on the drugs right now, but I'll probably be streaming WoW tomorrow. I know I've said I'll stream WoW every day and until then, but you know, I'm just not up to it right now. I want to do the tier list, now it's a little bit too late. I don't want to stream long. Like I actually have quite a bunch of stuff to do in WoW actually right now. Like I've got to gear my ult and do some heroics. I'm nearly done with the rep grind, so there is that. So we've been, you know, doing a good job there, but no. I'll try and get some WoW in tomorrow, guys. Get some WoW in tomorrow. I want to stream a little bit earlier, get a good, like, Guild Wars 2 stream in, like, do all the hearts and all the Janther Wild stuff, and then launch into a little bit of heroic gaming. Of course, yeah, I'm not, like, mega motivated to play WoW right now, because, again, like, a lot of the content that I want, like, the Raid and the Mythic Plus doesn't exist yet, which is, it's a little, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of that, but it is what it is. You just got to deal with it, right? So I'm not feeling, like, huge motivation to stream the game, but I do want to. I also got baited. There was, like, more story at max level. Like, the story ended, but then you've got to get, like, 4 in every rep, and then you get more story as well. Which is kind of interesting, actually. Name the best map? What is the best map in the game? Man, it's kind of a good question. I'd be so tempted to say Tangled Depths, because in my mind, Tangled Depths has it all. It has absolutely everything. You've got, like, the really cool exploration, and it's got the Chat Garant, and Chat Garant on launch was so good. Like, guys, Chat Garant was so good. Getting the first, you know, being on voice there to try and kill the Garant for the first time, getting the first Garant kill. It's so good. It's up there. I'm not sure if I'd say it's the best map in the game, but it's 100% up there. Tangled Depths is one of the best maps they've made. WoW Greens of I haven't read it, so I don't know. Best Ellie build right now? I'd say the best Ellie build right now... it's probably Fresh Air Tempest. Fresh Air Tempest, Alack, and full power damage. Oh, yeah, that is cool, right? It absolutely is cool. Like, to get into that map, right? Like, through Tangled Depths. He seems very impressed by the war than even the story content. I think it's a very impressive expansion. It's honestly really cool that both Guild Wars 2 and WoW have honestly kind of nailed it. They really have with the content. I think the story is actually pretty good in the War Within overall. It's definitely a bit more of a World of Warcraft story than the War Within was. Not super Warcrafty, I guess is how I'd describe it. It's hard to put a finger on it, but it definitely feels very WoW-y with the way things are going. And there's a lot of it, too. There's a lot of content in the War Within. There's a lot of content in terms of the story. Much more than Dragonflight, actually. Much more than Dragonflight. I was surprised. I was kind of expecting it to be, like, the same as Dragonflight, but it's a lot. The amount of, like, little side quests and, like, well, again, the analogy would be collections, right? There's so many fucking collections, basically, in the War Within. It's actually insane. Loads of content. And the dungeons are also really good as well. Like, they're on heroic, so they're very easy at the start of the season, but the dungeons are very, very nice. They're going to be good in Mythic Plus. Hard. They're going to be hard in Mythic Plus, but they're going to be good in Mythic Plus, I think. I think the first season of Dragonflight, I guess it really depends on the tuning, but I could actually very easily see the first War Within season as being one of the hardest seasons in Mythic Plus, especially week 1. Like, stuff like Stonevolt and the Dawnbreaker, I mean, bro. Fucking hell. Like, that is going to be deplete, man. Like, that is going to be instant deplete in some of these. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Let's go. Not the constant failing because of some dumbasses. I mean, look, that's challenging content, right? Like, sometimes you lose, sometimes you fail. Dawnbreaker some juice on Mythic, or why people are scared of it. The bosses are kind of fucked up on Mythic, and the trash is gnarly as hell as well. Like, especially the trash after the first boss, going into the second boss. It's, like, very aggressively tuned. Well, it was on beta anyway. Like, will it be on launch? That's another thing entirely, obviously. One Azure TV? Yeah, that channel's great. I should do stuff like that, to be honest. What is this? I laughed too hard. What the hell is this? I'm not watching, like, a 1-minute video on stream. I'm too much of a zoomer for that. Yeah, the fucking golems in Stonevolt, that is actually deplete fuel. I also like that it's right at the end of the dungeon. Well, I guess the ones that, yeah, I think the trash early on is not that bad. If you let any of the fears go off, have fun with that, bro. Like, that's going to be rough. You're just going to pull everything and then deplete. The heart repeatable achievement, by the way. Oh, shit. Wait, how has someone done this already? Journey can outpost Renown Heart. Complete the Renown Heart on 3 unique days. What's in the box? Is that just 1 champion bag? Surely not. Please tell me it's not 1 champ bag, guys. My friend's game bugged and he ended up throwing finish today. Oh shit, that's crazy. A regular code and cache? Well, I mean, I hope not. That's actually despair if that's the case. Yeah, maybe it's like a runestone or something. Aren't all days unique? I mean, I guess they kind of are. Dragons are the best map? I think you got a good point there, honestly, Goliath. Well, I think it's in terms of like the thing is, I feel like the issue with Dragon's Stand is that it really doesn't have you think Dragon's End? I think the problem with Dragon's End is that I don't think I can give the best map in the game to a pure meta map. I feel like optimal Guild Wars 2 maps actually do blend both of these concepts together. Like, having that exploration, that, you know, world focus, I think is really important for a Guild Wars 2 map. And Dragon's End, it does have a couple of cool little things there, like the underwater component to it, and like the little mini dungeon, like gauntlet thing that exists there. That is actually pretty cool. I will certainly give it that, but I'm not sure if I can really, give it like best map in the game. Even though in terms of spectacle, stuff like Dragon's End and Dragon's Stand, like that is like pure magic. I'd actually say that Dragon's Stand is better in this regard, actually. Su-1 is certainly the better boss than the Mouth of Mordremoth. Like, it's the best world boss they've done in the game. But the spectacle of the Mouth of Mordremoth on those islands at the end in Dragon's Stand, it is breathtaking, right? Like, seeing that for the first time, I mean, you just can't beat that, right? You just can't beat it. Lowland Shore is my favorite map. I don't think you're coping at all. I think that's actually a candidate for best map in the game. Trig, I completely agree with that. It is absolutely a candidate for best map in the game. Is the only entire map from Metazone that was worth? I think I'd agree with that. Dragon's End doesn't really fully justify it because the pre-event isn't good enough. Whereas Dragon Stand's pre-event absolutely justifies itself as being like worth that full all-encompassing event. I agree. Auric Basin's a good combo. It definitely is, yeah. The Octavine is a classic. It really is. I think I've really struggled to actually rate, like, pick out one map as the best. Like, I would say Dragon's End, S tier. Dragon's Stand, S tier. Tangled Depths, S tier. Lowland Shore, S tier as well. But, like, what is the best map in the game? I don't know, actually. I'm not sure what I'd say. I'd almost say Tangled Depths on instinct. That would be my, you know, my reflex. My reflex response would be Tangled Depths. I'm ready for this debate. Ah, yeah, I mean, that's gonna be good. Me and Lara, we're gonna look. Me and Lara are gonna be starting a massive drama with this, guys. We're gonna be starting a massive drama. We absolutely are. Absolutely massive drama. Auric Basin? Auric Basin is S tier. S tier, 100%. I think every single HOT map is S tier. Verdant Brink, S tier. Auric Basin, S tier. Tangled Depths, S tier. Dragon's End, S tier. Absolutely. The ore maps? Yeah, the ore maps are actually very high tier as well. Like, on launch, they were way better because the temple events were relevant. Like, I feel like a lot of the issues with the core game are because newer content has made them irrelevant. Like, back in the day, guys, getting the Karma gear from the temple events, that was important. Getting the obsidian shards from the Balthazar vendor, that was really important. Now, it's not relevant anymore, unfortunately. And those temple events, by the way, that was basically, like, your actual proper world bosses back in the day. Or is spectacular. Like, it's hard to rate now, though, because so much of it is just irrelevant because of the way the game works. React content to end the stream. What do we got?
We are all aware of just how low...
Holy shit! I never thought I'd see the day, guys. Captain Crapface actually likes it. Holy shit. That's crazy. Well, you know what? I love to see it. Yes. It's a miracle, guys. He actually liked it. New Rebros video? Wait, is there another one? Because I think I've already seen one of them. Oh, wait, there's another one! Holy shit! Oh, man, I kind of want to watch this. Wait. Oh.
Alright, another Guild Wars 2 video, and this one will go more into the Tavern Talk section, I guess. I'm still unsure what I want to do with that playlist. I think I want to talk a little bit more about second monitor MMOs, but yeah, I guess we will see. Anyway, so the question...
Wait, have you guys seen this one? Have you guys watched this one? What does he say? I don't want to watch a video right now, guys. I'm not sure I want to watch it right now. Because I kind of want to go to bed. Guys, I'm sick. Don't make me do... No, please, guys, please. Don't make me stream. I don't want to stream anymore. We might have to save this one, okay? Look, someone give me the cliff notes, guys. What does he actually say? You know, one day, guys, Rabirox will speak with us. You know, we're gonna have Rabirox content on stream. Is Otto is not a great meta? It isn't anymore, if we're being real, Goliath. I think it was on launch. Not anymore, though. The Omega Guild Wars 2 hated Limeout's removal of Guild Wars 2 videos changes channel direction into drama stuff. There's actually a combo reason for that, actually, Noisy Toy. There is a combo reason for that. I will actually briefly give you guys a little tease, actually. One of the reasons why Lion Meows has gone from Guild Wars 2 is one, because it wasn't working very well, but he also doxed himself by accident. But that is a story for another time. That's a story for another time, guys. Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't legal action. It wasn't legal action, actually. Yeah, I looked at his channel the other day. It's like, wait, it's like some fucking Joe Rogan memes or something. It's like, what the hell is going on here? More off-stream content? Let's see, what is this one? Wait, what is this? Wait, is this video legitimate, by the way, Grim, or is this, like, troll? I can't even tell at this point. I have no idea. Is there actual, like, dodge bots? Are there people actually using dodge bots in World vs. World? What? Or is it just, like, actually trolling? I have no idea. What the fuck? That's crazy. Yeah. You made this guy Reddit's popular? Good. Good. I actually think he makes interesting videos. This is the same thing, guys, with Asmongold that I argued with people earlier. Like, not liking a creator does not mean that their videos aren't interesting or aren't good. Like, I had a really hard time getting people to even, like, properly engage with what Asmon was saying because they don't like Asmon. And hey, like, maybe I'm out of date on the type of content. There were a couple of things people saying that he's got, like, some crazy takes on stuff. Guys, you gotta understand, I'm out of the loop. Okay? I don't watch Asmongold. I don't watch every single fucking video out there. So I don't know about that. But it's the same thing with Reburox. If you don't like him or you disagree with him, that doesn't mean his videos are bad. Right? It doesn't mean that it's not worth watching or can't be interesting in some way. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. And I find Reburox's opinions really interesting, actually. I really enjoy listening to what he has to say. And I will continue to watch his videos. Because I actually do find them interesting. And yeah, like, if I'm making him popular, then I'm happy about that. I think his content's actually pretty high effort. I think he has interesting things to say. So yeah, I want his videos to be popular. 100%. Is it okay to play Guild Wars for the fashion? Yes. Indeed. Oh, shit. We've got a mechanist here. Dude. Look at that spear burst, guys. Look at that. Spear! Destroyed. Azan was wanting to be popular. No, Reburox. Dude. Yeah, guys. You heard it here first. I made Asmongold, guys. Okay? You know, Asmon makes a bunch of people's careers by reacting to their videos. But who made Asmon? Me. That's right. Incredible. Is the Edit Zero Hero crafting video lost media? No, it'll be back. I just figured it would probably make a bit more sense to do the expansion stuff first, right? But yeah, it will be like a lost episode, right? Like the a lost episode of the spear crafting. You know, one day, guys, I'll be important enough to talk to Asmon. Okay, then I'll do the Guild Wars 2 debate with Asmon, and you fuckers can finally be happy. Okay. The truth is, I think there's a lot of streamer stuff going on there. Like, the thing is, when everyone is asking you to play a game like 17 times a day, you do kind of want to alienate people from your community. Look, so here's like something that you guys will understand. Do you guys remember the tree arc? Okay, what was the purpose of the tree arc, guys? I wanted to cleanse my community of doomers and also people who could not critically engage with Guild Wars 2. So we infested the chat with trees and drove them away. And it worked. It worked. It's kind of the same thing, I feel like, with Asmon and Guild Wars 2. It was like this with Final Fantasy, right? He had people, like, annoying him constantly, like, oh, play our video game, why aren't you playing our video game? So he's gonna say shit to basically piss people off on purpose, right? I think there's a bit of that that's kind of attached to, like, all of his rhetoric when he's talking about Guild Wars 2, right? It's the same thing we did with the tree arc, right? Like, the tree arc, I just wanted these people out of my community. I wanted the doomers out. I wanted, like, the simps out who couldn't, like, talk about the game and actually have, like, a real conversation. I wanted these people gone, right? And that's why the trees were in the mix. Give me a little too much credit. I mean, maybe I am. But the thing is that the alternative is just like not even engaging, right? Like if we really believe that like Asmongold is basically just like a Guild Wars 2 hater in total bad faith, then there's nothing to say, right? There's nothing to say. I don't think I believe that. I don't know. Like again, like I really can't speak to his takes on other things. Like maybe he has like some really bad takes on other stuff, right? That's like going on or whatever. But again, when it comes to video games, I mean, that's his area of expertise, right? Like I don't think he's going to be like completely unhinged when it comes to video games. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Let's get in there. Yeah. We'll just play Guild Wars 2 didn't look interested. I mean, first impressions are important, I guess, but I mean, yeah, that's maybe not the best reason. Doesn't like the game. Also possible, yeah. Like, not everyone's going to like Guild Wars 2. Certainly not for everyone. The Doomers were the tree spammers. I think that is true, actually. But I think the tree spamming converted the Doomers into people who just watch the stream because being in the chat is fun. And that was another purpose of, like, the tree spam and also, like, the copy-pasta stuff. It was to basically allow people to transition from being, like, a Guild Wars 2 viewer into a Teapot stream viewer, which is kind of where I think quite a lot of people actually are right now. Explain the tree thing. To be honest, it's just a dumbass meme. It means nothing. Preach. Yeah, Preacher's a really good guy, actually. Like one day, guys, I'll make my way into the WoW scene. We can do some, maybe I'll eventually be able to cast some WoW with Preach or something. Like, we need even more English people taking over, World of Warcraft, man. That's what we need. What do you think of Bellula? Seems like a cool dude. I'd love to talk to him. I actually reached out to him to maybe talk to him about Guild Wars 2. He left me on red, man. Unlucky. But, I mean, he's pretty big, right? You probably have to send him, like, a business email or something. Like, you know, go through his fucking agent or whatever, you know what I'm saying? What's this? The worst weapon in Janthea Wilds. PvE, PvP, and World vs. World. The good, the bad, the ugly, Ranger new weapon. Jesus. Man. Not a fan. Yeah, I mean, the Ranger one... I think it's got some play going on in PvP, but... I mean, look, Ranger Spear in PvP, I feel like it's currently being obfuscated by how insanely good the Warrior one is. Like, we're in a weird spot with balance, right? Like, Warrior Spear is so strong that I think it's distorting the meta a lot. You know? That's kind of an issue. So we're not really seeing its true power level right now, in my opinion, because Warrior is just so mega dominant. Overhyped. I don't think it was overhyped. It's just that Warrior is stealing its thunder hugely in PvP right now. Because, like, Warrior is just God mode in PvP. Like, I mean, you saw the monthly AT, right? You saw the monthly AT, guys. Like, you had Grimjack, like, literally hold a 1v3, 1v4 for 30 seconds on the Warrior Spear. Like, you're not doing that with Ranger Spear. That's just not happening. It's simply not going to happen. What kind of Mirage? I think it's Power Mirage is good. Power Mirage was actually pretty good. Power Mirage was pretty good before the expansion, but Spear, it's going to work out super well with it. Yes. Flip mechanics is nearly nothing, like 2 flips and 1 more attack. I mean, in PvE, yeah. I think it's more of like a weapon that was designed for PvP, though. Would you say it's an ambition of yours to make it big in the WoW mode, or something you'd like to take a stride if it happens? I would tend to always say I'll take it in my stride if it happens. I don't really go into anything with like the, oh yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and make it. I definitely will try, yeah. Like when I've got a little bit of downtime, I'm definitely gonna make more inquiries. I already, you know, sent an application to be on Echo's commentary team, basically, for their events, like, you know, for Mythic Plus and for raiding and so on. Didn't get in this time, but, you know, that's how it goes, isn't it? You know, you got to earn it, right? You got to earn your place. And yeah, I would love to. I'd love to get involved in stuff like MDI and TGP, and obviously the Race to Worlds first there as well. But I certainly don't think I'm entitled to. I don't think that, you know, you've got to earn it, right? And if I'm not good enough, then I'm not good enough. I have to get better. Simple as that. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'd definitely like to. But yeah, I will attempt it, and if it happens, it happens. And I will indeed take it in my stride. Is Firebrand playable in PvP if you're new to the game mode? Oh yeah, Firebrand's fine if you're new to the game mode. It's not mega meta, but yeah, it's absolutely playable. Like a support Firebrand, you'll be fine. Yes. I'll be reading for you. Yeah. And I just need to start streaming the game more as well, to be honest, run through the tape. I haven't been streaming WoW. I'm trying to, like, construct a schedule. I was obviously pretty big with, I was pretty busy with Janthir, but there's going to be a lot of WoW streaming coming. You know, I've got the new raid coming out. I'm going to be pushing M+ again, obviously. And, you know, going for the title again when the season starts there as well. I just need to build it into my schedule and just kind of get that managed. But, yeah, I need to send out some emails as well. I really ought to. Look, it's crazy, guys. Like, there's just so much to do, right? I haven't found the time, but with the context I have, I've got nothing to complain about, right? Like, I've talked with Preach, I've talked with Max, right? Like, I am at a big advantage here. Like, you know, I just need to basically get in contact with some of these people and say, like, hey, like, you guys got any tips on how I can kind of start to get into the scene? Like, I'm talking, I have contacts with some of, like, the top people in the scene. It's not even as a flex, it's like a point of privilege, right? I have the ability to, you know, at least contact, right? You know, some of these people that it's simply impossible for many others, right? Who also might want to be getting into the scene. But yeah, you know, I'm sure that they can at least give me advice. Like, I'm not saying they can, like, you know, get me in nepotism style, right? Like, that's not how it works. Obviously, you have to get in by merit, but I can definitely get some advice, right? And, like, you know, figure out how to kind of get my start in that kind of thing. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I'm going to stop the stream. That is what we are doing. We are stopping the stream, guys. It is time to get out of here. Right. Gamers. I am back tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're slamming some Guild Wars 2 as usual. And then we'll do some WoW Heroics. Okay, well, actually, I'm not going to commit to streaming, guys, because I'm not sure if I'm going to be fully well. If I'm not fully well, I'm not streaming. Just, you know, I want to actually give an accurate prediction. I will definitely see how I'm feeling. If I'm feeling good, then we'll do it. Otherwise, we'll chill out a little bit, guys. You know, we'll just relax. We'll take it easy. Just a smidge. You guys know how it is. Yeah. That is going to do it for now. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Get ready for the tier list to go up on YouTube, and you can, you know, you can leave your comments there, like the video, talk about the video, all that kind of wonderful stuff. But until then, that is going to do it. Let's raid Kroof, I think. Let's raid Kroof. Yeah, that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Follow, subscribe, follow all my social media, buy the game using my referral link. Shout out to Nudge Meme for gifting 1 billion subs, up to 206 sub points. I will actually, I tell you what, before I go to bed, I'll fix the sub point counter thingy, actually. So we can have a nice, accurate sub point counter. That's going to be fucking epic. Let's go. But anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow or on Tuesday, if I'm feeling rough tomorrow, but we'll see. Follow, subscribe. Thanks for watching. Come back and watch every day. Follow on YouTube, subscribe all over the place. It's going to be good. Hey, no worries, by the way, Goliath. If you want to watch on YouTube, you want to watch YouTube. That's why I'm streaming there, right? I love the fact that people are watching on YouTube, and I'm kind of offering that experience, right? So I'm down for that, right? It was awesome to see so many people out on YouTube. So big shout out to YouTube, guys. 750 people peak on YouTube. That's actually crazy. We're kind of getting there, man. We're kind of getting there with the YouTube stream. Really cool to see. The fact that it was actually nearly equal to Twitch is actually really exciting to me. I love the fact that people are having fun watching on YouTube as well, in addition to all the videos that were happening there, right? So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good evening, my friends. See ya.